Well, good morning to members of the committee and members of the public on this snowy day in some parts of the state, evidently. The southern part evidently is getting some snow. I have approximately a ½ inch up here in Hampton. And so you can keep it down there. We're very happy we got just a little bit we got. To begin this meeting, I'm going to read the chairman's script as we do at the beginning of all public meetings, which we're doing both on the hybrid model, both remotely, and today's meeting will be totally done remote-wise. As chairman of the House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Education Committee. Executive session on pending legislation may be held. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call, and I'll read the telephone number here, 603-271-3600, or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Jennifer Four is our committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required on the right to know law. That includes dogs, Representative Luno. Go ahead, I recognize the clerk, Barbara Shaw.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
This will be an attendance roll call. Representative Cordelli,
Here. And I'm alone.
Representative Bohm, Representative
Yeah,
Allard.
I'm here, and then
Okay.
this is Representative Bohm. I'm here in the room by myself.
Okay. Representative Allard,
Good morning. I am here, but an occasional dog or cat may wander through.
Representative Lekas,
I'm here and my husband may eventually wander through.
Representative Moffett,
I'm here in Loudon all alone.
Representative Hobson,
I'm here in my office. My husband is in the house and I'm with my dog.
Representative Andrus,
I'm home alone in Salisbury.
Representative Oliver Ford, sorry.
Muted.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Did, and it,
There we go.
there we go.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here and alone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Leon,
I'm here in Derry in the house. I have my 3 sons here. I'm getting childcare in the house shortly. I have a dog and my husband may or may not be working from home. But you're in my ear, so nobody else will hear anything.
Representative Sodi,
I'm at home. Family members are in the house, but they might walk through occasionally. But otherwise, in the room here by myself.
Thank you. Representative Myler.
Good morning. I'm calling in from Kentucky, New Hampshire, from my home office, and I'm here alone. Thank you.
Representative Luno.
Good morning, Dave Luno here in Hopkinton, and I'm joined on this Groundhog Day by Ozzy the long-haired dachshund.
Representative Shaw is here, and my husband is in and out snow blowing. Representative Cornell.
I'm here in Manchester, and my husband and my dog are in the house.
Oh, yes, I'm in Manchester also. Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Hi, I'm here in beautiful Sunapee, New Hampshire, where the skiing is fantastic. And I'm here with my rescue dog, Raven.
Representative Ellison.
Good morning. I'm here in Concord. I'm alone in my home.
Representative Mullen.
Good morning. I am dialing in from my dining room in Bedford and with the unpredictable cat that shows up periodically.
Representative Lay.
Good morning. I am calling in from Jaffrey, New Hampshire, my home in Jaffrey, and I am home alone.
Representative Woodcock.
Good morning. I'm calling in from Center Conway, New Hampshire, in the midst of 10 inches of snow-blown snow. I have my dog walking through in life, and only my dog will be barking.
I want a dog or a cat. Representative Ladd.
Good morning. I'm here in Haverhill, New Hampshire, in my home with grandchildren and a wife wandering through every now and then. And I have a Cocker Spaniel that you're welcome to take, Barb.
Okay. All present.
Thank you very much. So we do have a quorum, and we have a bill scheduled right off at the beginning here. It's HB 497. I hope everybody has that in front of them at this time. I'd like to invite the prime sponsor of that bill, Representative Long, to provide us a better understanding of that bill.
Rep Long will be here in a minute,
Thank you.
hopefully. Rep
Got
Long?
you muted.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Representative Pat Long, and I serve Hillsborough District 10. This proposed legislation came with a conversation that I've had with our Manchester's former superintendent, Dr. Vargas, and current superintendent, Dr. Goldhart. And Madam Clerk, I'll be emailing you this testimony.
Thank you.
So this proposed legislation is for school districts. SAU superintendents are given a choice to have the district contribution and their personal contribution to the retirement system at whatever the current rate is, either be contributed to the New Hampshire State Retirement System or to have this same contribution put into a private and approved retirement account, or a combination thereof if the contribution exceeds federal limits. If the superintendent chooses this option, the local school board will include the revision in the superintendent's contract. Furthermore, if the superintendent chooses this option and they in the district they work for have made contributions to the state retirement system, up to 3 years of past personal and district contributions to the state retirement system may be transferred to the private retirement account. However, with conversations with OLS, we couldn't determine whether this benefit could be to people that are already in the system, if it would have to be for somebody that would be new in the system. We haven't been able to determine that. The purpose, my understanding, is that the number of superintendent vacancies in the United States and in New Hampshire is increasing, while the number of applicants for those positions is decreasing. The likelihood of continuing to replace retiring and resigning superintendents with current district leadership is also decreased substantially. Being a superintendent is no longer a sought-after and coveted position like once it was, in my opinion. I've recognized that in the last 4 years with the more challenges to superintendents. It may have always happened, but I've just recognized it in the last 4 years that, for simple decisions, there's controversy. For example, snow days, there's major controversies for a superintendent. To fill the need to superintendent turnover, many districts utilize search firms to recruit candidates in national searches. The likelihood of hiring a superintendent from out of state is quite high, allowing superintendents to have the choice between the current retirement system or having the exact same amount of money contributed to a private or approved retirement or a combination thereof enhances the likelihood of out-of-state superintendent candidates accepting positions in New Hampshire. Most, if not all, out-of-state superintendents hires will come with many years of previous experience and will have many years already vested in another state system. The likelihood of getting 10 years for vesting rights in New Hampshire is unlikely, and in my opinion, is a big deal breaker for candidates. I've worked with 4 of Manchester's past and current superintendents. 2 of them were from New Hampshire. The last 2 were from out of state, and I've watched the applicants diminish and/or drop out after the interview process was applied. For example, not one of the last 3 superintendents in Manchester has stayed more than 5 years. And the last superintendent was the last applicant remaining. Fortunately for Manchester School District, that superintendent was very capable. I do realize that this proposal would have an impact on the New Hampshire retirement system contribution. However, I'm not convinced that impact would be detrimental to the overall sustainment of our retirement financial stability. I may be mistaken, but I haven't been able to confirm. I'm of the belief that if I'm faced with a choice between the superintendent's contribution to the retirement system or the superintendent's right to maximize their investment, I would choose the latter. So in conclusion, I thank you for your consideration of House Bill 497 and I ask that you support the concept in the interest of our students, families, district employees, and municipalities. I will finally also add that when I was told by Dr. Goldhart that Manchester's current superintendent that he was not able to testify, I was taken back for about 15 seconds. I would rather see him dedicating his time to our district than being present today. It qualifies my belief that he was the best choice for Manchester. I thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Long. Representative Long has said he's willing to take questions. Are there questions from committee members? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Long, for taking my question. My presumption is that if this bill should pass, then the amount of retirement that a superintendent would receive would be up to negotiations between the individual and the school board, and not necessarily reflect the amount that he or she would be receiving if they would be in the retirement system. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative. My understanding is that it's an agreement between the applicant and the school districts and the school district or municipality. But my understanding is that they would both need to contribute to whatever retirement system that they currently, at the rate that they're currently paying. So I don't believe the city could cut a deal saying you put in your amount and we'll put in half of ours. That's the way I understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Myler. Further questions? Representative Long, I do have one question, and I see that we'll go Representative Lay, you had your hand up.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative Long, for taking the question. Do you have any data on the current numbers of superintendents who are not vested or have not stayed on? In other words, do we have any notion of the size or scope of this imputed problem?
So thank you for the question. What I do know, serving on the Manchester Board of School Committee, that the average length of superintendents in the state of New Hampshire was 3 years. That was probably 3 or 4 years ago, that data. So no, I don't. I know Manchester, Nashua, a few other districts have a high salary rate. So I realize that's quite a bit of a contribution, but the average I'm not sure of, and how much money the potential has for in reducing the retirement system. I don't have that figure either.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative, who do we have? Ford?
Ford, yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm still struggling with this system. Thank you. Representative Turner, I'm sorry. I lost you, my picture. I don't have your name in front of it. Oh, Long, Representative Long. My question is, does this allow people who have been in our system, gone away, and then transfer those credits earned somewhere else back into this system? I speak as one who's done exactly that. It's very common in university systems to be in 3 or 4 different, because you've moved around in your career. And then at some point you pick the one that's most advantageous to you, transfer all the other funds into that, and that's the one you actually retire from. But I'm just wondering how that works for school superintendents. I'm not familiar with their system.
So thank you for the question, Representative. I would suspect that this would be attractive for superintendents that are coming to New Hampshire from out of state. I know the 2 superintendents that were in Manchester from within the state had no issue with contributing to their retirement plan. It was the 2 from out of state that thought it would be more attractive and more of a leveraging point for the municipality or the district to offer such a contribution as this.
Well, at some point, when you have so many of them collected, 3 or 4 maybe, it becomes almost necessary to transfer all the funds into one, just whichever one you think or can do it with, and that becomes the issue for them. And so that's why I support you in what we're doing here. I think this is perhaps overdue.
Representative Long, I'd like to follow up with a question. In your writing and designing this legislation, most likely would the superintendent that we're speaking of, or both the individuals you spoke of in Manchester, was there any effort on your part to communicate with the School Administrators Association to discern where they stand on this? I note in the testimony requests here, we have the School Administrators Association not speaking, but they oppose this bill.
Okay, I did through my Board of School Committee ask a few of them to ask the association as to where they would stand on this. And I didn't get that result. So no, I wasn't able to connect with them.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, Representative Long? Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Representative Long. Representative, the last part of this bill has a section that indicates that if a school superintendent and the school district they work for enter into this agreement and they've already contributed to the New Hampshire retirement system, then they can go back as far as 3 years and transfer that money from the retirement system to the private retirement account. Am I correct in that? Was
Yes.
that the intent of the bill?
Yes, Yes, it is the intent of the bill, and you're correct. However, as I mentioned in my testimony, the Office of Legislative Services and I couldn't determine whether or not somebody who's already in the system would be allowed to do that by tax code or general financial practices.
So that is to be determined?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some more, another individual would like to testify. Are there any
One
further
more.
questions of Representative Long?
Yeah, we
Yes.
have one more question by Representative Woodcock.
Woodcock, yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Long, thank you for taking my question. If a superintendent participates, if this bill is passed in this program, stays in New Hampshire 2 or 3 years as a private non-contributor, leaves, and comes back 4 or 5 years later, can he buy back into the system for the time he was here? Or is this a one option, you're out or you're in?
Yeah, well, actually, the bill doesn't give you a one option. That's a good question that I haven't thought about. I mean, for sure, they could make another contract if they're going to be a superintendent for this bill. However, the opt-in to the retirement system, I guess they could if there's no contract to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Representative, thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Further questions? Not seeing any hands flying here, so thank you very much, Representative Long. We will go to the next person in the queue, Representative Hobson.
Marty Carlon from the New Hampshire Retirement System.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Marty Carlin, and I'm representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. I am at home, so if a dog barks, I apologize. NHRS has no position on this bill because we see it as a policy matter as to whether there's a policy need to exempt these positions going forward. However, I did sign up to testify to provide some background information and try to answer any questions the committee may have. Essentially, according to the Department of Education, there are about 100 to 105 superintendents in New Hampshire with an average salary of $126,000. So that makes them typically the highest paid school district employee in all of the districts. Superintendents, employers contribute at the employee rate of 14% for superintendents, and the superintendents pay 7% into the retirement system as a member contribution. The way our contributions are set up, and this will be important as we go forward, is the member contributions are always associated with the member's individual account. So whatever money the active contributing member puts into the system, they're going to get that back, either through a pension ultimately or through a refund of contributions plus interest. The employer contributions, however, aren't credited to individual accounts like you'd see as like in a match in a defined benefit, a defined contribution plan. Rather, employer contributions are put into the state accumulated annuity fund, which pays the benefits for all members. So there is a distinction there. It's not like, there's an individual account for a person and that the employer contributions match up to those folks. There was a similar piece of legislation introduced back in 2018. It was House Bill 1427. And it was in response to an issue with the prior superintendent in Manchester before the current person. My understanding from my notes was that individual was given the option to participate in the retirement system or not, which it is a mandatory membership position. So, the bill was an attempt to address that. I'm not sure what the situation is with the current superintendent contractually. That bill actually was heard by House ED&A, not Education. And ED&A amended the bill to make it a limited window to allow Manchester to fix its situation, but not keep it going prospectively. That did pass the House and died in the Senate when the Senate amended the bill to a completely different provision regarding our statute. In terms of this bill, a couple of sections of how we interpret it, because this plays into some of the questions you had for Representative Long. On page 1, line 20, it refers to this opt-out at the time of initial hiring or appointment. So we would read that to be when someone, is hired as a superintendent. That would be the period in which the opt-in would be allowed, not retroactively. And when someone opts out of the retirement system, as is allowed for chief municipal officers, i.e., town managers, town administrators, positions like that, they can't choose to opt in that position while they're continuing in that position. If they went to another town and decided to join the retirement system in their new job, they could become a member there, but they wouldn't be able to purchase prior service because there was an opt-out. So that there wasn't any service to accrue and buy back. The town manager provision in our statute has been around since the early 70s. I think municipal management was a relatively new field then, and it was more of a transient position where people would move from state to state, for jobs. So that piece, allowing optional membership at the time of hiring for those folks, has been around for close to 50 years now. A couple of other provisions on page 1, line 29. It refers to the school district may by contract pay to the superintendent a sum equivalent to the employer contribution. So may is not shall. So I think that would answer the question of, there's no statutory requirement to pay the NHRS rate to a new superintendent who opted out. That would be a negotiable point. And then finally, the second section on page 2, lines 1 through 7, the 3-year look back. We see our legal staff sees some potential Internal Revenue Code issues with both of those provisions. The refund of a member's contributions, if the person isn't, eligible to retire, may violate the separation from service provision in the Internal Revenue Code. And then the transfer of employer contributions from the state accumulated annuity fund to an individual retirement account for a specific member, may be an issue in terms of the exclusive benefit rule in the code. If the bill moves forward, we'd likely reach out to outside tax counsel to get more of a clarification on that. But our initial interpretation is that's a problematic look back. That does not apply to the municipal manager exemption in the statute. If those folks are hired, there's no look back or retro with them. This would be a unique benefit specifically for superintendents. Other than the raw numbers from the DOE website, I don't have any information on how many of our superintendents are vested versus non-vested. We don't track position titles in the retirement system. They're just, considered an employee. So I wouldn't be able to run anything to get you that number. And I just from reading the paper over the years, I know Manchester has had a lot of superintendents, and I'm not sure how other communities do, because they're not as heavily covered as Manchester. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carlin. Are there questions for the New Hampshire retirement system? Yes, Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Carlin, for taking the question. So would it be possible for the NHRS to just look at the number of superintendents and determine how many years, or group them in terms of, okay, this many have this many years within the system, this many have this many years within the system, so that even if we don't know whether vested or not, we would have a better idea of what we're looking at here?
Probably if the DOE has a list of their names, we would have to manually look up their records to see that. But and I suppose it's possible. It may take some time for staff to pull that. But I believe this bill is prospective, so it wouldn't affect anybody currently in the system. It would only be for future folks, and maybe the School Administrators Association has data like that. I know they didn't sign up to testify. I would probably reach out to them myself as well if I came away from the hearing, with that request from you, just to see how we can get it to you fastest.
Thank you. Follow up, please.
Yes, Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Carlin, for taking this other question. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think you were saying that in one portion of the bill, it's basically stating that this is the decision has to be made at the time of hire or appointment, correct? And if
Yes.
so, how then would that last set of provisions, lines 1 to 7 on page 2, work? Because there it has going back 3 years. And it states that those are contributions to have been made, I believe, by the district, but the district would not have hired that person and would not have made contributions the prior 3 years if they're just hiring at this point.
That puzzled us a bit as well. I mean, just sort of trying to play out different scenarios. If an assistant superintendent or a principal in the district was hired as superintendent, that's what we see as a possibility. We didn't see it as, if you were the superintendent in Portsmouth and you went, to Concord, would give Portsmouth's money back to the individual when they moved to Concord. But, if it was somebody who was in the district already is the only way we would see that as working.
So your understanding then is that sort of look back is applicable only to funds contributed by the specific district.
That's how we would see it, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Lay and Mr. Carlin. Are there further questions?
We have a question from Ralph Bohm, Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. I see one little problem here, or maybe not, maybe you can ask. So if a superintendent's contract runs out and being renewed, so in the case of being renewed, is it then a possibility that that superintendent may opt into this plan, but because he's already an employee, would it not? So good, yeah.
The way we've always treated the provision as it exists currently for municipal managers is, initial hiring or appointment, and initial is they weren't working in that position and they were hired to do that job, not that they were renewed.
Thank you. We're getting close to the time frame we have for this hearing. Are there any more critical questions that you need to get out, or are they something we could, follow up later, or would the Administrators Association or some other association? Not seeing further hands. Thank you very much. I appreciate the retirement system coming forward in a neutral manner and explaining some of the details associated with this issue. Thank you.
Representative Ladd, we do have a question from an attendee. Are we going to take questions from the audience today? Or
No. The hearings are set up for questions only from committee members.
Right. Okay,
not from
thank you.
attendees.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm going to, seeing that I don't believe we have anybody else that signed up to speak on this issue. So I'm going to close the hearing here for HB 497. And,
Representative Ladd,
yes.
I apologize for interrupting, but individuals in the attendee list may be raising their hand if they have registered since the printout of pink cards.
Okay, see,
So you may want to ask for that. That could be the reason for the hands.
Yeah, the question was initially, are they asking questions? No, but if they're there to speak, we will go ahead and listen. If it's new information.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I didn't recognize the name. So Carla Smith, I'm not sure if she signed up to speak, but I can promote her to panelist. And
it looks like the hands have gone down. So maybe just
I took her hand down because
I see. I'm sorry.
I thought she was a person from the audience.
I am from the audience, thank you, but I'm here for House Bill 349.
Oh, okay.
So all right. I'm closing this hearing down right now. In conclusion, we had supporting this issue, 3 folks signed up, opposing it 4, 1 neutral person. So that was 497. We're moving now into the next bill, which we have on deck here, starting here at 9:30. It's HB 349 relative to certification requirements for school nurses. So that's 497, or excuse me, that's Bill 349. And do we have Representative Hill in the queue? Representative Hobson?
I'm sorry, yes, we do. I just promoted him.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hill is the prime sponsor of this bill. Welcome to Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the committee, good morning. I'm hopeful that I don't get interrupted by a dog here. I've got a chirping smoke detector and the dog gets set off every time the chirp goes. So I'll do my best. Everyone can hear me all right?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, I am Representative Greg Hill. I am serving the district of Merrimack number 3, covering the towns of Northfield and 1/3 of the city of Franklin. I am introducing to you House Bill 349, which is to repeal the school nurse certification program. This is an original bill that came out in 2016. Very unusual circumstances. The original bill was heard in HHS and had nothing to do with school nurses. It ultimately went through House and into the Senate, where it again had no mention of school nurses. And then on the House floor, I'm sorry, on the Senate floor, an amendment was added. For the first time, it added a school nurse certification. It was therefore never passed with no public hearing whatsoever. This has been a rush job all along, and no one seems to be able to tell me why the rush job. But as with all bills that we've seen that have no public scrutiny, there were problems with it right from the start. One of the biggest problems was school budgets had no time to correct for any increase in wages. It also had problems with existing school nurses not being sure whether or how to do any continuing education, or whether they needed any continuing education. It was also a problem that that there was no rulemaking authority in the original bill. So the DOE had no ability to create certificates of any kind. And you'll see if you go back in the record that they had to wait a full year before they got all of the DOE rulemaking done for this in order for people to become compliant. The key thing in this bill that I would take a look at is that from the very get-go, all of the existing school nurses were exempted from this new law. I would take that to mean that that there is no emergency. There were no case for need ever having been made. There was no immediate danger to the public or to school children that would be indicated. There were no legal issues that caused this change. There were no lawsuits. There were no federal mandates. Nothing shows that our constituents gain any benefit for what would undoubtedly be higher costs, and probably most importantly, greater shortage of quality candidates. During that hearing, I happened to sit next to a fellow that was in the hiring business for school nurses. And he mentioned that he hadn't seen a candidate for 3 years that would have qualified under these new qualifications. What happened was they would be going from an associate's degree to a bachelor's degree plus 3 years of pediatric nursing experience. All of that seemed onerous when my district was already telling me that they were having difficulty finding school nurses. And I should tell you that school nurses are not a mandated item by the DOE in New Hampshire. It's a voluntary program. So the immediate concern would be that that school districts would just cross off school nurses from their list of needs and make it a want, but not fill the position. One of the other things that we've seen lately is that school departments have circumvented this law and changed the name of the people that they are hiring from school nurse, and they are calling them health coordinators in some cases to get around this state mandated requirement of hiring a bachelor's degree with 3 years of pediatric experience. We also heard in a prior bill that, there are people, I think anecdotally, this was a pediatrician that had 20 or 30 years as a pediatrician that was determined she would not qualify as a school nurse. She was looking for a retirement job, quote unquote, and she didn't qualify under these requirements. Well, that's just crazy as far as I'm concerned. Finally, I would like to say that I've never met a more competent group of people than school nurses, or that nurses in general. I believe anyone that calls themselves a nurse could probably rebuild my car transmission and run a hotel and probably run Wall Street. These are extremely competent people. And to say that someone needs a bachelor's degree and 3 years of pediatric nursing to be a school nurse just flies on the face of reality, I think. With that, I will end my testimony. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'm sure there are people better capable of answering the questions behind me.
Thank you very much, Representative Hill. Are there questions for Representative Hill? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. Isn't it true that whether or not a nurse has an associate degree or a bachelor's degree, they still have to take the same nationwide test to become a registered nurse?
That's my understanding as well, Representative. Thank you for your question. I'm sure there will be a representative coming to speak to you after me from the nursing profession that would be better able to answer that question, however.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions of Representative Hill? Not seeing any hands up. Oh, yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Hill, for taking my question. As we look at bills, one of the questions that I always have of the sponsor of a bill is, what is the intent of the bill? So could you summarize the intent of this bill for us, please?
Thank you for your question, Representative. It's an excellent one, and I wish more people asked that question. The intent for me is to alleviate the problem of our school districts that had difficulty already filling this position of school nurse. What we've done with this legislation is make it harder to hire competent school nurses, and made it more expensive for the taxpayer. And finally, with all of that, we haven't made the position, there's been no need shown why we need to do these things. And I think that's important in any legislation to make sure that we're honoring the goal, which was to make the public safer, and that case just hasn't been made as far as I can see. So thank you very much for your question.
And thank you for your response.
Thank you very much. Again, further questions? I don't see anybody else. Representative Hobson, do you see somebody else with a hand up or? Okay, we're going to go on to the next speaker then. I'd like to invite forward from the New Hampshire Nurses
Oh.
Association, Carla Smith.
Mr. Chair?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I promoted Miss McKinnon from the Nurses Association.
Okay, well.
I don't have a particular order here. Which one would you like?
We can do either one. They're both from the association. So let's first go
Mr.
with
Chair,
the one that
Mr.
you have
Chair.
up.
Hold on, Miss Representative Tanner has a question for the chair.
Yes, I submitted that I would like to speak on this bill.
Do you have that, Jen? I didn't receive that.
I did it this morning.
Okay,
If
apparently.
it
this
came in
was-
after
Yeah.
8:20, then it wouldn't be reflected on the sheet.
It probably did.
Representative Tanner, seeing that you would like to speak, I'll put you up there right now. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Representative Linda Tanner, representing Sullivan District 9, the towns of Plainfield, Cornish, Croydon, Grantham, Springfield, Sunapee, Newport, and Unity. I was a public high school teacher for 35 years at Kearsarge Regional High School and worked very intimately with our school nurse on teaching health education, and also as a former EMT, I worked with her on all the different injuries that occur normally in a school situation. I'm very distressed by this bill, which seems to be coming up. I guess Groundhog Day is a good day for it to come up. I'd like to address a couple of issues that Representative Hill brought up. One is that he sees no need for specialists in this particular field, and that pediatric experience is necessary through this law. It also has a point for related experience, so it isn't strictly pediatric experience that's needed. For many students entering our schools today, they're dealing with serious injuries and serious issues, plus COVID. And complex chronic medical conditions like diabetes, asthma, depression, abuse and neglect, homelessness, food insecurity, sexual assault, substance abuse, and violence. The school nurse is the lifeline and the main reason many of these students can continue to attend school. The health of the student and staff in the entire building or school district can be significantly affected by the actions of the school nurse. It seems like under COVID, this would even be more critical. And when a nurse receives the registered nursing certification, after that, most of them go on to different specialties. And nursing in a school situation, you're by yourself for the most part. You're confronting all these different issues, and you're dealing with either young children or even worse, teenagers. So that they have to balance a lot of plates up in the air. They have to balance state education laws, concussion protocols, the use of EpiPens, the use of bronchodilators, oxygen and nebulizers, emergency response procedures. And then they have to balance that with federal laws, the HIPAA, FERPA, 504, IDA. They're actually, school nurses are listed under VSSA. They have to also be aware of public health laws that affect schools with monitoring vaccinations and COVID, communicable disease outbreaks in school, reporting laws for abuse, neglects, universal precautions training and screening programs. Many of those things would not be something that an RN would know right out of school. And So the school nurse is really important. And in too many of our schools don't have a school nurse. In the laws, there's actually a way that a person with 3 years of experience, related experience, can actually get certified through a program of mentoring and continuing ed credits. So that's not a problem. And I think you'll find out from Paula and Carla, who are going to speak, that school nurses are not a shortage. Nurses in general are a shortage, but often school nursing positions are high on the list because people who are nurses like the fact that if they have a family, they're working the school hours and the school year. I'd also like to address another issue that was brought up, and that is in this bill, is that it also addresses the position of the school nurse coordinator in the Department of Education. I worked very hard in 2018, along with Polly Campion, who was representative in Health and Human Services at the time, to reinstate a position in the Department of Education for a school nurse coordinator. The position was originally established in 1919 and was funded through various funds and federal funds. But in 2010, when we had the last austerity drive, this was not funded and remained vacant until 2015. At that time, the Commissioner Barry, secured funding through a grant to reestablish the position. And the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Grant, SAMHSA, ended in September of 2017, and the position became vacant again. This made New Hampshire one of 9 states, only 9 states in the Northeast, with no central qualified person to give guidance and direction to school nurses or school personnel who are not qualified, who work in that area, who are forced to deal with these issues, responsible for school health, leaving few places to find answers for questions. All kinds of questions on these laws and different things that are happening to students in school. So that position still is vacant. It has been unfilled, even though there have been applicants for that position. And I find that very distressing, particularly again, with the epidemic that we have and the communicable disease problem we have in schools today. So I strongly oppose this bill. I think the situation, this is a bill that is just spirited towards reducing costs to schools at the expense of students and staff. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Tanner. Questions?
Alicia Lucas has a question.
Yes, Representative Likas. You got to
Unmute yourself.
unmute yourself.
Got it. I'm curious as to what a teacher, a nurse learns in those 2 years of college, which are often writing and humanities and other things for those additional 2 years. What she learns, it's going to give her that information of all those things that you listed, and what difference there's going to be 5 years down the road between a teacher who has the RN, the 4 years, and the teacher who has the 2 years with 5 years of experience.
Well, I think, this is kind of a question of, what does a doctor learn in the 4 years that they take after they take a general Bachelor of Arts degree? Nursing is a specialty. It's, I don't know about you, but when I'm in a hospital situation and a nurse comes in the room, I don't want just Jeannie Smith off the sidewalk that's maybe taken 2 years at a community college with basic education, and I have something that's very technical. I think that certification for certain things indicate a level of expertise and education, and that is acquired in those 2 years between an LNA or nurse's assistant and a registered nurse. And as I said before, many registered nurses go on to specialties. A nurse that works in a surgical ward or an ICU has had experience and training in that particular aspect of medicine. And school nursing is no different.
Thank you very much, Representative Tanner. Are there any other questions? We do have some other folks in the queue here to speak. We have an individual from New Hampshire School Nurses Association, the New Hampshire Nursing Association, School Boards Association. We have technical support from the department. I see Representative Hobson.
Yeah, I had a question. Oh yeah, I'm unmuted. The COVID has really shown that nurses are needed in New Hampshire. And I was wondering if it seems like we're making it more difficult to get nurses into positions. And at UNH or at the other nursing schools, they're required to do an internship. So that gives them experience in the job. Would that not be helpful?
I assume that question is for me. And yes, just like an internship in any particular field, whether it's plumber or carpenter or teacher or nurse, internships are very relevant to the experience. But a nurse who has just come out of nursing school is accepted at a hospital, actually goes through another training program. And usually that training program is anywhere from 6 months to a year just for a floor nurse. And that's not a nurse that's in a specialty. I mean, when I was teaching and working with a nurse, we had incidents, obviously broken arms and things like that. That's kind of typical that happens in a school. Kearsarge, it was 8 minutes for an ambulance to arrive from New London Hospital. We actually had a staff member have a fatal heart attack, but we were able to keep him sustained until he got to the hospital. We had some terrific injuries that, it was through training and experience that we were able to handle them. But other than that, the school nurse has, as I said, issues of homelessness and food insecurity. They're dealing with a lot of public health issues. They're dealing with laws from not only school law, but federal law and healthcare law. So it's much more complex than, as I think some people think, it's putting Band-Aids on little kids' boo-boos.
Thank you. Further questions of Representative Tanner?
Rep. Ladd, before you move on, we have Drew Klein, and I'm not sure, he's in the attendees, and I'm not sure if he signed up to speak or what his role might be.
Yes, I'm aware of that. We have two
Okay.
other folks that have signed up previously. We're going to take them first. And as I mentioned, the school board will come in following the two nursing associations.
Okay, I believe we have both speakers ready to speak in the panel.
Yeah, let's have Paula McKinnon.
Thank you, representatives, for allowing me to speak before you today. I want to start out by saying I'm confused by Representative Hill's comments that the original certification bill had nothing to do with school nurses. Quite the opposite. It was a work in progress since 2014 between Commissioner Berry and the New Hampshire School Nurses Association. And in 2016, it definitely was a bill for school nurses. It was not a rush job. There, as all other bills, was plenty of time for anyone to research or testify, just as the very short notice that we got to come here today to speak with you. It was no different back in 2016. I'd like to give you a very brief synopsis of the history of the bill so that you all can understand where the Nurses Association might be coming from. In 1919 to 1947, New Hampshire's first school nurse was Elizabeth Murphy. And she worked for the city of Concord and became the director of school health services in the Department of Education for 23 years, running from 1919 to 1947. In 1947, the New Hampshire Board of Education voted unanimously that school nurses who care for children's health in the public schools are teachers of public health and are eligible to join the state teachers retirement system. So we joined the retirement system in 47. Somewhere in the 40s or 50s, school nurses were included in the Department of Education certification system. And the rules at that time is that they had to have 30 hours of continuing education above their diploma. In years back, most of your nurses were diploma nurses, meaning it was a hospital that trained them. We could not find in the history, and it was very unclear when this certification was repealed. But we do know that in 1971, a certification was again legislated for school nurses. In 1975, certification was repealed during the massive teacher strike in New Hampshire. And the nurse could no longer be in the teacher's contract during those negotiations during the strike. In 1989, Barbara Ward, who was the president of our association, filed a brief on behalf of our association documenting the legal and professional basis for the role of the school nurse. This went to the Supreme Court, and it was ruled that school nurses could now be a part of the teachers' bargaining union. So then we fast forward to 2016, the certification law was passed. That is the first time that you'll see that this present certification was passed. In 2018, a bill was presented to repeal it. It was defeated. In 2019, it was again a bill to defeat it was presented. That was voted down. However, the current bill was amended and it increased the length of grandfathering that a nurse could have more time to get into her bachelor's degree. At the same time, in 2019, it was legislated that a school nurse coordinator position would be funded through legislation. So where does that bring us now? Well, it's where are we now? School nurses have shown their contributions again and again as an extension of public health. And the most obvious example of that is the work that we've done during the pandemic. Where are we now? The school nurse coordinator position has still not been filled by Commissioner Edelblut. We do not know why. There have been interviews, but there's been no action taken on that. And again, someone made the very valid point that the school nurse coordinator would not just answer questions and for school nurses, they would be advising school districts that don't have school nurses to be able to help them to develop health programs within their school. So I want to dispel some myths that have come up time and again, because, and these have all been stated at past hearings when there have been attempts to repeal certification. We hear again and again that Manchester and other school districts have difficulty hiring BSN nurses. The fact is that Manchester is not even under this law. Manchester hires public health nurses, and as such, public health nurses are exempt from certification because they're not paid by the school district. The same is true of Spear Memorial Hospital and Huggins Hospital, as well as any travel agencies that supply nurses to school. This certification law does not apply to them. A second myth is to keep registered nurses licensed, the nurse must complete, or to keep the certification license, it's a burden to get more hours in order to keep their certification. Here's the truth. Okay, every nurse in New Hampshire must complete 30 hours every 2 years to keep their Board of Nursing license. The 45 hours every 3 years that the DOE certification requires is not an added burden because it is the exact same hours. The hours can be counted during both. So if you break it down by year, the Board of Nursing requires 15 hours per year and certification requires 15 hours per year. They can be the same hours submitted to both organizations. There are 0 additional hours that a school nurse would have to put in. There is no burden anywhere to the school nurses on that. And the third myth that keeps being repeated, that schools have trouble filling school nurse jobs because the BSN nurses don't want the job. The fact is that schools have trouble filling the school nurse jobs with BSN nurses because they don't pay them well enough. Even though we're allowed to be in the teachers union, we're treated separately. Many school districts pay them less. The school districts that don't pay them less and have had them on teacher contract at full teacher pay for years have seen no difference in hiring nurses. I would also like to give you a few stats on who currently is certified. In the state of New Hampshire, there are 568 school nurses presently in the certification system. There are 3 levels of school nursing certification. School Nurse 1 are nurses who are currently enrolled in an RN to BSN degree. There are 22 nurses that fit that category. So there are 22 nurses in the state of New Hampshire who are currently working toward their BSN. School Nurse 2 is everyone who was grandfathered when the law first was enacted. They were grandfathered because we didn't want to put an extra burden on these nurses. We wanted to look ahead. We want to move forward. We don't want to look at our present workforce and make things harder for them. We're looking to the future and making a plan for the future. The School Nurse 2 category presently has 366. And those school nurses, regardless of their degree, we still have some diploma nurses working in the state of New Hampshire. We have associates nurses, but many of those could also be BSN nurses. At the time that certification was first enacted, there was no fee to become a School Nurse 2. So many of our BSN nurses opted to go with the School Nurse 2 so that they wouldn't have to pay the higher fee for School Nurse 3. Now we come to School Nurse 3. There are presently 180 school nurses that are certified under the School Nurse 3. This means that at the time of their hire, they either already had a BSN or they completed their BSN after they had applied for certification. Certification is a 3-year cycle. We are coming up on year 3, and there's many school nurses that are going to shift out of School Nurse 2 into School Nurse 3 simply because they already had their BSN, but they chose to go for the option of School Nurse 2 because there was no fee attached to it. So that's coming up soon. Do our nurses support it? We hear complaints that there are nurses out there that don't support it. Well, we've got some solid facts for you. There were 2 different recent meetings held. One of them was with 240 New Hampshire nurses, not necessarily school nurses, but New Hampshire nurses. The certification bill was talked about and presented, and 89% of the nurses present voted to support school nurse certification. The second is a poll that our association took of its school nurse membership. We had 178 school nurses respond. 36 did want certification to be repealed, which represented 25%, and 142 voted to keep certification. So 75% of the school nurses voted to keep the certification. Why did they vote to keep it? The feedback that we got, this is coming directly from one nurse. The nurses of my SAU were able to advocate for placement on the bachelor's pay scale for those of us who were state certified. Another nurse said state certification gave us a foundation to advocate as a professional practice through union negotiations for our new contract this year. Another said certification requirements have helped the principals understand better how to hire new school nurses in our district.
Paula, excuse me for a second. We're going on upwards towards 15 minutes.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, we have, you have a fellow nurse waiting to speak, and then we have the school board also. So can you try to conclude it?
Sure, I will conclude it by saying that we are tired of having to continually come before the legislature to defend our professionalism. And we hope that here today we can put an end to that and make a strong statement that school nurses are where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions of Paula McKinnon? Yes, Representative Likas.
You're muted.
Got it. Took a bit. I'm going to ask you the same question. What is the difference in training between a 2-year nurse and a 4-year nurse, given that both have to pass the same test? Well, I have 2 questions, but that's my first one.
Yes, it is actually very different. And I believe that one of our members has submitted written testimony to that regard. The extra schooling for a master's in education is very different than for a bachelor's in nursing. Public health is a big part of it. Statistics is a big part of it. How to navigate the bigger picture is very much a part of it.
Thank you. And you have a follow-up?
Yes, please. I notice it says a school nurse shall be a registered nurse currently licensed in New Hampshire, which means I'm wondering, wouldn't a 2-year nurse who did the 30 hours and all that other stuff also, fit that qualification?
An associate's nurse has until a certain point to be able to apply for certification and then have 6 years to complete a bachelor's. So a bachelor's degree from an associate's nurse to a bachelor's degree spread out over 6 years, we feel is not an undue burden. In fact, it's quite generous length of time to give them that length of time to get it.
No, we're not going to allow any follow-ups to that. We're going to go on. Are there further questions? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. McKinnon, for taking my question. You had indicated that there are 568 school nurses in the state. And we have heard under previous testimony that it's difficult to hire nurses under this particular law. Can you tell the committee how many vacancies are currently in schools regarding school nurses vacancies?
Yes, we researched that right before coming on, and we could only find 3 that currently have vacancies. One of them being Manchester, who clearly states in their ad that they do not have to be certified.
So of the 568, there are only 2 vacancies to your knowledge at this point in time.
To our knowledge, that's all we could find. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks again, Ms. McKinnon, for your time in committee this morning. I want to sort of get at I think something similar to some of the other questions with regards to what's the difference between a 2-year and a 4-year degree with respect to professional nurses, and I guess what I'd like it if you could talk with us about a little bit is like the management and leadership of a nursing staff in let's say a hospital environment compared to that in a school setting.
Could I defer that question to Carla Smith, who is an educator and teaches at that level?
Yeah, I'm happy with that as long as
Okay.
the chair will allow me to ask that question again when Ms. Smith speaks.
Well, I think she's listening, and I see her smiling. So yeah, I'm sure she'll answer your question. If she doesn't, I'll recognize you again, Representative Luno.
Okay.
So with that, let's go on to Nurse Smith, who's recognized. And you're from the New Hampshire's Nursing Association, is that correct?
Yes, I'm here representing New Hampshire Nurses Association today. So we are a statewide organization that represents nurses across all specialties. In turn, I also do serve with the New Hampshire School Nurses Association with Paula McKinnon, so I can really speak to those areas of questions that you had been asking of her. I'd like to start just to tell you a little about my background. So I have been a nurse for 18 years, a registered nurse in the state of New Hampshire. And I actually started my profession as an associate degree nurse. And the big key takeaway here is you don't know what you don't know. And it's very enlightening when you return to school as an adult and you get your BSN degree, the difference in educational preparation from that student growth perspective is enormous. I have worked at Portsmouth Regional Hospital in their cardiac telemetry unit in their ICU. I spent 8 years in their emergency department before I became a school nurse. When I became a school nurse for SAU 83, I was on an island all by myself with an associate's degree, even though I had solid nursing knowledge, experience, and background. I knew nothing about the educational world. I never even heard of a 504 plan, an IEP, working with team members who didn't include other nurses. It was a very foreign environment to me. That's when I was inspired to go back to school. Not only did I get my bachelor's degree, but I got a master's. I spent 5 years in my district. I loved every moment of it. And I decided to pursue higher education. I am now a professor of nursing at MCPHS University in Manchester, and I teach in a BSN program. So I feel I can very well articulate to you what the differences are between these education platforms. Prior to taking on that role, I did work at St. Joseph's School of Nursing in Nashua, which is an associate's degree program. So I've experienced teaching at both levels. I can tell you I have graduated fantastic new nurses from both programs, but that's at entry level nursing. Entry level is what you need to sit and take the NCLEX. The BSN nurse is prepared above and beyond the ASN nurse, especially for those roles where they have to work independently. I actually pulled some statistics from, and I used UNH's nursing curriculum, and I used the curriculum from the New Hampshire Community College, NHTI, to give you a better understanding. And I thought by using a state level platform, it'd be a little more applicable than just the two schools that I have taught at. At UNH, you need 133 credits to obtain a bachelor's degree in nursing. 70 of those credits are nursing specific, meaning they are dedicated NUR only given to nursing courses. This is not A&P, this is not lifespan, this is not microbiology, because those apply to multiple degrees. Nursing specific is 70 credits. In comparison, an associate's degree at NHTI, you need 71 total credits to graduate with an associate's degree. Only 21 of those are dedicated specific to nursing. So the difference in education is not liberal arts based. It is not additional writing classes, humanities classes. It is a significant difference of 49 credits in specific hands-on nursing curriculum. I think that in itself is just a profound difference to speak to that. Some of the differences in the coursework that you will see is pediatric specific content. And pediatrics spans, it's a lifespan. It goes from the newborn up to age 21. In a school district, we give early intervention services to children starting at age 3 up through age 21. So we're really capturing that population. My particular course I taught over the summer was 9 credit units dedicated to that population, including clinical placement in labs. In the associate degree program that I taught, my students got one single day that they were allowed to go out into the community to work with a school nurse or a WIC program. And they spent 2 days on a labor and delivery unit. They had a handful of 1-hour lectures. That is a vast difference from a 9 credit load, okay? Specific to pediatrics. In turn, the other difference is public health nursing. School nursing is a subspecialty of public health. It is recognized as that at the national level because we don't just care for the student that's in front of us, but you care for the entire community. the community within the school building and the community beyond the school building that extends into the home. And you arrange for services. And yes, we do a lot with homelessness, food insecurity, social emotional wellness. That is not just for your school counselors. School nurses see that on a day-to-day basis. We have children that come into the office with physical manifestations. They come in with that physical manifestation for mental health services, mental health curriculum. We have 3 dedicated credit hours to a mental health course that includes practicum experience. Our students go to Hampstead Hospital and work in the children's units there. They go to the New Hampshire State Hospital. Okay, they have actual hands-on practicum experience with mental health. They go out into the communities as part of that public health curriculum. They will spend an entire semester in a school nurse's office. That's 1 to 2 days per week times 15 weeks versus 1 day in isolation. So the difference in schooling and preparation, it's really a night and day difference. The best comparison I can give it to you is your difference between your paraeducators and your licensed teachers. There are wonderful paraeducators in our school systems that are dedicated to their students, who are highly professional, but they are not qualified to design and deliver the curriculum that is needed for that teacher certification. It doesn't mean they didn't qualify for an entry-level position. It means that they needed that above and beyond to give the best to our students. So key takeaway I'd really like to share with you, and I feel Paula has addressed, this is supported by nurses. I think she's addressed the questions that there really is not a school shortage of school nurses. Like she said, there's 3 identified positions in the state. I will add to that to say there's a multiple positions advertised for substitute school nurses. Okay, there's always a shortage of substitute school nurses because we all know substitute pay is really not in line with what it could be. Substitutes do not require certification. This does not apply to them. Other districts that may have difficulty finding a nurse are not hiring at a full-time equivalent. If they're hiring at a fractional part-time rate, it's very hard as a nurse to work full-time in a hospital system and part-time in a school system. I know I did that before I went full-time as a school nurse. So the key takeaway here is really you're giving your students certification allows principals, superintendents, hiring systems to know that this nurse has really got that above and beyond training to give the best to a supportive learning environment, because that's what school nurses are there for. To bring wellness into the school that allows those students to have that seat time, to keep them in the classrooms, to keep them learning, to decrease absenteeism related to illness that can be easily managed in a building. And the care that is given is so complex and different. It's kind of interesting as a nursing professor right now, I see things that I teach my students that I learned and practiced completely differently 20 years ago when I first learned about it. Healthcare has evolved. The complexity of the care in the students, and this is even in a hospital level. Right now, an associate's degree may get you in the door, but you're also signing a contract within a hospital system, and this is very common in New Hampshire, that you will obtain a BSN within 3 to 5 years of hire. It is an expectation at this point. Hospital systems, healthcare systems view an associate's degree as, this is awesome, thank you for going to school, we're going to take you in, but now we need to put you through a mentoring program and you need to sign up for continuing education or you're not going to continue to work here. Okay, and this is really seen across the nation, but even very specifically here in New Hampshire. I have students, past students and graduates all the time reaching out and telling me about this. So thank you. I really hope you vote to support certification, to keep it in place. I think as Representative Tanner said, it's kind of ironic. It shows up on Groundhog Day because I think this is the 3rd time now I've sat before you to say, please keep certification and do not remove it. So I'm available for questions and I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Carla. We have 7 minutes left in this hearing and still several folks out there. Are there some questions for Carla? Did your question get answered, Representative Luno?
I'd actually like to ask it.
Go ahead, and then we're going to try to spin to some of the other folks to testify.
Sure. No, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Ms. Smith, for being here this morning. You started to address it a little bit, and certainly your professional experiences both in the hospital setting as well as the in-school setting. And I was just going to ask how management and leadership over, of a nursing staff, how that compares in a hospital setting versus what you find in an in-school setting, particularly as it relates to, I think, a lot of the complexities that you talked about, not just in terms of students, but in terms of the educational environment.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I apologize, I did not touch on that. So one of the things BSN nurses are prepared to do, and this is actually a course that I'm teaching this semester, is has to do with leadership in interprofessional education, IPE, which is really working with members of other professions, not just nurses, and how to collaboratively sit at a table and look at something from a multifaceted view to manage and plan care in any setting. And we see teams do that on hospital floors. We do that all the time at my university. These teams can happen in school systems, and it really has to do with the receptiveness of including the nurse. But it also has to do with the training of the nurse to be able to step up and participate as a member in that team versus just sitting passively in a room. Nurses do approach things with a very unique and different perspective, and there is curriculum that is dedicated to that type of training that is not taught at an associate degree level.
Thank you, Carla. We really are running short of time here. I'm going to jump to the School Boards Association, not associated, the State Board of Education. And Drew Klein is in the queue waiting to speak. Is Drew there? Can you hear us, Drew?
Hi, I can hear you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you. This is Drew Klein. I'm chair of the State Board of Education. I had not intended to testify today. I was catching this meeting and saw this, and I thought I could add a little bit of perspective from the State Board. So forgive me if my thoughts are a little bit disorganized. I just want to make, first of all, a point of clarification. If I could understand this bill, as I read the bill, it does not remove the state law requirement that school nurses have a bachelor's degree, correct? It removes the requirement that they receive Department of Education certification, but the law continues to say that they must have a bachelor's degree. So as I read this bill, do I have that wrong? I see Rep. Tanner shaking her head. So I hope maybe the sponsor can clarify that, because that would change this a little bit. So if the bill simply removes the requirement for certification, that from the state board's perspective, that would be a relief. We really struggled certifying nurses and writing these rules. The law driving the law requiring a bachelor's degree for nurses is what really drove a lot of this. We created the 3-level certification on the fly, so to speak, because it wasn't even clear that we could do that. And the testimony we received from school districts was if we didn't do that, there would be an instantaneous and massive shortage of school nurses on top of the already existing shortage of school nurses. And believe me, we have heard from districts consistently that there is in fact a shortage of school nurses. And the School Nurses Association told WMUR last month that there was a shortage of school nurses. You can see it on the WMUR website. There is a national shortage of school nurses. So there is a shortage. The bachelor's degree requirement makes this worse, much, much worse. So what we had to do was write rules that grandfathered in, but also that created the School Nurse 1, so you can have the registered nurse and get and come in the process of getting the training. So we can have registered nurses who had associate's degrees come in. So It was a difficult process, and the board really felt like this was not our expertise or our strong point. We did not want to certify school nurses. We didn't want to be involved in that at all. We felt that they were health professionals and should be hired on the basis of their skills as health professionals. And I wanted to dispel some of the myths here. We just heard some testimony that that is really driven by the bachelor's degree requirement. The certification, if you read the 500s where we certify school nurses, nothing in the certification requires school nurses to learn anything about education. There's nothing in the certification that says they have to take teaching courses or learn the school environment or do anything like that. We wrote these rules to comply with the law for bachelor's degree requirements. The way we wrote the rules as loose as we could possibly write them, in our view, so that schools and districts we wouldn't burden them any further in making it an even greater school nurse shortage. So the certification itself does not require nurses to know anything about 504 plans or IEPs or any of the stuff that goes on in schools. There's nothing in the certification requirement that adds to that. It is really driven towards their education as a nurse and their experience as a nurse. And so removing the certification requirements wouldn't affect that in any way. One of the previous speakers talked about entry level, and I think that is really, really, really important. We created the 3 levels to create an entry level nurse. That's the school nurse 1, because that wasn't in the law. Had we not gone down that path, you would have had an entry level bachelor's degree requirement basically, and then the people would be grandfathered who were already in, and that would have created again, as I said, a serious and immediate shortage on top of the existing shortage. So what we see, and this is, I want to share with you some of the anecdotes we've received from school districts. Manchester, for example, has 0 certified school nurses, to my understanding, because they hire their nurses on the city side of the department of the city, not on the school side. Because they hire them through the public health department, they are not, they do not fall under our certification process. So the largest district in the state has no certified nurses. They do not have to get the certification. So if you were to say that the certification is necessary and adds all these benefits, I don't know how you can feel comfortable that the largest district in the state does not have this certification and goes around the process. Other districts could easily do that if they arrange their hiring in that way. So there are workarounds, and it's not clear to me how that really helps the situation. If we have workarounds and have outs, but we have this requirement in place, we're just creating a bureaucratic system where we kind of force districts to go around and we force schools to go around the system. We also have received feedback from schools that this has made it harder for them to hire nurses. As an anecdote, I can tell you we had one school tell us that they had a person who was going to be hired as a school nurse. This person is a registered nurse with, I think, a couple decades experience as a registered nurse, who came to the school because they wanted to get into this, become a school nurse. These requirements, certification requirements, were pretty burdensome. So they just hired the nurse as an administrator at the school. And the person is on staff as an office administrator, but is the school nurse, is a nurse in the school, and they don't have a school nurse. So we are seeing districts and schools try to come up with workarounds from the bachelor's degree requirement in particular and the certification process. So my point is that this multi-layered certification process, even as easy as we tried to make it for districts, it is a problem and is creating headaches for districts and is not adding the level of extra quality, I think, that is assumed that it adds. So I will end there just to not take up any more time.
Thank you very much, Drew. Are there questions for Drew Klein? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Chair Klein, for joining us this morning. It's pretty clear from your discussion that that you don't have a strong understanding of what this bill does. But I wanted to ask you about one of the comments you made, particularly that you don't want the board to be seen as burdening districts. But I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that in terms of state board responsibilities to burdening districts as opposed to protecting the public.
I'm afraid I don't understand your question. There are trade-offs that any government makes when you write laws and rules. So if you were to require, let's put it this way. In pursuing quote unquote quality, you can easily make perfect be the enemy of the good. So as I've tried to point out, we have districts that are working around these requirements. So I'm afraid I don't quite understand how it isn't obvious that imposing burdens on school systems that are unreasonable in the marketplace. Again, there is a shortage of nurses in New Hampshire. There is a shortage of school nurses in New Hampshire. And when you are, well, Rep. Tanner, I mean, when the School Nurse Association tells the press that there's a shortage of nurses and we hear it from districts, that's the information that I get. So, so I'm afraid I just don't quite understand how the state can think that it can simply impose a requirement that certain hurdles be jumped. And when there is already a shortage in the state of nurses, and not expect that that will affect the supply of nurses in schools. So one of the things I think the legislature might want to ask itself is, you're writing rules that would apply to entry-level positions. Do you want to set the bar so high that you make it much more difficult for districts, especially smaller rural districts, to hire for that position, and you create an artificial shortage? Is that better than having a system where you can have an entry-level person come in with requirements that are equal to a hospital or equal to a doctor's office? I think that's kind of the question here is, do we want to create a system where a nurse who can work in the emergency room and care for your child who comes in with an emergency, or care for your child who gets sick at a hospital bed, is not qualified to be a nurse in the school system? And that's what the certification has effectively done. And I think that's an issue that the legislature ought to think about.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
I'm not going to allow any follow-ups right now. I'm sorry. We've run over our time limit into the next bill. If folks have a question, I'm sure Mr. Klein will respond to if you ask the question to him following this hearing. He's over at the Department of Education. He can be contacted. So with that, I'm looking at our sheet right here. Yes, we did have some technical support from the department available if we need it, but at this time, I don't think we are there. So I'm going to conclude this hearing on 349.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Are there additional people that were signed up to speak for this?
I see none on the sheet that I was provided right here. We had that signed up that I've got from Jennifer at 8:20 or so this morning. There were 3 people to speak. Those have already spoken, the prime sponsor and the 2 folks from the nursing associations. Drew Klein came in shortly after we started as an attendee and raised his hand. I have not seen other hands raised there. Have you, Representative Hobson?
Yes, we have two hands raised. One is from a telephone that I can't identify, and the other one is Representative Tim Lang.
And one of those hands just raised
Yes, I think Rep. Lang was the last one.
after I had closed the hearing.
I believe so. I'm sorry. It was,
I was looking at the attendee list, and it was after I had closed this hearing. So I am going to close this hearing. And if Representative Lang has something, is that, let's see what we got here. Yeah,
On the
Representative
other hand,
Lang, if,
I can't identify who that is. It's just a telephone number.
yes, I understand that. So we're gonna close right now and go on to the next bill, which is HB 96. At conclusion, HB 349, we
so
had.
Mr. Chair, point of information. Are we not taking testimony from people that are participating by phone?
We are taking testimony, but that request by phone came after I had said we're closing this meeting down. It just popped up, Representative.
I think it was there.
Not what I saw on my screen. Representative Hobson, did you see that prior to my closing down or after?
Actually, the phone number has had their hand raised for quite a while. There's no way for me to find out who it is at this point, and Rep. Lang was the hand that I just saw go up.
That's what I saw go up too. So on that telephone conversation, I will allow that individual, because I believe that may have been there, but the Rep. Lang came up after I'd closed, so.
Okay, so I can allow them to talk without promoting them to panelist. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so the person with the telephone that ends in 890, I'm gonna unmute you. If you could just identify yourself. Go ahead, please. Who is this, please? Okay.
The caller needs to unmute on their end by pressing *6.
Oh, thank you for that, Jen.
Hi, this is Representative Leah Cushman.
Hi. Okay.
Thank you for taking my call and letting me speak. Mr. Chairman, my name is Representative Leah Cushman. I represent Ware and Deering. I'm a registered nurse, recent baccalaureate degree program graduate. I had my RN for 6 years as an associate degree RN. Prior to that, I just want to, I'm a little unclear on the discrepancy about the baccalaureate requirement, but I'll just speak briefly in support of this bill. I think this bill will help reduce the shortage of school nurses by reducing kind of sloppy requirements that have all kinds of loopholes, and will just open it up to anyone, any registered nurse to serve as a school nurse without having to be certified through the Department of Education. RNs who work for staffing agencies with associate degrees are filling in at schools now without certification and without prior experience. I know because I received the alerts from staffing agencies that I work for, putting calls out for nurses to pick up these shifts. And I will say the only difference between a baccalaureate degree nursing program and associate degree program is the level of community health that is taught. And it's really just rather redundant. If you go through nursing school and an associate degree program, you do your general education courses over 2 or 3 years as prerequisites before you can start the 2-year nursing courses. And in a baccalaureate degree program, nursing students do their general education courses in the first 2 years of their 4-year program, followed by 2 years of core nursing courses. Associate degrees are the most common avenue that RNs get their licensure. Both avenues include extensive clinical training in facilities and labs, and both nurses, both associate degree and baccalaureate degree RNs take the exact same RN licensure exam, the NCLEX, and they both do intergenerational nursing that includes pediatrics, and there's no reason that I see that that any RNs need to be certified to be school nurses. So that's all I'll say today. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions for the representative?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Please, I have a message. Representative Lang had said that he had signed up to speak and has been trying to speak. I just want to make sure that that is understood. That he is a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Jen, are you there?
Yes, I'm trying to look at the live version of the list to see. That is a problem with the system, that people can continue to register after we relay the results to the chairs.
349.
Yeah, this needs to be somehow resolved, seeing that we're trying to build a schedule as we're going through these hearings that's not necessarily applicable to every hearing because a different number of people trying to testify. This particular situation, when you see few people signing up, you allow more time for individuals to speak. Then when we have others piling on, then it starts to give us this crunch at the end. So
yes, Representative Vlad, my record shows that he registered to speak at 9:54 this morning.
9:54.
Yes.
Okay. Of course, that's after the start of this particular hearing. If the representative is there and wants to speak, I will allow him a few moments, but I really got to get on to the next hearing here.
Okay, he's permitted to speak. Go ahead, Representative Lang.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee members, for taking my testimony. I apologize. I hadn't intended to speak and just signed and support the testimony I was hearing and made me want to speak. And I'll be real brief. I want to make sure we're clear that a vote to OTP this bill is not a vote against nurses. That I think our nurses do a great job, and I think that the only differential here is the regulatory requirement we've placed within the Board of Education reflective of the medical care that our students are receiving, and I'm saying no, and that's why I supported this bill. Is that in a time when we're talking about getting squeezing every nickel so we can get the best value out of that nickel for our education system, this onerous regulatory requirement that serves no real new function. As we've heard, these nurses can serve in our emergency rooms, in our hospitals, in our doctor's offices, but some reason they can't serve in our school system. So I want to make sure when we're talking about the regulatory burden that we've applied to schools in hiring and not the quality of care that our students are getting. I apologize for coming in late, but I just wanted to, after hearing some of the testimony, I wanted to make sure, again, we're not talking about the quality of care our students get, because I think an RN, again, we've heard, takes the same test regardless of where they work, and that if our requirement is an RN, that should be our requirement. Let the medical professionals determine the medical care. Let the educational professionals worry about teaching. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Representative. With that, I'm not going to ask the representative to take questions. We will conclude this hearing. I had on the sheet that I had received earlier, just so we can get that done. Supporting was 10, opposed 12, and neutral 0. Obviously, we've had a few people come in speaking, presenting to us, so that the count that I just mentioned is not inclusive of them. So in conclusion, we are closing this hearing on 3/49 and opening up the hearing on House Bill 96. 96 is establishing the Office of School Counseling and Psychology, establishing the position of school counselor coordinator, and making an appropriation therefore. And the prime sponsor is Representative Cornell.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to present this. And first, I want to say that this bill was first presented last session by then Representative Dave Doherty, who I believe has signed up to speak after me. So hopefully I will just briefly introduce this and will allow Representative Doherty to be the next speaker to take more questions and give more background on this bill. The intent of the bill is to establish the position of school counselor coordinator in the Department of Education. And the coordinator would work and give assistance to school counselors, career counselors, school psychologists, and school social workers, and assist in developing school programs. During the pandemic that's going on now and afterwards, schools will be dealing with and are dealing with numerous issues with students, staff, families. And I think those personnel need a liaison in the Department of Education to assist them in referrals with help of what to do, programs to do. The position was previously funded and filled, but it's been completely vacant since I think 2018. This bill passed in 2018, came out of our committee, I think 18-2, went to finance, who finance took the money out and recommended to the commissioner to put it in his budget for the next year. And then COVID happened, and this bill was one of the ones that just got lost. So I think it's really important that we have a coordinator at the Department of Education to help with what's going on. That's all.
Thank you very much, Representative Cornell. And I will then go right on to the Honorable Doherty, Representative Doherty here, who worked with this bill last year, and I would welcome him to the committee if he's ready to speak here, Representative Hobson.
Yes, I've promoted him. He should be in any minute. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can. I hope your NASCAR driver is going to do well this year.
I hope so too. He needs a little more support. So if you want to hop on, you're welcome. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed colleagues. It's good to see you all this morning. My name is David Doherty. I live in Pembroke. I was a member of the Education Committee the last 2 terms, and as such, I did introduce this bill last term. I apologize to those of you who have heard this before, but I know there are some new members. I spent 38 years as a high school counselor. 30 of those years were in New Hampshire. I was in 1 private school and 2 public schools. Finished my last 19 years at Pembroke Academy. I was also, excuse me, president of the what was then called the New Hampshire Guidance Directors Association from 2005 to 2008 when I retired. This is a very important position. It's been around for a while. It started back in the 60s and 70s. It was fully funded by the state, as were many other things in those days. For those of you who are familiar at all with counseling, Jim Carr and Joanne Hayslip were the 2 originators of this position. And during the 70s and 80s, they were very active in terms of helping counselors around the state. After they left, the position was vacant for about 10 years. And then since then, it's been kind of up and down. Sometimes it's been a full-time position, sometimes it's been a part-time position, sometimes it's been funded by the state, sometimes from federal resources or grants, sometimes a combination of both. It's been very erratic. As Representative Cornell indicated, since 2018, June of 2018, the position has been vacant. And this is the reason that I introduced this bill last year. because I felt this was a position that needed to be reintroduced. Over the years, counselors have been asked to do more and more. Counselors exist in all levels of education, the state K to 12. Very important to students, very important to staff to have competent and experienced counselors in the building. But there's no advocate for counselors in the Department of Education, and there really should be. Counselor duties have expanded. They're very different depending on the area and the school that the counselors work in. Depends on if they're in an urban school or suburban school, the socioeconomic background, the types of students. And as Representative Cornell indicated, since the pandemic, this is more and more a reason that counselors need support and help and guidance for themselves. And this is what this position can provide. All teachers, all counselors, all personnel working in school need all kinds of support. They need financial support, they need emotional support. I think this position can provide that. One of the things that happened last year, when I introduced this bill, Representative Ladd asked me if I would include some workforce development as part of this responsibility of this coordinator so that we could make this a bipartisan bill. I was happy to do that. I think it's important. I've been an advocate for workforce development, for CTE education. I have no problem with that. And that's one of the reasons why it had such strong bipartisan support from the Education Committee last time. Unfortunately, there just wasn't enough money in the budget to be able to fund this position. So I'm certainly hoping that that's going to change. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Dave Doherty.
Formerly honorable.
And formerly representative. Are there some questions for Dave Doherty? We do have a number of people that have indicated desire to speak to this. I see on my sheet, and I don't know if it's the current sheet based upon the last bill, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people up or on deck. So any questions for Dave? Yes, go ahead, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Doherty, welcome again. Good to see you and hear from you. Dave, I just had a question. When you were talking about workforce development, I'm looking at line 15 of the page 2 of the bill. It talks about Bureau of Career Development. Are you using that as the same notation? Is that the same language?
I think that's correct, Representative Woodcock. It's all part of the same package. I think counselors do a lot of different jobs, and one of them is to help kids not only look at post-secondary education, but look at post-secondary career choices. And I think that a coordinator in the Department of Education can certainly bring together some other aspects of educators in the department to work on further developing career opportunities for students. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Ladd.
Always happy to see you.
Both of you. With that, because we have to move on to some others, I want to thank Representative Doherty for coming on today. Let's go to, is Representative Hobson back, or is Jen still in charge?
Well, Jen's always in charge, but I'm back.
Okay, who's next on the docket here?
Karen, looks like, well, I haven't scanned to see if we have representatives here in order of importance. Would you say Karen, Merrill?
I see Mary Heath is in the queue.
Okay.
And she has testimony, a couple minutes worth.
Okay. Okay, Mary, I have moved you up to panelist. You should be able to speak now. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see the committee. Thank you for letting me testify today. For the record, my name is Mary Sullivan Heath, and I represent District 14 in Manchester. And I just will speak very briefly, and I certainly am in support of House Bill 96. And as a former employee of the New Hampshire Department of Ed, I worked consistently with the person formerly in that position and saw the good results. It gave us the ability to coordinate across the state with guidance counselors. But I want to talk about my role in Division 2 in the Finance Committee. When the bill came to the Finance, the House passed the bill fully. And I actually think it might have been on the consent agenda. But when it got to Division 2 in Finance, we knew at that point in time, we did not have enough money in the budget to pass it. And at that point in time, we actually amended the bill and asked that the department include this position in their budget request coming forward to us. Now, that was a bipartisan, unanimous vote coming out of the House, coming out of House Finance Division 2. Then COVID happened and it lost its way and didn't end up in any of the omnibus bills that came back to us from the Senate. So I just want to speak that we really need this position at the Department of Ed, and I hope that the committee will vote to ought to pass. Thank you very much. I'm complete.
Thank you very much, Representative Heath. Are there questions of Representative Heath? Not seeing. Thank you very much and have a good day. Next person, Representative Hobson.
Representative Hobson, you're muted.
Thank you. I could have been talking all day. We have Karen Merrill Antle, and she had her hand raised as well. So I'm not sure she's speaking as well as a question.
So I had requested to testify. Is this, am I doing it?
That's what you're doing. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I want to thank you for your willingness to listen. My name is Karen Merrill Antle. I'm currently an employed school counselor and member of both the New Hampshire School Counseling Association and the American School Counseling Association. In an attempt to come in under approximated time, I shall read prepared testimony. Near the turn of the century, school counselors did not only replace guidance counselors in name, but in job description as well. Simplistically expressed, guidance counselors of old, who we all had based on our age, in part were responsive when students presented a need. In stark contrast and decades later, school counselors by definition now are still responsive as needed, but also proactive with all students, and I underline all. The profession has grown in depth, breadth, and responsibility. K through 12 school counselors work with all students equitably in 3 domains: academic, social emotional, and career ready. We design developmentally appropriate programming, deliver it in a systematic manner with the outcome-based goal of improving the achievement, attendance, and discipline of all students. With this context set, it is perhaps most important for this gathering to understand that school counselors are the profession in our educational system that has its eye first to students as people and to people as students. This bears repeating. School counselors are charged first to work intentionally and holistically with each individual child and each individual student. Each child charged with learning, who is actually each student charged with navigating their developmental growth as human beings. While of course all educators work with students as people, the lens with which we enter the building is necessarily different. Simplistically, administrators are charged with systems and personnel. Nurses focus on physical health first, teachers with academic success, special educators with learning challenge, and specialists with targeted focus. The school counselor is the professional that keeps its eye each moment of each day to each student as a person and each person as a student. Indeed, as the inevitable pendulum of education swings, and we know it does, the school counselor works to steady its impact on students, never diminishing one domain for the other. When an increase in graduation rate is the state's focus, we rally the troops while still providing social emotional programming and career exploration. When the state shines the light on mental health, we continue career exploration and facilitate achievement toward graduation. And when the pendulum swings toward revitalizing New Hampshire's workforce, we jump on board without taking our eye off academic achievement and while still beating the mental health drum. To this end, it is undeniably crucial that just as our students need the role of the school counselor in the schools, school counselors need their voice represented at the discussion and decision-making table at the New Hampshire DOE. Furthermore, it is critical that our students graduate as healthy individuals prepared to be positive contributing members of our society. In order to do this, the students must develop tenacity and confidence. They must have the fortitude to feel all their layered and evolving emotions and self-regulate and display behaviors appropriate to changing situations. They must be able to problem solve, collaborate, and navigate challenging relationships, and they must be able to set and achieve short and long-term goals. They must be able to self-reflect, articulate, and self-advocate and develop and practice the soft skills every eventual employer demands, even during a pandemic. And as you know, this is just a partial list of what we need from our New Hampshire graduates. Students have teachers that typically are with them for 1 year, and our New Hampshire teachers do amazing with our students in classrooms, weaving these skills into their work with students. However, this work is too important to leave its acquisition to chance. Most often, counselors are with the same student year after year after year, supporting their developmental growth. Not only does this allow for consistency and accountability in programming, but relationship building between counselor and student as well. Strong relationships, after all, are the true foundation for any lasting growth. Decisions that impact our youth in public schools should not be made without considering the lens of the school counselor. Any decision made on behalf of the youth of our great state should be done in consultation with the representative voice of the profession that works with the whole child for the long term.
Excuse
The
me.
representative voice of the school
Karen,
counselor.
Karen,
Yes.
if you're just reading, please could you summarize so that we, if everybody takes 10, 15 minutes, we're going to be here all day.
Yep, I timed it with a stopwatch and I was at 5:07 and I requested 5 minutes. So my last sentence, which I was going to read, says, "The New Hampshire's youth will be better served if the lens of the school counselor is articulated and considered as decisions at the DOE are made. Please help us best serve our New Hampshire students by including our voice at the table." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions?
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Merrill Antle, for your testimony. Very quickly, maybe one of the co-sponsors would know this. I'm just curious, you mentioned you're in several associations. Does every state have this type of position, do you know, or not? I have no idea. Would this be peculiar to New Hampshire, or are we like the only state that does not have this? That's my question.
So we have school counselors are in every state, and whether they have a position at the board level, I would assume so, but I don't know that. The American School Counselor Association is across the state, but I do believe from my experience that every professional in the school has a representative voice in their DOE, but somebody may be able to clarify better.
Thank you.
Representative Shaw, do you have a question?
Yes, I would like to know if Karen Merrill Antle could submit that testimony via email since it's prepared, and if you could send it to the committee, I can print it out. It'd be a lot simpler.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That we all should try to adhere to. And I've heard every chair that I've, since attending the Education Committee for the last 13 years, indicate if you can summarize your written testimony, provide the clerk the written testimony, summarize so that it will expedite our hearing process. Are there any further questions for Karen?
One more statement, Representative Ladd. Several of these people that have spoken this morning have submitted written testimony already. So I just would like you to mention when they speak that if they have already submitted written testimony to summarize.
Thank you very much. I will do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Not hearing any more questions or seeing any more hands for Karen. Thank you very much. And we will move Representative Hobson to the next person.
Okay, I have promoted Laura Donica from the New Hampshire School Counseling Association.
Okay.
Are you in
Welcome,
there?
Laura.
There she is.
Hi. So I would like to thank you for letting me testify in front of you today. My name is Laura Donica. I'm a middle school counselor in our state, and I'm the sitting president-elect for the New Hampshire School Counseling Association. First of all, I'd like to say Happy National School Counseling Week. This week, we all take time in our states across the United States to advocate for our profession. And today I come to advocate for a position at the Department of Ed that hears our voices. We as school counselors have a unique position in the school. We serve all students' social, emotional, vocational, and educational needs. We are neither teachers nor are we special educators, but often we get categorized with teachers and special educators. Currently at our state Department of Ed, when we call, we would talk to someone in the Student Services Department. Unlike most positions in the Student Services Department, we are called to care for all students in our school. Most professions that operate under student services only service a small percentage of students in school. Before the COVID epidemic, school counselors were at the forefront of our state mental health care crisis. As the pandemic has grown, school counselors have stood with families and students as the mental health crisis intensifies. School counselors have been called upon to help students remotely and in person cope with the daily struggles of life and the everyday of the pandemic. In my own experience, the daily job this year has been so much harder. It's hard to watch a child who has an intensive mental health care crisis wither while they wait for bed. I have also watched this year as families disintegrated. As a 7th and 8th grade school counselor, I've had to sit with students in grief over the loss of social connections and independence they thought they would gain in 8th grade and 7th grade. Also, during this critical time, while I'm dealing with children's mental health needs, I have had to also make 7 master schedules and coordinate the NEWA and SAS. The reality is I only have so much time and I have to prioritize that time, and things are often left undone. At the end of the day, when you reach out to the Department of Ed in our state, often our questions are left unanswered, and that silence is deafening and disheartening. It's not surprising that the person can't answer our questions, as student services is a wide variety of professions, and they probably can't possibly know the ethics and laws under each profession. The importance of having this position at the Department of Ed will help school counselors feel heard, but also that person will know the unique needs of our students and school counselors and can voice those needs to the department. They can help school counselors interpret laws of our state and ethics that we should be following. All of our students and school counselors deserve a voice. I thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I hope you create I hope you vote to create that voice for us at the Department of Ed. Thank you.
Rep. Ladd, you're muted.
I think you're muted, Rep. Ladd.
I was muted, that's right. Thank you much, Laura, for your testimony today. I don't see any other hands up of questions, so I appreciate your coming on board today and providing us this information. Representative Hobson, who is next here? As I look at my sheet, it looks like there's several people yet to speak.
Yes, let's see. I was looking for Julia Nyan, but I don't see her. Do you see her? Otherwise, Maureen O'Day.
What about Anne-Marie Banfield?
I don't see, yeah, okay. Yep, I'll unmute Anne-Marie. Go. Okay, welcome to the committee.
Anne-Marie, are you there? Unmute your, good morning.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me now. I'll be very brief. I know that you are tight on time. So my name is Anne-Marie Banfield. I'm an advocate for parental rights and academic excellence in education. Today, I actually come here in opposition of HB 96. So why would someone who supports parental rights and excellence in education oppose funding for establishing a school counselor coordinator for the Office of School Counseling and Psychology? Primarily because there are more important mental health needs that children have, and I want to share that with you today. Mental health needs of children are probably more important today than at any other time. COVID shutdowns of schools and the lack of socialization are having a terrible impact on many children throughout New Hampshire. I interact with New Hampshire parents daily whose children are having mental breakdowns because of the isolation from school closures. It is important to mention that there are some who are still thriving, but that is not the case for many of the children in our state. And fortunately, many of these cases do not rise to the level of desperation, but I'm here to talk about the ones that do. When children suffer emotionally, sometimes that results in depression, anger, and even worse, suicidal attempts. Healthcare professionals are the ones who have to deal with those situations, and oftentimes the first responder is the local emergency room. Once those children are admitted, there is a call to Hampstead Hospital, the only treatment facility in New Hampshire that admits adolescents. It would be nice to report to you that when this happens, children are admitted immediately and treated by a specialist in mental health. Unfortunately, that is not the case. If there is no space available, the child can sit in the hospital, your local hospital, for days and sometimes a week or longer. Can you imagine the cost to the state when day after day, these kids are sitting in the local hospital untreated by a mental health professional? HB 96 creates a new bureaucratic position within the Department of Education. This position does not in any way meet the psychological needs of children that require services right now. It does not alleviate the wait time that would offer some relief to the taxpayers, and it certainly does not offer relief to children sitting in limbo. So I share the concerns that everyone has expressed so far, but I believe that there are better ways to allocate these funds to address the much needed issues of treating the mental health of children who need that right now. So I ask you to vote to inexpedient to legislate and then look at ways to address the desperate need for accessibility to Hampstead Hospital. How can we work to meet the needs of children so that they do not end up in the ER? How can we provide immediate care and allocate funding to cover those costs? In the end, it would save the state money if children have immediate access to Hampstead Hospital instead of sitting in our local hospital waiting room or waiting for a room. Let's prioritize spending on mental health for children. Adding another bureaucratic position at the Department of Education may be a nice want, but there are too many needs right now to move this legislation forward. And I'll just add that speaking personally on a personal issue with a friend whose son did end up in the hospital for a suicide attempt just a short time ago. I believe there was 58 people in line waiting to get into Hampstead Hospital before he could be admitted. And after speaking with Hampstead Hospital, a representative there. I mean, that differs from day to day. But I just think that when I look at this position, and I know that the school counselors are doing their best, and I think, you know, we're hearing from some that are doing, you know, phenomenal work. I just see this as, I'm thinking these kids are sitting in the hospital sometimes for a week. I can't even imagine what the cost is. So anyway, I want to thank you for taking my testimony. I don't mean to be the only person who, you know, opposes something good, but I just think that we need to prioritize. And I think that this is something that the funds could be used in a better way. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne Marie. Are there any questions for Anne Marie Banfield? Not seeing any hands there. Representative Lay, do you have your hand up, or are you okay, or just holding your head up? Thank you very much, Anne Marie, and have a good afternoon. Representative Hobson, do we have anybody on that list? I see Maureen and Julia. However, do you have them still waiting there in the waiting room to speak?
I do not see them listed in the attendees, so I'm not sure. Not sure where they are.
Oh, okay. If they're not there, and if they're not, we're going to have to move on. So at this point in time, looking at HB 96, there were 156 signed up in support, 5 to oppose, and 1 neutral. The total number that had signed up to testify was 7. So we'll close down HB 96 and move on to HB 26.
Representative Ladd, I missed the numbers. I'm sorry.
Okay, Representative Cornell, I'll read them again for you.
Thank you.
Support was 156. Oppose was 5. Neutral was 1. And the total number that had signed up to testify was 7.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. So this hearing is now closed, and we will go into HB 278. This is relative to use of unused district facilities by charter public schools. 278.
Okay.
Okay, is Representative Hill waiting?
I am looking for him. Oh, there he is, way up at the top. Okay, welcome, Representative Hill.
Good morning, House Education Committee. Thank you for welcoming me back. For the record, I am Representative Greg Hill, still serving the town of Northfield and 1/3 of the city of Manchester. I'm sorry, of Franklin. Manchester wouldn't be happy about that, I don't think. I am here today to introduce House Bill 287, which has been called a right of first refusal for charter schools. To Representative Tanner, this too must seem like a Groundhog Day bill. It has been before us before. In fact, it passed both the House and the Senate before, and then the Senate did some of their interesting tricks by adding this popular bill to another bill in order to have the House approve both of them. And the House didn't take the bait and non-concurred, and so this was the victim. This is a bill. Actually, charter schools have had quite a long history. I'll give you a brief background. Originally, charter schools were not allowed to incur long-term debt to have their own facility. That was signed by Governor Lynch and changed. And then we went to Governor Sununu, who changed it further and allowed them to have long-term debt without having to go first through their 5-year certification program. And now this is a bill to increase the efficiency of taxpayer money. This is to allow charter schools to utilize some of that funding that they currently get to either purchase or lease unused school facilities directly from the school district, and to allow them to have a better suited building for them, and not have to rely on items like renting space in supermarket malls or anything like that. At some point here, we have only 33 of our 30 charter schools currently have their own building. That's my current belief. Most lease or rent space from other public school districts or for-profit landlords. An important point is that a significant amount of per pupil dollar goes to building expenses, and additional money is often used to make the property suitable for charter school students as a learning environment. Not only do they pay for the, if they go to a for-profit landlord, some of their money would actually be going towards real estate taxes, in fact. So our goal here is to provide charter schools and public school districts the ability to be married together and create a willing seller, willing buyer scenario. The only thing, there's two things that are different in this legislation versus what the House Education has seen in the past, and that's to address objectives or objections from our Democrat colleagues in the past. One, there is an amendment that I have had drafted. I think it's Amendment 0199 that should be in your box somewhere there. And that deals with page 2, line 11, I think, where it talks about 91A. I too thought the original drafting of this bill was a little confusing. This is dealing when two charter schools both are applying for the same property. What we were hoping to do was have the criteria that the school district would use to determine which charter school should have the right of first refusal. We wanted that criteria discussion to be public. We did not want the individual discussion of any of the details of the two applicants to be made public. So we don't need to talk about their bank statements or anything like that in public session. But in prior language, it mentioned 91A, and it said it was not subject to 91A. And to me, anytime information is public, that makes it subject to 91A. So I've had OLS scrub that section on 91A adherence. And so the sentence would end at public information. Then the second item that I had removed or changed in this legislation, we had originally asked individual school districts when they had property that was available for lease or for sale, we had asked them to, that they would have to contact each charter school by registered letter, notifying them that they had this property available. And our Democrat colleagues correctly pointed out that was an onerous task and perhaps violated 28A. I agree. So the only thing that we have changed here is to require the districts to contact the DOE once with that information, and the charter school coordinator would be the one that would contact each of the charter schools, making them aware of the availability of this property. And with that, I think I will just pretty much say that for the mail that I received from taxpayers who question why their child is on a charter school waiting list and can't find suitable property to handle more children. Meanwhile, their neighborhood school is empty and their tax money is going to maintain an empty building. They seem slightly confused. And so I think this would be a good step in the direction of being more efficient. And as a financial advisor, I'm always looking for financial efficiency. With that, I'll end my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Representative Hill. When you referenced Amendment 0199, was that forwarded to from Legislative Services to the folks upstairs in the LOB? That could, or has that been sent out to all committee members? Do you know?
I just received it while I was listening to your prior hearing, Chairman Ladd.
Okay.
I can't tell from this who it was sent to. It came from Ask OLS, and it looks like it was sent at 8:39 a.m. It is 2021-0199H.
Yeah.
But I can't tell beyond that. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. We were just trying to get a system set up where amendments would go out to committee members as well to expedite this whole process.
Sounds great.
So thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative Hill? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So thanks for bringing this forward, Representative Hill. So are you aware that several local school boards have already leased or sold school district property to charter schools?
I am aware of at least one. I think that's a great idea. I have no problem with the process working when it works that way. My understanding from others is that it doesn't always work that way.
So follow up on that?
Yes.
So you use the term, this would allow those sorts of transactions to take place. Is using that term somewhat misleading?
If you would like to change that and formulate it your own way, I'm happy to let you do that.
Well, what you really meant is require local school boards, not allow local school boards. Is that correct?
I am requiring districts to make sure that the property is listed. I'm not forcing charter schools and a public school to make the transaction happen. I'm merely requiring the district to list the property or show it as being available.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Thank you very much, Representative Hill. Representative
My
Hahn,
pleasure.
can we go to the top of the docket here and invite the others that are signed up to testify, please? I show.
I'm sorry, I had myself muted. I promoted Carl Ladd from the New Hampshire Administrators Association.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of House Ed. For the record, my name is Carl Ladd. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. Thank you for taking the time to take my testimony today. And Representative Shaw, just so that you know, I did forward my written testimony to the committee members. I am speaking today on behalf of the members of NHSAA to oppose 278 in its current form. We certainly appreciate Representative Hill's interest in securing facilities to house students and provide educational opportunities for them. We find the legislation to be troubling, however, in that it really erodes local control and can create an additional burden on local taxpayers for students who do not necessarily live in that community, and imposes state requirements where a local community should have the opportunity for self-determination. There already exists, as Representative Luno mentioned, opportunities in a pathway for a local school district to sponsor charter schools or to lease or sell property as they see fit. But there are many districts who are either planning or have accomplished repurposing school facilities for other community use. Sometimes they're used as community centers, senior centers. This proposal would seem to omit that as an option. Several other districts have sold their school district property to bring about taxpayer relief. So this would also seem to omit that possibility. All of the building purchases and subsequent maintenance were made with local taxpayer dollars, and approval should be the local community that determines the use of the property that they've been pouring their tax dollars into. We frequently hear that charter schools speak of a wide catchment area of students who they attract, yet when they're all gathered under one roof can create a tax impact on the community where they're located. Demands for goods and services from the local police, fire, or general services are impacted. Requiring communities to accept charter schools and their leases or purchases could impose an additional tax burden on local taxpayers. They should be allowed to have a voice in accepting that additional expense and not be told that they shall accept those schools. To force communities to accept lease or purchase proposals is simply wrong and not in a community's best interest. Local citizens should be allowed to make the determination of what happens with their buildings through existing pathways and the preservation of local control. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I know you're pressed for time. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ladd. Are there questions for the School Administrators Association? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Mr. Ladd, for being with us this morning. Is it possible that some school district property may be subject to covenants, particularly if maybe the land that the school was on was donated to the district by a family?
Thank you, Representative Luno. That's a great question because I know of several school districts that do have schools that are on land that is owned by a private family foundation. In fact, Stratford Public School in Stratford, New Hampshire is owned by the Baldwin family, and that property is under a covenant, and it is only to be used for public education purposes. Certainly an argument could be made that New Hampshire charter schools are public schools, but there may be other covenants that could determine usage.
Further questions? Thank you very much, Dr. Ladd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see on the list coming up here, we'll have Barrett Christina come up next.
Yep, he has been promoted. He should be in. Yep, there you are.
Great. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Again, for the record, Barrett Christina, Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to House Bill 278. First, we certainly echo the comments made by the School Administrators Association about, these were local buildings paid for by local taxpayers. It seems that the local voters should have a say in what happens with their facility. But policy aspect aside, the language of the bill is concerning because in a lot of places, I think it's too vague and doesn't make a lot of sense. First, when we're talking about unused facility in which 10% of the square footage of the building is is being used. I don't know how many buildings we have statewide in which less than 10% of the building is being used for direct student instruction. Maybe the Department of Education has some numbers on that, but I mean, if we're talking about less than 10% full, my experience is that that building has been shuttered long ago. Also direct student instruction, I don't know what that necessarily means in conjunction with the phrase unused facility. I mean, does that include a gymnasium, an auditorium, office space for administrators, custodial closets? The auditorium and the gymnasium at times may be used for some student instruction and at other times not used for student instruction. So I'm not sure how we're going to calculate the square footage requirement. Also, the second criteria says for which the school district has no school board approved written plan for future use. If that's going to be the linchpin, NHSBA can certainly advocate to our school boards if they have any of these facilities to develop a plan between now and July 1st of 2021. And also the date, this is on page 1 of the bill, line 10, this bill becomes effective July 1st, 2021. Many, if not all of our schools across the state have had a lot of unused school square footage this past year as kids have been either home or remote or a hybrid capacity. So I'm not sure if this bill were to pass and become effective, I'm not sure how we're going to get through calculating that 10% of unused square footage. And the last point that I'll make that I think is a little unclear on page 2, lines 22 through 24. During the term of a lease, a chartered public school shall be responsible for direct expenses. I don't know what that means related to the facility or any part of the facility leased, including utilities, insurance, maintenance, property taxes, and repairs. I guess my question is, what would happen if the school district has to take out a bond for repairs to the facility, whether or not that's a new roof or an HVAC system or perhaps a new wing or something significantly substantial? Is the charter school then responsible for part of those bond payments? I mean, I suppose you could put that in a contract or a lease or whatnot, but the way the language is written, all it says is direct expenses, and without clarifying exactly what that means, we think that's significantly vague and is only going to cause, further problems down the line. So with that, that concludes my testimony. Again, NHSBA is opposed to House Bill 278. The language is vague. I'm not sure how workable it really is, and I'm not sure how many schools actually have less than 10% of their square footage actually being used. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Barrett. Are there questions for the School Boards Association? Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Christina. I'm just going to pass on a question that just came to me from a former Manchester School Board member. And she just wanted us to ask, she points out the city of Manchester owns the schools in Manchester, but in the event of closure, the cities can sell the school properties or the schools and realize a profit. So her question is, why shouldn't charter schools have the first opportunity to purchase an existing school and keep the schools in the education business as opposed to something else?
Thank you for the question, Representative Moffett. I mean, I certainly can't speak to every facility issue that's occurred in the state the last number of years. The schools that I know that have closed down, and I understand this may not be pertinent to Manchester. I understand they're going through a review of looking at their spacing in their high schools and perhaps consolidation. I suppose, to the point earlier, nothing would stop the school district from approaching a charter school to see if they wanted to lease or perhaps purchase a facility. But mandating it is a completely different issue and a completely different question. So long as there can be that collaboration, ideally that would be wonderful. But again, back to the other issue, I'm thinking of one school in my area that closed about 10 years ago. It wasn't because the school was empty. It was because the fire chief said we're not allowing children in that building anymore. So, I think a lot of these get to do with the age of our facilities. I think I read a report the other day, the average age of a school facility in New Hampshire is like 60 or 70 years old. At some point, it just doesn't become safe anymore. And at some point, the repairs that would be needed to keep that school up to code and keep children safe, it doesn't become financially possible to do that. And I guess the bigger issue is, I understand that charter schools may from time to time have trouble finding space. Perhaps the answer is reimplementation of a building aid program in New Hampshire rather than mandating that local school districts sell their facilities to educate children from other communities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Barrett. Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
You're welcome. I'd like to invite Matt Southerton from the Charter School Association.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Matt Southerton. I'm president of the New Hampshire Alliance for Public Charter Schools. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization supporting public charter schools and charter school applicants. Let me see if I can share my screen here.
Oh, you need to be upgraded to.
No worries. I can summarize my testimony and send it to you later. Not a problem. I know you all are going to have a very busy day, so I won't take too much of your time. We truly believe that this is a common sense bill for New Hampshire. We believe that it would benefit both public schools, public charter schools, and school districts that maintain public facility space that's unoccupied or no longer in use. As you've heard before, if this bill is passed, it would give New Hampshire charter schools the right of first refusal in the event that a public school district elects. We're not forcing anyone if they elect to sell or lease unused schools district facility space. Public schools, they're unique entities, they're unique structures, and they're dear to all of us. Public schools were built using public funds with the intention of educating public school students. Their public school buildings are uniquely configured, making them most suited to function as public schools. We therefore believe that if an unused school facility is destined to be leased or sold, that it only makes sense that it should go first to a public school, such as a charter school or even another public school that is interested. Charter schools struggle to access facility space because, unlike your traditional public school, they do not receive financial assistance to purchase or build facility space. I think I'd like to take a moment to address some of the issues that I heard brought up. With regard to districts offering lease space, I'm only aware of 3 charter schools that were offered school district lease space. One of those being Seacoast Charter School, and that school was actually removed from their facility, and they had to find space of their own. I'm only aware of 3 charter schools in New Hampshire that own their own facility space, and none of those schools purchased the facility space from the district. So I'm not sure what other charter schools lease facility space from the districts. Oh, and I'm certainly not aware of any charter schools that purchase facility space from districts. In terms of what would happen should a charter school lease a facility and certain expenses come up, I imagine that it would be the same as what would happen with any other leasee. All of those expenses would be contained within the terms and conditions of a contract, as would be the same case with any other leasee. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Southerton. Any questions? I'm not seeing any hands up. Thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you.
More than welcome. Representative Hobson, do we have any other folks that are signed up or in the queue to testify?
Not that I know of. We should be all set.
Pardon me?
We should be all set.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So in conclusion, we had that I had submitted to me by that 8/28/25 period of time, supporting 20, opposing 25, neutral was 0. Those who testified, we had 4 signed up to do so. So in conclusion, this wraps up HB 278. We're closing this hearing and we're going to break for lunch. The next hearing starts at 12:45, HB 110 at that time. So that should give you approximately 50 minutes here for 55 minutes for lunch. Any questions? Well, have a good lunch. Raid the refrigerator. Jen, are you going to keep this thing up? No. Okay, good.
Yes, it'll continue running. All you need to do is mute your audio and video.
Thank you very much.
Hi, hi, Representative Vlad and Representative Hobson. I just wanted to let you know that I am trying to update the list for HB 20 right now. So look for that in your email.
Thank you.
So how many do you have on your list that are opposing it? Is 2,300?
It's more now.
I have a question. Are we gonna do Bill 110?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, we got to.
I'll be right back. Getting some tea.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Rick?
Yes, I can.
They're not letting me share anything here. I was trying to get my video going, but it's saying that I can't. It must be because it's still on lunch break or something. I
Jen,
don't
are
know.
you there?
I see you, Representative Shaw.
Can Representative Shaw, have those privileges so that she can talk with people?
Oh yeah, I can undo the share.
There, good.
Your video is working, Representative Shaw.
Okay, it's not necessary that he see me. I just wanted to talk to him. So, all of these people are saying they're going to testify. Yes, yes, yes. Well, if they've already sent in their testimony, I don't understand why they need to, because I recognize a lot of these names on here because I wrote down every single name last night that I had testimony of on my, so I don't know. It's going to be, well, whatever. I'll do my best.
To expedite this as much as we can, we're not going to have anybody repeating what has been said by somebody else. They can say they support what the other person has said, but there's no need to just repeat. We all will be here forever. And so it's also, we will be careful with the amount of time that we allow. There'll be some situations where we need to spend a little bit more time on, but we need to get away from all the storytelling, and we need to get down to addressing specifics within the bill.
Right.
I will mention that at the beginning of the hearing.
Yeah, we don't need somebody's life history.
Exactly.
Well, you don't need to hear another nurse's report for 15 minutes either.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I meant.
It's not just that any particular person, it's all the people that we're going to try to just state that stay to the content, the intent of this bill, respond to the bill and the language within the bill. And I think we will be able to move this thing along, and we don't need to go into the history of all the folks that are, testifying here. So that just absorbs time and really doesn't net us anything that's going to help us in deciding where to go with the bill.
Can we
just want the facts, ma'am?
The facts is what we want. Yes.
Can we limit can we require that they stay between 3 to 5 minutes?
I would prefer, as the chair has that discretion, we have some folks which will have, that'll be technical advice for us, which have specifics and new factual information. And those people may need a little bit more time. The prime sponsors usually need a little bit more time to get the thing initiated.
I figured that.
I blocked off 6 hours and so I'll stick around.
Colonel, you got it right.
I'll put a tie on, Rick. So I'm elevating our game here. Yes.
Yeah, I changed ties, seeing that, I had a little bit of dessert on the other one.
I put a blue tie on and there's nothing wrong with a blue tie.
Yeah.
Well, I managed not to spill anything on mine.
Okay, folks. Yeah, just the two colonels are speaking. Okay, Lieutenant Colonel and full bird colonel. All right, we're at 12:45. So it's 12:45. Folks, welcome back, committee members. We are now going to move forward with the continuance of today's hearing calendar, and we're going to be addressing HB 110. HB 110 is relative to the distribution of adequate education grants. The prime sponsor being Representative Stephen Smith. Representative Hobson, do you have Representative Smith available?
I do not see him on this list. Let me just quickly scan. If someone else knows something that I don't. Is there another sponsor here? Oh, Rep. Judy Aaron is here.
You have Judy Aaron, Al Baldessaro, Representative Love.
I have Judy Aaron here. Can I promote her?
If she's willing to, just what we need to do is we need to have somebody just to introduce the bill. We've done it many times in the committee before where we've had a person from the committee get up there. Now she is a.
Oh, I see him. Rep. Smith just came in. Okay.
Okay, good. So we'll have her introduce the bill.
I'm sorry. This is Stephen Smith. He just got here.
Okay, Representative Steve Smith will be introducing.
Okay, you just have to unmute Representative Smith. Okay.
How's that?
Good afternoon, Representative Smith. Are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies for being late. I was plowing and just about made it back in time. I am Representative Stephen Smith, Sullivan County District 11, Ackworth, Charlestown, Goshen, Langdon, Leominster, and Washington. This bill is a simple transparency bill, shouldn't cost anybody any money, and it resolves some transparency and trust issues. So when adequacy payments are sent to towns, they don't get sent to towns, they go to the school district. The school district takes account of the grants that they've received, and then the town gets a bill for the balance. You may be surprised to know that there are some municipalities that have a contentious relationship with the school districts, and this isn't helping. So it's an unnecessary situation. Here's a practical application, Mr. Chair. Let's say that you retained me to provide some services for you. And I go, okay, your bill, Representative Ladd's going to be $100,000. And then it comes time to pay the bill and I go, good news, I got some grants. So your bill's only going to be $80,000. You're happy. You may not request any documentation, but then the following year I go, yeah, you know, those grants didn't come in. As a matter of fact, they tacked on some fees and now you're going to have to pay me $110,000. Knowing you as I do, Mr. Chair, your head will explode and you're going to demand documentation from me, and rightfully so. So you have the municipality and a school district, which might not be getting along, and the municipality is dependent on the district to tell them what money came in, how much they owe. So it causes some problems. This bill will send the adequacy payments to the municipality. The municipality will receive a bill from the district for the full amount of whatever it is they're supposed to pay, and then they just write the check like they always do. But it'll be the full amount. and they will know exactly what their state aid is, and the town will be able to easily see it go up, down, as whatever we do this year, without having to rely on a third person. That's all I hope to accomplish with this bill, and I hope that it gets the committee's support. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Representative Smith. Are you willing to take questions?
Absolutely.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Smith, for bringing this one forward this afternoon. What you just said, the update. What is the town adjusting here? What do they have discretionary or discretion to adjust?
Oh, no, I think you misunderstood me. The town doesn't adjust anything. The district does.
Okay, so what is the district adjusting then? What's their discretion?
Right, so there's the adequacy payment that's in statute, and then as you know, sometimes we send them some money back, or there are some other grants. There was actually a fairly substantial one a couple of years ago, and the town only sees the net, not the process. So that's what the district does on a regular basis. Here where I live, we're subject to the stabilization grant reductions, which you would think would be a set amount every year, but that number bounces all over the place due to adjustments made by the state, and the town doesn't understand it. This way, they would just see, hey, my check's lower, and rather than fight with the district, ask me how come they got less money, and take that whole relationship thing out of it.
So follow up on that.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, the town, if I've got this right, the town collects the local education property tax and the state property tax. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the state property tax is for education.
Okay.
Correct. So all of that collected money on behalf of the school district, which is the political subdivision, is due to the school district, is it not?
Oh, sure.
So I guess I don't see what the mystery is here.
Well, you would think it would be that simple, but the districts report it to the towns in all different manners. Sometimes it's just a typed up statement sheet, and the town is not always aware of the adjustments that happened. If instead we sent the money to the town, they would be aware of it. It would be more transparent. DOE said that Department of Education, sorry, I've got an acronym-itis. They said that this is actually will save them a little overhead as well.
Okay, any other questions from the committee to Representative Smith? Not seeing any, we will move on to the next person who has to testify.
Representative Tanner, Representative Ladd, Representative Tanner is waving.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Smith, for taking my question. I guess I'm a little confused too, because I serve on both the budget committees for the town and the school district in Sunapee. And I don't understand how it seems like what you're saying is the school district somehow alters the money that they spend or need, and the town has no indication of why or how that happens. And so we should give all the money to the town so that they can figure out where the school is spending it. Is that what you're saying? I'm really confused by it too.
Nope. I'm saying that we, the legislature, change the amount of money that is sent out.
Right.
So the stabilization grants are on a steady progression of decrease. The impact to Charlestown is $100,000 a year. I can tell you that it has never been $100,000 a year. It's usually a little less, and nobody ever knows why. And they take their word for it. So no, the district isn't like making up numbers. That is absolutely not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we make up numbers based on the legislation that we pass, and that isn't a bad thing. We are trying to help in most cases. Now, if we're successful and there have been reductions in the reduction, if you follow that all along, if we're ever in a position where we can't do that, all of a sudden the bill will go up and the municipality will probably think the district did it, or they'll call you or they'll call me. And by the time they dial that phone, they're angry. I don't know if you know about the Charlestown withdrawal process that just happened. Neighbor turning on neighbor. The biggest issue was lack of transparency, because when they said, well, how much did the state send? The answer is ask Jim Fenn, the chief financial officer for the district. That's not helpful, because some of these folks view them as the enemy, and they shouldn't. He's an accountant. So I'm trying to get away from all that. If the town's mad, it's because they'll literally see the check go down.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I taught at Kearsarge, which is also a district, has 7 towns in it. And I remember when I was teaching that there were a couple of instances where some of the towns delayed the payment that they were supposed to give to the school district. Is this kind of what's happening, that there's a delay of payment from the towns to the school district of money that's actually theirs, because they think the school district is withholding some of the money?
I know that has happened. Hope that this bill alleviates that, because I know in our case, it was based on a misunderstanding of what the district had received, and the town does still have money that they pay the district. They can withhold that check right now, and the process is it goes to court, and then the town pays the money. It would be nice if that never happened anymore. And if we can make this process more transparent and decrease the misunderstanding, my sincere hope is that it doesn't get to that, that instead the towns are dialing our phones and yelling at us.
One more follow-up,
Well,
please.
we do have several other folks. Perhaps Representative Tanner, if you have a follow-up to that, you might be asking one of the other persons that's coming up on deck here. I'd like to move ahead if there's no more questions from other reps to Representative Smith. I'd like to call next Carl Ladd, Dr. Ladd from the School Administrators Association.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, or good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I didn't get a chance to have lunch because I was shoveling my driveway, but great to see everyone. Thank you very much. I understand the concerns that the representative brings forward, but I think there are a few concerns here with this particular bill. Cooperative school districts have, especially with multi-communities within their cooperative school district. For example, Conval has upwards of a dozen, and many others have multiple towns in which they deal. They would have to try to get payments from each one of these towns individually and send out a payment rather than get one check from the state to their cooperative school district. That could seriously impact their ability to have a decent cash flow in order to pay bills. You know, a lot of the small districts, they have very limited town offices. They may be in once or twice a month in order to process payments or to collect checks. This could really impact the time frame for districts to get their funds. I'm not sure that this bill solves the problem that the sponsor is looking to solve. It sounds as though it's a communication issue between a particular school district and a particular community. I just think it adds an additional bureaucratic layer that really isn't necessary. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I know you've got bigger fish to fry this afternoon, so I will stop there and certainly be open to any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ladd. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ladd. So my question that I was going to follow up on the last one, I'll follow up with you. So at Kearsarge, like I explained, with our 7 towns, some of them quite small, one town decided they weren't going to give us payment. On several different occasions, this happened. And as Representative Smith had said, then they go to court and it delays payment and there's a whole lot of problems with the school keep functioning. Do you think that this bill would make that situation even worse because all the money now is going to go to the town? So if one town just decided to, yank the chain of the public school, they could withhold the funds and all the funds that come to them, and then the school would have to go to court to get the funds.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's certainly a possibility, and it is certainly something that could happen. Hopefully it wouldn't. But it's, just in my community here in Groveton, when I was superintendent, the town really had to struggle at times, especially when the mill closed, in order to send those payments. But they did do it. The school district is its own political sub-entity, and it does have the force of law behind it, and payments have to be made. And I think that I think that this just adds another layer of bureaucracy that's not necessary.
Thank you very much. Again, Dr. Ladd and Representative Tanner. Further questions? Thank you. We'll go on to thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go on to the next person that's testifying. It'll be Barrett Christina from the School Boards Association.
Thank you again, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Again, Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We're opposed to House Bill 110. My initial opposition was because I wasn't quite sure what the purpose was. So I thank Representative Smith for at least sharing why this bill was brought forth. Two concerns that NHSBA has, most of them have already been addressed. If there's an issue between a school district and a town relative to allegations of transparency, that's a local issue, and there needs to be communication between the school district and the town and the taxpayers. And second, the original point I was going to make, Representative Tanner, you brought it up about towns delaying payments under RSA 198:5. Those are your local payments, the money raised through local taxes to support the school district, not your statewide education property tax. But in any given year, NHSBA gets phone calls from 2, 3, sometimes 4 or 5 school districts saying the town is refusing to hand over the money. The town is handing to refuse over the money, despite the language being, shall and being a directive. So the school district has to get on the horn with their attorney. The attorney has to write a strongly worded letter. They send it over to the town, and then eventually the payment gets made. But at times it's a lot of rigmarole. It's a lot of unnecessary hassle for the school district to have to go sort of chase down this money that is legally and rightfully theirs per the statute. And we would have concerns that that could certainly be maybe amplified if this bill were to go through. So those are my comments. Happy to answer any questions. But again, we're in opposition to House Bill 110.
Thank you very much, Barrett. Are there any questions of the School Boards Association? Yes, Representative Likas. Are you unmuted?
I am now. It took me a bit to get back on. I would have liked to have asked this previously, but my question is, since we are looking for transparency and we have this dislike, whatever, between the school board, the school and the municipality, I'm wondering if, rather than sending the money to the municipality, if we just send a notification of how much money, then there wouldn't be this, well, why is it this or whatever. They would get that report.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yeah, I mean, certainly forwarding some notice from either Department of Revenue Administration or the Department of Education to the town or the municipality, that wouldn't hurt. They're public records anyway. You know, obviously, if the DOE is sending something like that to the local school district, I mean, that's going to be a public record. And just to the transparency piece, I want to be careful with that word. You know, school boards are accountable for every dime that they raise and that they spend. I understand there may be questions or concerns, and sometimes, you know, members of the community might not understand how the taxes work or where the money goes and flows in. That's not so much a transparency issue, so as much as maybe just a misunderstanding as to how the system works, because let's face it, it's complex. It's not that easy. So I guess that would be my answer to that, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrett. I have Caitlin Davis of the Department of Education hanging loose in case we have some questions. I do have a question for Caitlin. So thank you very much, Barrett. I'd like to ask Representative Hobson if she can get Caitlin hooked up.
Done. Oh, she's in. Yep, all set. I hope.
Good afternoon, Caitlin. Wherever you be, I don't see your face there.
I don't see it either. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, something happened. Okay. Caitlin,
I see your name there.
okay.
Caitlin, can you hear us?
I can. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, that's fine. Great.
All right.
My question to you, Caitlin, is that currently you send quarterly payments out to school districts in forms of 20%, 20%, 30%, 30%. Does that, how soon after that is released, does the school district or the district have possession of that dollar? Could you please explain that? And also, there have been some questions regarding, is it more effective to send the money via the municipality and then to the districts?
So as far as your first question, how quickly do the school districts have the money in their possession? Assuming a school district has signed up for ACH payments from the Treasury Department, they have the money in their bank account that day. The Treasury just processes the payment. What our process is we send the information to Treasury about 2 weeks early. They process the payment and have the ACH remitted on the day that is in law that the payment is due. School districts that have elected to get a paper check obviously have a little bit of a delay. There's maybe about 10 of those across the state because they have to deal with the traditional US mail system. But they have the payment on the days that are due, which are September 1st, November 1st, January 1st, and April 1st. Those are the days that are in law that the payment is required. As far as administration, from the department's perspective, paying the school district or paying a municipality, there is no difference because it's just a field in the way that we pull the data. As far as effectiveness or efficiency, the department doesn't have any opinion on that.
Thank you very much. While we have Ms. Davis on the horn here or on the screen, are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Luno? You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should know better than that.
Yeah.
And thank you, Ms. Davis, for joining us this afternoon. Are there any instances where the state treasury is remitting the portion of the adequacy grant due to a school district, remitting that directly to the member towns instead?
We pay that money to a school district. So a school district could, in theory, elect that a fiscal agent for the school district be a town, but we wouldn't have that information at the Department of Education.
Okay. And yeah, follow up. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And how? So going back to what we look at, money that goes to operate schools comes from the state property tax collected by the municipalities,
Yes.
the local education property tax collected by the municipalities,
Yes.
any remaining education grant dollars coming from the state,
Mm-hmm.
and federal dollars, and do those flow through? How do those flow to the district?
So adequacy goes to the district, which this bill obviously would change. The local tax dollars go through the local municipalities, as we've discussed. Federal grants, federal grants for the most part go directly to the school district because the recipient of the federal grant per the federal law is in fact the school district, not a municipality. So some federal grants could certainly be changed, but the majority of our large federal grants that we receive and process on a regular basis, like IDEA, Title I, all of the new ESSER money, specifically says in the federal law that it should be allocated to a school district, and that's why the funding goes directly to a school district.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis.
Thank you very much. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Ladd. And thank you, Ms. Davis. Just to make sure that I heard it right, that the federal funds actually go to the DOE and that the DOE then distributes those federal funds directly to the school districts. Is that what I understood?
Technically speaking, the Treasury is actually the person that cuts the check. The Department of Education doesn't have any check cutting authority. So similar to adequacy, but the Treasury is processing the payments as directed by the Department of Education. So we are directing that the Treasury process the payments to a school district for the purposes of adequacy and for federal grants.
May I have a follow-up on that?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So when you say process it, that means that you kind of take in the money and then decide based on the criteria of the local school district, how that's going to go to the Treasury and then to the local school district?
Yes, so for example, for the process of adequacy, so the funding formula is in law, so we collect the data and processes as needed. So we determine how much adequacy that we are going to pay for each school district. And then school districts and all vendors in the state of New Hampshire, whether it's a municipality, a school district, a private contractor, work with the Treasury Department, and they have vendor codes. And the vendor codes that the Department of Education codes any bills to are in fact who the Treasury will disperse the money to. So in order to accommodate this change as proposed in this bill, the Department of Education would just change the vendor codes for the payments for this process.
Thank you.
I have one follow-up question for you, Caitlin, before you disappear. This bill speaks specifically to adequacy grant distribution.
Yes.
So it would not be controlling how federal grant money is distributed. That would be done in accordance with federal law, working through the Department of Education. So the grants would be coming down whenever that money arrives, ESSER money, for example. So the other question is, when we're talking adequacy education grant, are we talking about the fiscal capacity disparity aid as well, which is a separate grant above and beyond adequacy?
It is the department's understanding that this would be everything that would be coming through the grant. So this would mean stabilization, this would mean fiscal capacity, this would mean the cost of an adequate education. Everything through the RSA 198, 38 through 42 would be the distribution that we would be talking about. And I do want to clarify, just based on your statement previously, our understanding is that this bill would not affect any federal funding, and it would not affect other state aid as well. So catastrophic aid and building aid, for example, career and tech education funding, large state aid funds, those would be distributed as they are normally distributed. This would only change the distribution of adequate education grants.
Thank you for the clarification. Are there any other questions of the department? Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. I've got 3 people that have asked to speak on this, or four people. Do we have another person? Yes, it looks like the superintendent, I believe, or Kearsarge Regional School District.
Yep, I just promoted her to
Okay.
panelist. Winifred
That's
Fennenberg.
Winfried Fenneberg.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much for taking my testimony. I will not take your time because I know you have a big hearing this afternoon. The points that I wanted to make were made by others before me. I think as a superintendent, I just did the numbers quickly after talking with my business administrator. And essentially where we currently have 4 transactions 4 times during the fiscal year, we get the payments from the Department of Education. That would be replaced by really 56 transactions. They go to 7 towns in our districts, and then 7 towns have to process the checks and bring them to us. Might not seem as much effort in the electronic age, but I think what Barry Christina was saying, I share that concern as well, that even if there's just a delay of a month or a few weeks, or to process the check that comes from the towns to the school, it requires our business administrator to devote time and attention to that. I do not see any improvement over the current practice, and I would ask to oppose the bill and not put that forward. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the input you've taken.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions, Winfred? I don't see any, Superintendent. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have anybody else on the attendees list? Representative Hobson or Jen?
Actually, we did have someone raise their hand from the attendees. It looks like Timothy Theberge. Would you like to take that? Oh gosh, 4 just popped up. Would you like, do we have time to take those?
Yes, we do have a huge bill coming up, so I would ask that you bring them up, but let's cut it off where it is right now.
Okay.
So I see 5 there.
Actually, we have 5, yes.
Let's start at the top.
Okay, I'm just gonna allow them to talk. I'm not gonna promote them to panelist.
And I would also ask that they please don't repeat something that's already been stated either by the school administrators, School Boards Association, Winifred, any other person that's given testimony today.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Theberge, or?
I guess based on that, I have nothing to add other than it's creating another layer of inefficiency to a system where it's not needed and there's no advantage to the districts, to the towns, or to the students.
Mr. Theberge, could you please are you speaking for yourself? Are you a superintendent of schools or from a particular community?
I live in Hancock. I'm speaking for myself as I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of the board, but I am also a member of the Conval School District School Board.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Paul O'Neill.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize, I wasn't able to attend earlier, and if it's starting to sound like I'm repeating points others have made, give me some sort of a signal if you would. But my name is Paul O'Neill. I represent myself as a resident of Stratham, New Hampshire, 32 years. I oppose House Bill 20 in all efforts to direct taxpayer funds intended for public education to private educational institutions.
Mr. O'Neill, this is not Bill HB 20.
I am sorry.
That's
I
okay.
started at 1:15 or so.
Yep, we're trying to get there.
Oh, do you have an estimate of when that might happen?
Yeah,
Well, as soon as we're done, these 2 folks right here will be into it.
Oh, got it. So I'll stand by.
Okay. All right, Carolyn Marisik. Sorry if I butchered your name. Can she speak? Okay, Carolyn, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought this was HB 20 as well.
Okay.
Should we just log out and then log back in?
Nope, you can stay right there.
We do have a list of people already set up for HB 20, so it could be some time.
Yeah. Okay, and Shoshana Kelly, I'm not sure, I don't know, understand how, yeah, I think Shoshana Kelly, go ahead.
I'm also here for HB 20.
Okay, all right, I guess we are done.
Okay, so we have no further folks to testify on HB 110, so I'll call this hearing, or close this hearing. In summary, the sheet which I have, remember this was 8:20 this morning, supporting this bill, there were 6, opposing this bill, 29, neutral. We had support from the department. That was a neutral presentation. So that's it for 110. So we'll close this hearing and we're going to open up HB 20.
Representative Ladd?
Yes.
I just wanted to bring to your attention that we received an email that a fiscal note has been received or sent to the House Education Committee for HB.
HB 20?
Yep, for the bill coming up. I just wanted to let you know that it's it arrived in our inbox.
All right. Okay. So I'm sure we can be looking at that as we go through this. Is it in the inbox of all committee members?
That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, with that, we are going to open up the hearing for HB 20. HB 20 is a bill that looks at education freedom accounts. And with that, I'd like to invite Representative Sherm Packard, Speaker of the House.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Speaker.
Are you unmuted? Okay, great, he is.
All set, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we're ready, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, and I hope the rest of your day is going pretty good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'd like to introduce House Bill 20, which is the Education Savings Account. As most of you know, this was former Speaker Representative Hinch's bill, and with the untimely passing of our former speaker, I took over as the prime sponsor of the bill. I'm not going to get into a lot of the detail, Mr. Chairman. I will leave that up to somebody that's far more educated on the nuances of this bill than I am at this point. All I can say is that it's time for New Hampshire families that have paid into the public education system, and under this horrible disease that we're under, COVID-19, I firmly believe this is a good solution for the families of New Hampshire to help them in the best way to educate their children. Education freedom accounts ensure and support a high quality, flexibility, and unique publicly funded education for all New Hampshire students. And I think that anybody in this state that wants to make sure that our kids have the best education possible should, and I hope, will support this bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll let you move on, and I'm sure there's experts that are far more knowledgeable on this than I am. I just want to let everybody know that we are 100% behind this bill, and I hope that we can get this thing passed as soon as possible, send it over to Senate and then to the governor. With that, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I just wanted to thank you very much, Representative Packard, Speaker of the House. We appreciate all your work and time and effort you're doing to try and help the entire state. What we'll do is that to go through the specifics in this bill, the contents and the intent of that bill, we'll hand the baton off from the speaker to Representative Cordelli to walk through this bill page by page so folks can understand a little bit more about the bill. Are there any questions of the speaker? Not seeing any? Oh, yes, there's one question from Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. Just a statement you made. You said just right now that this guarantees high quality education for all New Hampshire students. I want to know how you measure that.
Well, Representative, I feel that the more avenues that our children have, the better education they're going to get.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think that at this point, I'll decline it.
Okay, so the speaker has declined further questioning. I think the questions that are being asked can very much be asked of Representative Cordelli, which is going to explain the bill at this point in time. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Glenn Cordelli, and I represent Tufton Borough, Moulton Borough, and Sandwich in the beautiful Lakes region. HB 20, as the speaker mentioned, is the Richard Dick Hinch Education Freedom Accounts bill, and is named after our late former speaker. He championed this legislation. He wanted all New Hampshire children to have the opportunity for the best possible education. And that's what this bill is about, the kids. Today, you will hear from lobbyists, from people who have studied the subject, and from parents. You'll hear facts, misinformation, and emotion. Those watching can come to their own decisions. But the 20 of us on the committee will have to come to our own decision, and then we'll have to vote on this legislation. And I'll start by going through the bill. I hope maybe the committee members have it in front of them, and hopefully it will be somewhat clear to everyone else watching. HB 20 starts with the definitions, and probably the most important one to touch on is the eligible student. And any child who is a resident of this state who is eligible to enroll in a public school qualifies for an education freedom account. And that includes, but is not limited to, students who are in a school now that is in either remote or hybrid learning mode. We've heard stories about the impact of remote learning on many of our students, and we'll hear more from parents, I'm sure. Also included in this subset are children who are in a school with an assessment proficiency below 40%, siblings of children who have education freedom accounts. And just note that students in the special school district of the Department of Corrections are not eligible for these accounts. Going on to the discussion of the program itself, as was briefly discussed in the last bill, the treasurer is the person who will transfer money from the Treasury based on the adequate education grant amount and any differentiated aid for which the child would normally be eligible and would be currently going to the public school district. There's a reference there to an RSA, which basically indicates that the payments are made on a quarterly basis. Excuse me. Parents of the student agree to a number of different things, and they include I'll first touch on the expenses, the qualifying expenses that the parents agree to adhere to. And those include tuition and fees at a private school, tuition or fees at a non-public learning program, tutoring services, textbooks, curriculum, instructional material, could be computer hardware or internet connectivity, which is so important these days, education software, fees for a national assessment, tuition or fees at career technical school, educational services, therapies, which could be occupational therapy, physical therapy, even equine therapy. Also, fees for transportation, if transportation is necessary for the student. Parents are allowed to make payments for any of these expenses that are not covered by the EFA. The EFA, the Education Freedom Account, remains in effect until the parent withdraws from the program, until the student graduates from high school, or the EFA is closed because of any misuse of funds. Next, I wanted to touch on the application process. The parent would apply to the scholarship organization to open an account. And the scholarship approves the application if the parent agrees to provide the education for the student in the core knowledge domains of math, science, government history, etc. The parent agrees to use the funds just for those qualifying expenses that we just used. Going down on page 4, the EFA student may choose to stop receiving an EFA funding and enroll full-time in a public school. Just underneath that, you'll see that enrolling as a full-time student in a resident district public school requires suspension of the account. And there was a little wording left out in that section, and that the intent is that the student may enroll in an out-of-district public school and use their EFA funds to do that, but cannot enroll in their resident school district using those EFA funds. As we mentioned before, the scholarship organization will manage the student accounts, and they have a number of responsibilities that are outlined in the bill as well. And that's including an updated list of eligible education service providers, providing parents with information on what the allowable uses of their account is or are. The scholarship organization shall ensure also that parents of students with disabilities receive notice about the program and what the laws are related to, for instance, parental placement in a private school. There are federal regulations involved in a child leaving the public school, and those we can talk about along the way, and there'll be others testifying about that as well. The scholarship organization, in conjunction with the department, determines what the qualification of the student are for any differentiated aid. For the services, the scholarship organization will receive a maximum of 10% for the administration of the program. The scholarship organization from those funds will implement an electronic system to provide for use of the funds. And we'll be hearing more about that later in the testimony as well. The scholarship organization is also required to do an annual audit. And if the scholarship organization finds any intentional and substantial misuse of funds, they have the authority to make the parent or student ineligible, as well as it's mandated that if they do find that misuse, they report that to the department and also to the Attorney General's office. The scholarship organization shall also, if they find that a service provider has failed to live up to the promises of the services that are to be provided, they may bar that service provider from the program. Going on, the scholarship organization and any contractors all would agree to provide, excuse me, to comply with, that's the word I was trying to think of, thank you, comply with the state and federal laws regarding student privacy. The scholarship organization has the responsibility also to provide an annual report to the legislature, and the legislation outlines a number of the items that are to be included in the report, and that one of them I wanted to mention is a survey of eligible parents who are controlling those accounts for their children. And we have seen information from our own tax scholarship program and from ESA programs around the country about that parental satisfaction information. Unfortunately, we don't see that for other schools in New Hampshire. Also established in this legislation is a parental advisory commission that will discuss and go over improvements to the program, and there will be members of the legislature as well as parents included in that. However, legislative members are not to be voting members of that commission. There are requirements for anyone who signs up to provide services to children with EFA accounts. They are detailed in the bill. However, it is specified that they will remain independent of any requirement that they adhere to other government regulations. There is the one other thing I wanted to mention, a legislative oversight committee that is established. So there is legislative review on an ongoing basis to monitor the program and recommend any changes to the program that are needed. And I just wanted to, that's pretty much the bill. But since I won't be able to question other participants, I just want to mention two things independently. We've had a number of emails talking about increases in local taxes because of this bill. But I'll point out that it's projected that over the next 10 years, enrollment is going to decline by over 20,000 students, this bill aside. So schools are going to have to learn to adjust. Will tax increases be made based on the normal enrollment decline? It seems though with bills like this, suddenly all costs are fixed when there is a decline due to a choice bill. And secondly, we've heard the argument that private schools discriminate while public schools have to accept all students. But it's not true. It's not true. Kids in Manchester cannot go to school in Bedford. There's zip code discrimination. Many families can't afford to live in Moulton Borough, for instance. There's wealth discrimination. We have an open enrollment school statute that says specifically, it's 194D, schools may select pupils on the basis of aptitude or academic achievement. And finally, I've been working with a mother who's not even in my district, who has a special needs child who was bullied severely in her school because of her disability, called names. After repeated attempts to resolve the problem, the school board, under the best interest manifest education hardship, said, go ahead, find another public school to attend. She was denied access to 2 local public school systems, denied access. And her child, struggling with remote learning where she is and afraid to go back to her resident public school because of the bullying, has started to cut herself and has talked about suicide. So the fact that public schools accept all children, it's not true. It's not true. And I think the testimony that we'll have from parents will be very telling this afternoon. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Are there any questions? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Representative Cordelli, for taking my questions. Let's be real clear here. The intent of this hearing is to get clarification of this particular bill. It is not the intent of the hearing to debate the bill at this point in time. That will come forward when we deal with it in executive session. So I want to just be clear on that as we go forward. This bill will probably be one of the most significant bills that this committee will look at this year. So, Mr. Chairman, I've got numerous questions here, but I want to just focus on 3 questions at this point in time. Representative Cordelli, this bill basically takes taxpayer dollars and provides for vouchers for parents. It's unlike the deferred business tax program that we have in another program where kids can get scholarships from that. That's not taxpayer money. This is taxpayer money. So would you concur that as I look at this bill, I checked with ECS, which is the Education Commission of the state, which is a nonpartisan group that basically tracks education policies. And I found that there are about 12 states that have voucher programs. But each of these states has a qualifier. Might be the student might have to have an IEP, maybe a disability, maybe from an impoverished community, may have a problem and struggling with their school, but there's a qualifier. Very similar to the qualifiers that were in Senate Bill 193. Now, if I understand this right, Representative Cordelli, this bill has no qualifier whatsoever. And as a result of that, this would be the first universal voucher program. If adopted, this would be the first universal voucher program without any qualifications in the country. Would you agree with that?
Thank you for the question. And a couple of points. First of all, this is an education savings account bill. There are no vouchers provided for in this bill. So I think you have to compare it to the 5 states with education savings accounts bills. We're not talking vouchers here, even though that's a term that opponents like to throw around. There are 5 states with education savings account bill, as I mentioned, and it would be the broadest of any of those. There approximately 15 other states currently that have legislation related to providing funding to follow the child rather than go directly to the school system. I have not looked at all of those, and I do not know what the qualifications are in those current pieces of legislation.
Thank you. Well, you can call it whatever you want to, but for me, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And I'm going to continue to call it a voucher. The second question is this, and this is a very serious question. Oh, actually, all my questions are serious, but this bill doesn't have any anti-discrimination language in it whatsoever. So if, for example, I had a child, if I wanted to send my child to, let's say, a Christian school, but my child was gay or transgender, it's my understanding that my child with that kind of designation would not be able to attend a Christian school if, in fact, they had policies around gender identity. Is that correct?
Excuse me. First of all, there are federal anti-discrimination laws that apply to private schools as well as public schools. So there are discrimination laws that do apply. In terms of, I know I've talked to Catholic school headmasters, and I think we'll hear from some today about that. But I believe that they all try to take children of all races, creeds. I do not know of any instances for discrimination about gay students, and perhaps you do, but I do not.
Yeah. Well, currently there is a history of transgender and gay students being denied from particular schools. So the next question I have, and this will be the final one, then I'll let others ask questions. Is it correct that once the treasurer has deposited the state funds into the student account, and then those funds are allocated to the education institution of choice, that the state has no further obligation to ensure that the student is receiving an adequate education according to the state laws and standards that we have? And there's no obligation for the student to take any statewide assessment test that other students take in public schools that basically track student performance. Is that correct?
Once the money is deposited in the account, it does not have to be spent at any particular school. It can be used as a vehicle to customize the education of a child. There is no requirement to take a state assessment in this bill. It has better means of assessment, and that's parental accountability. A parent can take their dollars with them if their child is not getting the proper education. I think that's a better means of accountability than we have in the public schools, where, for the most part, parents are unable to leave if their child is not getting satisfactory education. If the school, Can I continue? Could I finish?
Sure.
Thank you. If in a public school, if the school is not performing, the only accountability is that they get more money. So I think that there is a large myth around the subject of accountability.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I thought you had concluded.
That's okay.
So the answer to my question is yes, that although the state is responsible to provide an adequate education for students in the state, an individual who chooses to do this, the state then has no further obligation nor tracking of where that student is. That the answer to that question is yes, then, correct?
The scholarship.
Just a yes or no question.
I don't think it's a yes or no question. The scholarship organization tracks that student, tracks the expenses of that student, and reports back to the state on an annual basis. But the accountability is with the parents, as it should be for a child's education.
I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Further questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Cordelli, thank you for taking my questions. I have a couple
Sure.
of them that you spurred by listening to you talk. I have a hard time following on my computer, and the committee hasn't provided any hard copies, which I sent to you and your chairman 3 times now. But beyond that,
If I could answer that, we did get an email. Well, I'm not sure about an email, but I know I've had conversations. They have had delays with the printing of the bills, but they are trying as best they can to get bills out to everybody.
well, that's irrelevant to this.
Everybody, let's try to stick to the bill and
That's what I'm trying to do, Mr. Chairman.
thank you.
So, Representative Cordelli, in your dialogue a few minutes ago, you mentioned that some of the funding could be used for therapies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if I can follow that up with this, so do the therapies have to be predicated earlier on by having an IEP or some other program in the public school that said that they need therapies?
The bills specifies therapies, including occupational, physical therapy, therapies like that.
I understand. That was my question. My question was, do I have to have had any prior recommendation for therapies out of an IEP or anything?
No.
So if I am a parent and I have a hyperactive child, for say, and I believe that they could use meditation therapy or yoga therapy or swimming therapy. I think you said equine when I heard it. So I could enroll my child in any of these programs to help them with their hyperactivity if I thought that might work on taxpayers from this account.
I think if a school, excuse me, has a child who has suffered from hyperactivity or things like that, they might try various remedies themselves. I think in this case, the parent can look at remedies also.
So the answer to my question is, if a parent thinks the child is hyperactive and they're involved in this program, then they can have them do any program they feel is adequate.
I don't know if I'd agree about any program, but certainly from the allowable expenses, yes. And there will be ongoing monitoring of those allowable expenses and report by expense.
Well, okay. If I may, just to follow up, so I don't waste everybody else's time. Just a question, you indicated, I want to make sure I'm clear this. You said that under these funding, a student could be in a public school and exit the public school, receive these funds, and then re-enroll in a different public school using that fund if they chose to. Is that correct? I understand what you said.
Not re-enroll, but they could enroll in an out-of-district public school.
Okay. Okay, that's what I meant. So my question goes back to actually some of your bullying pieces there. Does the other public school that's out of district, are they required to take that youngster?
Excuse me. I think within reason and within space limitations, they should be taking that child. If someone moves into your district now, there is no provision for not enrolling them in the school. So within space limitations, I think they should be enrolled.
If I may, just for, so Mr. Reverend Cordelli, so your answer is no, because there's no, you're saying they should, they may, they possibly. The reality is there's no requirement for them to go to another school district and be accepted there. There's nothing in the bill that says that. Is that correct? Even though you just said that they could.
There are several locations in the bill where we have to have clarifying language about enrolling in an out-of-district public school.
Okay, so the answer is no. Okay, so my final question, the final question at this point, if I may.
Representative, how many questions are you going to have? Because
I said 3, Mr. Chairman.
well,
I
from
said
now
3.
on, we're going to keep everything to 2, okay? A follow-up and that's it, so that we can share the wealth.
Okay, well, this is a pretty important bill, Mr. Chairman. Brother Cordelli, just for my own learned edification, I'm reading about the scholarship organization that is going to be overseeing the distribution and the accountability of the distribution, not necessarily the accountability of the academic success, but the accountability of the distribution of the funds as they align with the requirements of the bill. So, and I think I read that, or that it was they have up to, and I don't know what the minimum is, but up to a 10% cutback on that for the administrative cost to do that. So is that, am I right so far?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is then, if this bill goes through, and this is gonna be huge money. So is it going to be an open opportunity for other vendors to petition to get a chance at this grant to oversee this funding piece within the state? Are other private wealth management people meets the requirements, or is this just a closed shop?
Scholarship organizations are validated by the Department of Revenue under current statute.
I understand that I'm saying, but since it's a new organization, does it? I guess the question is,
there's no restriction in this bill on the number of scholarship organizations or anything like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield after my 3 questions here. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Representative
Seeing none.
No. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions. My first question to you, and thank you, Representative Cordelli, for taking these questions.
Sure.
Does this bill include students who are currently being homeschooled?
Yes.
And under this bill, could a homeschool parent apply for the voucher, receive the voucher, homeschool the child, and then decide that things aren't working well, send them to the sending district, but that money that's in the voucher, the voucher fund, never gets replaced to the school? Is that correct? It gets held with the parent, the account suspended, but if the parent wants to use that future time, they can with this same child. Is that true?
With the education savings account, a homeschooler would be eligible for funds. We'll probably have discussion about it a little later, but it's really a new category. They're the EFA student, and they are eligible to use those funds how they wish, which would include enrolling in a public school, but use those funds for the tuition at that public school, and that would be monitored by the department.
Just to clarify, I asked if that homeschooler went to their sending district and it didn't actually go to another district, but the parent, let's say in Newport, decided that they couldn't handle the homeschooling and even after they received this voucher, and then decided to send the child to the Newport school system, which has already lost the money that was given through the voucher. But that money never comes back to Newport schools. It remains in the account so that the parent, if they choose to take them back out of Newport school for some reason and homeschool them again, they can use that money that's in that account. Is that true?
If the student was homeschooling in the Newport area, the district wouldn't lose any money for that student because they wouldn't be receiving any money for that student since they're homeschooled. They're not enrolled in that school.
But would they, I'm sorry, but would they receive, if the student then enrolled for a short period of time, let's say 4 months because the homeschooling wasn't working out, then that account would still be in the parent's purview, and could be used, let's say, for summer school when that school year was over?
I believe so, if I understand your question correctly.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Cordelli, for taking my questions. I am looking at the section of the bill towards the end that is entitled Independence of Education Service Providers.
Mm-hmm.
And there are two statements in that section that I want to get some clarification on. One is section 2 that says education service providers shall be given maximum freedom to provide for the educational needs of EFA students without governmental control. And I'm wondering if you could define for me what you mean, or what the bill means, not that you're the author of the bill, but what the bill means by governmental control.
I think the intent there is not to over-regulate education service providers, whether that is a tutor or a private education institution.
So when you talk about, so just for clarity's sake, governmental control meaning state laws,
State control,
laws,
right.
that kind of thing.
Well, if there are federal laws related to, or state laws related to the service that they're providing, this is not a get out of jail free card in terms of abiding by those laws, as we talked about with state privacy laws, for instance, for students.
Is there, if I could, Representative, is there a mechanism in the bill to delineate between those state and federal laws that somebody would have to follow and those state and federal laws that somebody wouldn't?
I don't think that there is anything in the bill saying that there are any state and federal laws that you do not have to abide by.
Okay, yeah, that was my own personal interpretation of without governmental control. My second, the second statement that I was looking at.
If I could just follow up, I think it's talking more in terms of regulation rather than state or federal law at that point.
Okay, well, I'm sure there'll be much more discussion about that as the bill moves forward. Section 5 of that same area. No education service provider shall be required to alter its creed, practices, admissions policy, or curriculum in order to accept payment from the EFA. I was struck by your discussion about eligibility, because it sounds to me like this section of the independence of ed service providers allows these educational service providers to determine who they're going to admit and not admit. And I'm wondering if you could explain to me what role somebody's creed would have in whether or not a student was eligible or enrolled in their program.
For instance, a religious school is not going to have to change their whole concept or way of doing business or religious views based on accepting a student with an EFA account. They will maintain their religious freedoms, for instance, and their religious viewpoints.
And
excuse me, how many questions were you going here for an individual? How many are you on now, Representative?
That was 2. Section 2, Section 5. That was just number 2, Mr. Chairman. And okay. I am holding true to what I said. I will not go beyond this. I'm just curious about non-discrimination and how that dovetails with this section. That's all.
Thank you. Go ahead.
That was it. Representative Cordelli, how do you see non-discrimination laws dovetailing with this section?
Non-discrimination laws remain in effect and should be abided by any educational service provider.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Further questions?
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
we're expecting the commissioner to come on.
Yes, this is where, the commissioner just has a few moments in his schedule today to speak, and he was going to speak to some fiscal matters associated with this. So what I'd like to do is take a break from Representative Cordelli, go to the commissioner, and then if somebody has a few more questions to ask of Representative Cordelli, we can come back to that. Is that okay with folks out there? Okay, let's go to it. Do you have Representative Edelblu available?
I am looking for him. Maybe he's calling in by phone. I'm wondering if he could put his hand up. That would be star.
Well, it's underneath Angela Adams. It's up. That's his administrative assistant.
Oh, okay. So Angela Adams is the, oh, okay. Sorry about that. Oop, geez Louise. Okay, let's try that. Commissioner Edelblu, welcome to the Education Committee. You are muted, I believe. Oh, there you go. Yep.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to join you for a few moments here to share some thoughts about this bill, as well as, if we have time, respond to a few questions. I apologize, it was difficult to find me as Angela Adams, but I am, for the record, Frank Edelblu, the Commissioner of the Department of Education in New Hampshire. I expect that you will have a thorough and a very spirited committee hearing today and get lots of good input into this. I encourage everyone to consider that we share a common goal of bright futures for all of our students. So whatever your perspective is on this particular piece of legislation, we all know that we want all New Hampshire students to be able to succeed in life and grow up to be strong New Hampshire citizens. I just will share a couple of thoughts before, if you want, I can switch into some questions, but I think it's important for everyone to understand the context for this particular piece of legislation. So we've got RSA 193.1, which is our truancy law, and that enumerates that students or children in the state of New Hampshire between the ages of 6 and 18 are required to be enrolled in an education program here in New Hampshire. Today, we have 3 such education programs. We have our public school system, and that includes our traditional public schools as well as our charter public schools. We have non-public schools, and those are non-public schools that are programmatically approved by the department or they're approved for attendance. And we have a third category of home education student. A student today between the ages of 6 and 18 is required to be enrolled in one of these types of education programs. And by doing so, they are not considered truant. As I understand this particular piece of legislation, you are creating a 4th category of education option for a student, and that is an education freedom account student. And I think it's important to understand that context because it really becomes responsive to many of the questions that I have heard out there and individuals who have reached out to me because of a lack of understanding of this governance structure around the education system. We ask questions that really are not germane to the bill itself, because the way that this is structured, many of our laws then cover those areas that are otherwise areas of concern. I would now just as well like to spend a little bit of time. The department put out a fiscal analysis relative to this bill. The conclusion of that fiscal analysis is that there is significant cost savings to New Hampshire taxpayers as a result of the enactment of this particular piece of legislation. Now, at a very high level, and really in a simplified version of trying to understand how it could be that New Hampshire taxpayers would benefit from the passage of this bill, we need to understand that the cost of educating a typical student today is about $20,000 per year. An EFA student, on the other hand—
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your question?
Point of order. If we're going to be going through a fiscal note, shouldn't that be presented by the legislative budget assistant?
We're going to have, in this particular situation, that done through the department. The department is the one who develops the financial reports, which go over to the LBA. So the department is responsible for providing the information the commissioner is providing. Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. So again, just to reiterate, the typical cost to educate a student in New Hampshire is about $20,000 per year. An EFA student, when a parent chooses this option for their children, will cost approximately $5,000 per year. So again, on a simplified basis, every student currently attending a public school who adopts an EFA, the taxpayers have the opportunity to save $15,000 per student. Now, I recognize that that is a high-level analysis, but it is a simple way to kind of wrap our heads around the idea that taxpayers can be the beneficiaries of an innovative program like this. In the analysis that we released, there were a number of different assumptions, and I would like to just explain or weigh in on a couple of those. One of the first key assumptions that we have really is that when a student leaves the public school, they know the school itself no longer has the obligation to educate that child. It does not mean that immediately everybody is going to be able to change their budgets. And so we have balanced that, because that's one of the objections that we often hear. Simply because a student leaves a traditional public school doesn't mean that the school system has the ability to immediately adjust its budget. So in our analysis, we have afforded schools generous amounts of time, up to 3 years, to be able to adjust their cost structures to reflect the fact that some students may decide that they want to adopt one of these education freedom accounts. Another key driver in the model is really how many of our students might actually adopt these types of programs. There is an argument that is made that I think does a disservice to our strong public schools here in New Hampshire. And that argument is that there will be students fleeing from our systems when in fact this is not what we anticipate to be the case, because our traditional public schools, our public charter schools, offer students many opportunities to receive an excellent education. So when we modeled this program, what we did is we went out to a state that had the most similar program, Arizona, and we used their adoption rates in terms of how their program played out when it was first adopted. And sometimes when you look at those numbers, it seems contradictory. I had one person ask me about the adoption rates. Well, why wouldn't more students adopt an EFA? And in fact, I think this is a very important sociological question. Why wouldn't someone take advantage of some perceived benefit that is being offered to them? And why indeed, if we take a look at one of our SNAP programs, nationally, only 29% of eligible participants in their lowest benefit level participate. If I take, for example, my temporary aid to needy families, or my TANF, on a national level, we only have 25% participation, and these are cash benefit programs. if I look at all of the choice programs across the state, there are 21 million students who are eligible to participate in these various choice programs in other states. And yet only 1.3 million students, or 6%, ultimately participate. And you have to understand that these are programs that have been around in many cases for decades. And then if I look closer to home here in New Hampshire, in our scholarship program, which has been in place since 2012, we have 48,000 students who are eligible to participate in that program. And yet we have around 500 students who participate in that program. And so I think it's important to consider that we, in the process of debating this bill, we don't disparage our public schools by indicating that somehow because we create an option for students for whom the current system is not meeting their needs are going to see significant losses. We offer a strong education system here in New Hampshire, and this is a program that will help meet the needs of students for whom that system is not working. And there's another factor that I just want to mention here, and I see Representative Luno and Representative Myler on the call, and both of these gentlemen were involved in much of the work around the School Funding Commission. And one of the themes that came out of that commission was for the state to play a greater role in contributing to the cost of education and provide local property taxpayers relief. And in fact, that is a concentric circle and a overlap relative to this program, where you will see the state leaning in and providing support to public education for our students here in New Hampshire, and providing broad, really, taxpayer savings at the local property tax level. And so I think that we should look at all of the activities that are taking place in the state, how these various initiatives are contributing and moving in some of the same directions. Maybe not everything exactly alignment, but there is certainly overlap there that's important to consider. So again, I thank you for allowing me to join you today. I know that you will be receiving much testimony today from a lot of different individuals. And I hope that you are able to get all of the information that you need so that, again, we can continue forward with our shared common goal of making sure that we offer all of our students here in New Hampshire bright futures. And so thank you, Representative Ladd, for allowing me to come and spend some time with you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Are there any questions for the Commissioner? Representative Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for coming to speak to us. Before you joined the call, there was a question on what happens if a student returns to their local public school. And I didn't know if you might provide any guidance on how quickly the adequacy funds would return to that school for the student.
Certainly. So if a student, my understanding of the way that this bill is structured, if a student elects to have an education freedom account at the department, we would be required to fund that using the same schedule that we fund our adequacy payments to our traditional public schools. And that means that we make 4 payments during the year. So if a student were to elect an education freedom account and they were to leave partway through that year, so they don't finish out the year, and then my understanding is that those education freedom account dollars would be returned to the Education Trust Fund to be able to be used for other educational options. That student who returns to the public school, what we have to understand is when a student, we pay in arrears for students in our public education system. So if a student is attending a public school in year 1, and in year 2, they adopt an EFA, during year 2, this public school is being paid for that student, even though they are not responsible for the education of that student. When that student leaves and takes an EFA in that next, and then they re-enroll, then in that subsequent year, they would again be paid for that student because we pay in arrears. It would only be if they stayed out for the entire period that the school would not receive funding for them.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. First of all, make no mistake that this voucher bill does not flow from the findings nor the recommendations of the School Funding Commission. So I think that has to be stated right up front. And any sort of representation that this is a result of that work would be totally inaccurate. So my first question to you, Mr. Commissioner, is where does New Hampshire stand right now in terms of nationally in terms of student outcomes?
Yeah, so let me just clarify my point, Representative Luno. I was not stating in the beginning that the School Funding Commission itself was either making a statement about this bill or endorsing it, but simply observing, having read both documents, that there are similarities in terms of the objectives, whether it is through the School Funding Commission or through this bill. And I just was pointing out that overlap between those two items.
Well, I want to get to those objectives in a minute, but let's start with where New Hampshire stands right now nationally in terms of student outcomes, if we could.
Yeah, so I'm happy to weigh in on that. So New Hampshire is one of the stronger performing education systems. There are a number of different measures, but we generally rank in 3 to 5 in terms of the status of what we see. But New Hampshire also has what is a troubling development and a troubling trend that is not just unique to New Hampshire, but is unique across the country. It has been observed in states across the country, as well as by NAGME and the NAEP assessment. And what you find is that our high-performing students are increasing in their educational attainment. So that may be the top 10% or the top quartile. And the students at the bottom quartile are falling further behind. So what we are doing is we're creating an education gap, and it is principally driven around the students' ability to perform. And what we know from the research in particular is that economically disadvantaged students are falling further behind in New Hampshire. But we also know from research that when we create alternative pathways for education for those students, they have an opportunity to close those educational attainment gaps. And so when I look at this particular bill, what I see is an opportunity to create options for those students to seek out, to find an educational environment in which they can thrive and in which they can succeed. And that will allow us and help us to close this disparity gap that we see growing in New Hampshire and should be troubling for all of us.
So there's a few that are all connected here, Mr. Chair, thanks. So in that bottom quartile that you referenced, Mr. Commissioner, where would the largest group of those students be coming from? I mean, you've seen the student outcome data, so.
Right, so when you say grouping, I just want to make sure that I understand.
School district, where they're from.
So at the state, we report what we call subgroup information. And is that the type of information that you?
Nope, talking about school district.
In terms of school districts, what the group is?
School district outcome, right.
Yeah, so what you find is it's not a school district phenomena. In fact, what you will find is that there is very little correlation relative to the school district, so much as educational attainment is correlated to economic status, principally in New Hampshire. What we find is that our economically disadvantaged students perform less well in our education system. And that is true for a student that is in a wealthy district or a student in a not wealthy district. The common factor, the common theme is that students who come from economically disadvantaged circumstances have difficulty accessing the education system as we have architected it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Are there?
Mr. Chair?
No, I would like to see some other questions.
Mr. Chair, the commissioner actually specifically referenced Representative Myler and me.
Because both of you are.
I was referencing the good work you did in the commission.
And obviously where I'm going with this is the Manchester School District.
You still there?
I'm here, Representative.
I don't hear Representative Luno.
Yeah. Sorry, my connection's cutting in and out. So my question is what is this program going to be doing for the 13,000 students that attend the Manchester School District, which is among the lowest performing student outcomes in the state and highest free and reduced price lunch eligibility in the state, which is obviously a proxy for low economic means and some of the lowest per student school funding in the state. What is this going to do for those 13,000 kids?
Yes, so thank you for that question, Representative Luno. And I think even in your question, you point out the issue. So it is true that we have over 13,000 students in Manchester, some of whom are thriving and some of whom are performing very well and reaching really strong educational attainment through their efforts in that school system, and they're receiving an excellent education. But we also know that there are a number of economically disadvantaged students in that system. And as you point out in your question, I think if I'm articulating this correctly, you described Manchester as one of the lowest performing academically in the state and having the highest economically disadvantaged student ratio. And so what I would tell you is that is the factor. It's not the geography of Manchester. It is the economically disadvantaged factor that affects it. But if you take that same economically disadvantaged student and you place them in Bedford, they too will struggle with the current educational system that we have. And so what this program will do is where those students are not able to attain success in Manchester, we are allowing them the option to be able to seek out an educational setting in which they can succeed and in which they can thrive. And that is really, again, going back to my first statement about the common goal that we all share about bright futures for our students. So that is really how this will help those students to be able to reach those attainments.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner, I understand that you had a 2:30 appointment.
I do. Thank you. Yes.
And we're hammering in on that. So I think that we'll say thank you very much for taking the time out to work with us today and have a good rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Yep. Is Representative Cordelli still there?
I am.
Representative Cordelli, you are still in that testifying mode. I'm just returning to, in case there's committee members that have some questions to ask of you. If not, we have a long docket in front of us. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking I have two questions that I think will be answered very quickly. One relates to the separation of church and state. Will a constitutional amendment to the New Hampshire Constitution have to be in place in order for funds from an EFA to go to a religious school?
Thank you for the question. No, is the answer. In June, there was a U.S. Supreme Court case, Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue, which settled that question and basically invalidated state no aid or Blaine amendments, as they are called. And you'll be having further testimony from an expert on that, I do believe.
Second question, this is a hypothetical. If a family's earning $300,000 a year, they have a student at Phillips Exeter Academy where the tuition is $58,000 a year, are they eligible for the $5,000 grant under this program?
They would be eligible. The question is whether they're going to be bothered taking it. I think in all the programs you've seen around the country, it is not the wealthy families, but the lower and middle income families that are taking advantage of these programs because of their need.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So if they requested the money, they would get it.
There would be nothing to prevent that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellison, Representative Ellison. Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Cordelli, for taking the questions. Before I proceed, I just want to state my declaration of intent, which is that I do intend to participate in the discussion on HB 20 as based upon my compliance with the Ethics Committee's informal resolution of complaint 2019-02. Thank you. I have to, the questions are very specific here, and it's just a small 2 or 3 of them. That's it. On lines 28 to 29 on page 6, I think it states that the scholarship organization can accept gifts and grants, etc. And I don't believe there's any restriction on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 8, lines 6 and 7, it states that the scholarship organization may approve education service providers on its own initiative. So does the scholarship organization then, am I reading it correctly, that they are the organization that approves of an education service provider?
Yes. But there are reviews on that, and if there was any misuse of funds, for instance, they would be reported to the department and the Attorney General.
Right, but just to clarify, is there anybody else involved in the decision as to whether or not an education service provider is an eligible ESP under this program? Is it just simply in the hands of the scholarship organization?
Within the constraints of the bill, it is within their hands.
Okay. And then just one other question then. So given that they can accept gifts and grants, including gifts and grants from potential ESPs who are in front of the organization applying, is there any provision for an independent audit of the scholarship organization? Not an audit done by the scholarship organization, but an independent audit.
Yes, there is an independent audit required annually.
Where is that? I know you mentioned it, and I lost track, so.
If you want to go on to the next question,
No, that's actually it. That's all I had. That's all I had. It was just,
okay.
I wanted to know where that was. That's all.
So perhaps Representative Cordelli can be finding that so we can, respond to Representative Lay a little later.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative Cordelli, for taking my question. Just one. Under qualifying expenses on page 3, line 1, it says tuition and fees at an institution of higher education. Does that mean a community college or colleges, or what's the definition of higher education?
It could be like a Running Start or a dual enrollment type of program along those lines.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli.
If I could,
pardon me,
Mr. Chair, if I could, on the bottom of page 5, it talks about the audit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Page 5, the bottom. Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, we will proceed on down the list of those that are, requesting the opportunity to speak. Representative Hobson, take us down that list.
Boy. Okay, so we're looking for, I don't see the first speaker, Jenny Clark. Sorry. There she is, okay. Go ahead, Jenny Clark.
Jen Clark, are you here?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do we have video too, or is it just audio?
We are looking at your photo.
Great. I can't see me, but hello. Chairman and representatives, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jenny Clark. I am the mother of 5 children, 4 of whom currently utilize an Arizona Empowerment Scholarship account and have for 3 years. This program has been in place in Arizona for 10 years. I've been home educating my children for 7 years, and I'm absolutely thrilled at the chance to share with you just how this program has changed our children's lives and why EFAs are the educational opportunity that families so desperately need. A little over 4 years ago, after realizing that our oldest son, Scout, was struggling more than typical children his age, we got him evaluated in our local school district. We had our second son, Brooks, evaluated at the same time. Now, Brooks had already been in private speech and occupational therapy for years at our expense, even though our insurance did not cover most of his therapy. After many meetings with the district and through independent evaluation, our oldest 2 boys were actually diagnosed with severe dyslexia and dysgraphia, among other things. Now, our district, which is one of the best in the state, told us that unfortunately they did not offer the specific structured literacy dyslexia remediation programs that our children would need. Now, these programs must be done several days a week, and the curriculum is not that expensive for a school. Still, there were no options. You can probably guess that there were no options for dysgraphia remediation either. How is a child supposed to learn when they cannot read or write? But thankfully, we learned about ESA. Similar to EFAs, this program allows parents like me to direct the funding that is allocated for our child's education to the curriculums, programs, tutors, and therapists that we as parents decide are best for our child. The best way to describe this program is life-changing. Our family was no longer limited by our finances or insurance when it came to important educational interventions that we couldn't effectively get in our local school. We now had the resources to get new educational evaluations, hire the best tutors, purchase specific dyslexia curriculum, math, science, social studies, and more that worked for our kids. We even had the flexibility to utilize online learning platforms like Keyboarding Without Tears and other dyslexia resources. Further, families like ours and thousands of others were able to better weather the educational challenges that came as a result of COVID. We were able to effectively add new programs and new classes during COVID when other schools were closed and Zoom was the only option. EFAs do not conflict with existing options like homeschooling. They simply add a new option for the families that choose them based on the needs and desires of their family. No one, just like in Arizona, is forced to apply or even accept one. In a time when so many families and students are struggling everywhere, let's give them more options so that all students have access to the educational environment in which they can thrive. Without this scholarship, I know my kids would still be struggling, and thankfully that is not the case. They love learning, they love trying new things, and they love the educational opportunities they have because of this scholarship. They aren't limited by our income or their zip code. It is with all the sincerity I can share as a mom that this program will change the lives of New Hampshire kids in ways that may be hard to even imagine right now. This could be such a historic vote for the lives of students and one that crosses party lines and social divides. I've certainly seen that as a parent with the parents that are involved in our program because it puts our kids first. Thank you so much for your time. And if anyone has any questions about the ESA program and how it's worked in Arizona more specifically, I would be happy to answer those.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Do we have Representative Hobson, somebody on the list next that's maybe an attendee or?
We have Elizabeth Tentis.
Okay.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Hello, I don't know if, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if my video is here because I've dialed in. So
It's not.
Okay, so you can just hear my voice.
Yeah.
I apologize, you can't see my picture. So my name is Elizabeth Tentis, and I am here in support of the educational
Oops, I'm sorry. Where did she go? Oh, Elizabeth, can you unmute yourself?
There we go.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, it says the option of sharing video now. Oh, okay. So my name is Elizabeth Tentis, and I am here in support of the Education Freedom Account. I am a parent of a child with a disability, and also I am a special education teacher in Manchester, New Hampshire. If the bill passes, the Freedom Education Account program could open the door to so many beneficial opportunities to families and children living with a disability. As a parent living with a child who has a disability, things have not always been easy. However, given my profession as a special education teacher, that made the process a little less stressful. Can you imagine the families that feel lost and have no clue where to begin, let alone know the resources that are available to them and their children? EFA can help with additional services, supplies, tutoring, online resources, etc. This is huge. Public versus private school. I chose to send my child to a private school knowing he had a disability, and it honestly has been one of the best decisions I have made. My son is supported, he receives services, and is so happy to go to school each and every day. My son also attends private speech therapy sessions once a week and has for 4.5 years. Our insurance only allows a certain amount of sessions per year, and the rest of those sessions we are responsible for paying out of pocket. With this EFA account, we could be using these funds to pay for extra speech and speech therapy services, which would be huge. And I'll let you know that some of those sessions, well, every session is $100 out of pocket. So this would be huge. And speaking just for my family, but there are several families that have to pay for speech and OT or several services, depending on the certain disability of their children or child. So with that being said, I really hope that everyone listens to the testimonies of each and every person speaking, because truly it comes from parents that are living in this and not just people that don't know the full story. So I want those people to take into consideration that if you do not have a special ed child, to think about all the certain things that we are speaking on, services and additional supports, because it can be extremely difficult if there's nothing. And let alone just living in the pandemic has been hard.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Are there any questions for Ms. Tentis? Not seeing any questions. Representative Hobson, the next person
Mr.
on the list.
Chairperson, could I ask a question? I've had some representatives that are in the participant room asking about whether or not there's a specific order of selection or where they are on the list.
Representative Hobson, if we have representatives on that list, we should really try to address the representatives first.
Okay.
In case they have to go to some other meeting, so they're not hanging here the whole time. I understand that's the same thing for a member of the public too, but that's the courtesy we've always operated upon.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, and apologies for my interrupting.
No, that's okay. Thank you for interrupting.
That's fine, Representative Mullen. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a
Hold on for that
section.
question.
I'm sorry, who has a question?
Go ahead, get the next person on board, Representative Hobson.
So there are a lot of representatives here. I guess I will just choose one. Representative Megan Murray. I will promote you to panelist.
Yes, I don't actually have a question. I wasn't registered to ask one.
Okay, thank you.
Just only
welcome to my world. How about Representative Susan Newman? She is muted. Okay. I wonder, Representative Ladd, could we take a 3-minute break? There are so many people here talking, or who are attendees, and there's 414 people on the call. I would like this to be efficient.
Yeah, there's a lot of hands up, but unfortunately.
You want me to go to the hands?
Representative,
Okay.
On the attendee list.
Okay, so Representative Susan Newman, I've given you the ability to speak and you are not unmuting yourself. So I will move on to the next person. John Tuthill. Well, I don't see any reps with their hands raised. Well, there's Kat McGee. Oop, Kat McGee, would you like to speak? There you are. You're given permission to speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. I'm Representative Kat McGee from Hillsborough 27, Hollis, and I come to you today to testify against the establishment of the Dick Hinch Freedom Education Account Program as outlined in HB 20. In my town and in the 3 others I have had the honor to serve, taxpayer money is a very precious commodity. At school meetings, we see property owners being pitted against their local schools in a competition for those ever-rising property tax dollars. And I am concerned that this bill will raise those taxes by siphoning more money away from struggling community schools. So I see this as a lose-lose proposition. I am very aware of the issues that have been brought up so far in terms of parents having choice and having other opportunities in terms of education innovation. I just look at this bill and the way that it's been written and the way that it appears to be implemented as being not the right solution, certainly at this time. HB 20 says that property taxes will not only be used for public school, but that those scarce dollars will now follow the student out of the building. And this bill lets our tax dollars be used for previously uncovered forms of education when we just finished a report that said that adequacy funding for public education was inadequate. So my question is, where does that money come from? We always had school choice, but we never pretended that our tax dollars could support both public and non-public education at the same time. That was never the deal. And I don't think we have any more money than we did before. So this bill changes the deal in a dangerous way because our local schools do have fixed costs. And if our public schools close because our taxes are being scattered to the 4 winds, then school choice becomes less, not more. The bill removes accountability from the use of taxpayer dollars by increasing inequality in special ed, transportation, required subjects for an adequate education, and even grade level achievement standards. This bill raises property taxes while lowering support for public schools and creates a hodgepodge of accountability and tracking so that New Hampshire will lose its reputation and possibly even federal funding. This race to the bottom means we will also lose our best people over time because lack of support for public schools has a domino effect. And when schools close, property values plummet. So this bill has implications for our economy as well. It asks us to pay for destabilizing a system that we paid to build without a plan for what comes next. We need local control of our schools, and this bill really does the opposite. We have no auditing mechanisms to say how well or how poorly those precious tax dollars are going to be spent to educate our children. So it appears to be a giveaway of taxpayer dollars to private companies that will then have an intersection here in our public education system without measures for the outcome or assurances of benefits. So I ask you to vote no on HB 20. Our schools, our communities, and our property taxpayers deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Representative McGee. Are there any questions for the representative? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Hobson, do we have any other representatives waiting?
Yes, we do. We have quite a few, actually.
I ask that anybody that's listening to us out there that that if you have questions about the bill, you can say whether you support or against it. If you have specific questions dealing with a page and a line number, as we've heard some of the reps on the committee address line and page number, that will greatly help us understand where we're going with this, rather than saying, well, I'm just oppositional, and it's your position to say that, but it'd be great to have a little bit more in specifics.
Okay, next.
Representative, can we make sure that the presenters state their name, who they represent, and where they're from?
That's
For
fine.
the record, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Burville, were you intending to speak or are you just listening in? Okay, we will move on.
Representative Hobson, we were
Yeah.
given a list this morning which showed those that want to speak. Do we have from that list? Now, let's just go back to that list because that list shows a whole slug of people that
Yeah.
want to testify.
Yeah, and those are not representatives. I have several lists and the lists are not alphabetical. So that leaves me at a disadvantage.
So what we need to do is just start whittling down through it, those that support, those that don't support, and sort of bang it back and forth, and integrate any folks that have technical understandings of the bill in there. That's how we'll do it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need everyone who's got their hand raised right now to take their hand and lower it so that I can go by the list and only the speaker that I call is able to speak.
Before we go forward, one other point I'd like to make. Chairman Ladd, we did have an individual from Arizona speak in favor based upon her experience. There also is a person in our attendee list, a Charles Seiler, S-I-L-E-R, who also is from Arizona, who I believe can give a contrary perspective to the Arizona experience. So I would hope that at some point in time, Mr. Chairman, you would call on Mr. Seiler so he can also provide a contrary look to the Arizona experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's fair. We'll look down through that list and find that individual.
He will have to raise his hand.
Yeah.
And then he'll shoot right to the top.
The list is really huge.
Oh, there he is, I think.
Hello, can you all?
Okay, you should be all set. You have to unmute yourself.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, looks like everybody can hear me. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I appreciate you all having me. My name is Charles Seiler, and I actually come to you from Arizona, but as a former pro-ESA voucher lobbyist, I actually helped defend the ESAs in Florida. I helped pitch some of the ESAs in Tennessee, Nevada, expansions that we've had in Arizona. I've worked with folks in Mississippi. I used to work at the Goldwater Institute, where ESAs as a concept were developed, which would also be kind of like a Josiah Bartlett kind of equivalent. But I left there because I saw that the real impact that these vouchers and other programs are having to the communities that I lived in. And since then, I've committed to working to make policymakers aware of the pitfalls of these concepts. And so for all of you, this presently is a conceptual idea, and I assume everybody has the best intentions. So I've seen the reality, and I'm pretty well positioned to give you guys some practical insight. So the Arizona legislature passed a universal voucher program. So after having small incremental expansions of it, we eventually went to a universal one that had more oversight, transparency, and controls than HB 20 does. And this was back in 2017. That universal voucher bill led to a massive public uprising that forced the bill to be placed on a ballot in Arizona, where it was rejected by voters by more than a 2-to-1 margin. And in its wake, it created a pro-public education groundswell that led to the state shifting blue in its federal offices, and it diminished our Republican majority in the legislature, and has led to citizens further passing tax increases directed towards public schools, as well as just being mobilized generally in the political process. So all of that is in some ways great for the political engagement, but has definitely shifted the balance in Arizona. I've also seen statements about like whether or not this will cost taxpayers more or less. There's different things to consider. So for your state, the state of New Hampshire pays about what, $3,600, I believe, per student, and a vast majority of those funds for the students are made up then by property taxes. But for the state, it will definitely cost the state budget extra because you're going to be paying for current private school and homeschool students. The program is open to all of them. Also, it will cost New Hampshire taxpayers for each voucher student, as none of those students will be eligible for any federal funding. It's talking about your Title I, any free and reduced school lunch monies, any other federal funding. So what that means is that New Hampshire taxpayers are going to continue paying those taxes to DC, but those tax dollars won't be coming back to invest in New Hampshire's infrastructure. So that's going to disproportionately impact rural and property poor communities. Also, we've recently seen a push in other states to start levying property taxes to help fund and boost ESA voucher expenses. So you might see that on the horizon for your EFA. But what really is scary about your bill, HB 20, it's the most extreme bill that I've seen in the entire country when it comes to these vouchers, is that the allowable expenses in HB 20 are so broad. Someone could legally pay for Netflix and Disney Plus as technological services or educational software and applications to meet educational needs. They could also buy big screen TVs, iPads. Arizona's Auditor General, we've uncovered hundreds of thousands of dollars of fraud in our ESA program, which serves just 1% of our students. And those audits have only examined a small portion of the accounts. They found like jet skis, TVs, which aren't allowed here, iPads, which aren't allowed here. They've even found someone paid for an abortion with those funds. And regardless of your stance on abortion, I think that all of us can agree that we don't want our public school tax dollars paying for that. But also, since there's no restriction on out-of-state private schools or services in HB 20, you could have New Hampshire taxpayers paying to fund private schools or tutors in Switzerland or Orlando, Florida. And with the allowable transportation expenses, parents could then pay to fly their kids down to Orlando. Maybe they take a trip to Disney World and use their EFA to pay for it, meet a tutor down there, and then spend the rest of the time going on rides and eating lots of food. So these things happen all the time. We see that even if they spend the money unwisely, unfortunately, that comes to an expense of the child's learning. But the state won't know about it because there's no metric for measuring students' academic process in HB 20. So if you want parents to be the last stop of accountability, really, generally, most people would expect that they would pay for it. If the public is expected to pay, then you would expect that the public would hold the program accountable. So really, one of the other problems for students, besides the disincentive for sometimes for parents to abuse this program, is that students might be able to take their backpack full of cash, but then what do they leave behind when they do that? Parents are going to waive their IDEA rights, so that's federal protections for students with disabilities. And because private institutions aren't interested in educating costly students, which is the main reason voucher programs exacerbate discrimination, gender, race, and other reasons, where are those protections? I don't see any of that in the bill. In Arizona, we do have some excellent private schools and some that even serve disabled students. We have a great autism school here, but I also personally know multiple special needs families and students have been denied access to private schools, and some have even been kicked out. And really, what we see is these vouchers aren't so much school choice programs as much as they are schools choice. So again, this is the most extreme version I've seen of any kind of bill like this in the country, and it really will stain the legacy of anyone who helps pass this bill, especially when the light starts to shine on the fraud, misspending, discrimination, and other failures of this program. And so with that, I'd be happy to take any questions from you, Mr. Chair, or the rest of the committee.
Thank you. The chair has stepped away for a moment, so I'll ask if there are any questions from the committee members. Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You stated that there have been audits now done on some of these expenditures. According to the bill here in front of us, it states the scholarship organization shall have authority to conduct or contract for the auditing of individual EFAs, shall at a minimum conduct random independent of EFAs. So there's no obviously clear requirement of audits, just that they might happen and can happen. What was the situation in Arizona? Were there audits from the start of these of the vouchers or ESAs?
Yes.
And not when were they implemented, and what did they find?
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, it's an excellent question. So we do have auditing from an auditor general, and there is some oversight of the program from our Department of Education. And it's actually not a very robust auditing program, and it's actually been underfunded by our legislature intentionally. These programs, I know from having worked on the inside, are intentionally designed to be opaque and not have a lot of scrutiny. Some of it is a spirit of not wanting government fingers in private institutions, like trying to impose government regulations on private institutions. But unfortunately, when you're spending public dollars, you really want to know what it's being used for. So one of the scariest parts of this bill is an absolute lack of accountability and a huge conflict of interest in the small accountability measure that you do have. So one is that you have a required audit, and it's supposed to be annual in HB 20, and it's performed by the private scholarship organization, but it doesn't specify what percentage of accounts or anything to be randomly audited. So they could legitimately pick 1 or 2 accounts to audit per year and be in compliance with the bill. And since the scholarship organization takes a 10% cut, up to a 10% cut of every EFA, they also have a direct financial incentive to keep as many parents and students in the program and not uncover misuse. So each student they kick out, they could lose anywhere between $340 to $850-ish. And I would even say that the 10% is a pretty incredulous amount. Moving this program's administration to a private organization makes transparency even harder. And so it would be really difficult for people to FOIA the program because it's a private institution. So it's even less transparent than a normal voucher program would be. But also 10% is incredibly high, especially since there aren't really any accountability measures. So don't have to expend a lot of resources to provide that service. In Arizona, we allow the Department of Education, who administers our voucher program, to have 5% by law, but it's only ever been funded at about half that, for about 2.5%. So we take a quarter of what you're offering to administer the program, and we do a lot more with that administration. So I would definitely say that the scary thing is the conflict of interest, and also that this is kind of like an attack on local control as much as it is an attack on public education, because it consolidates all the management and oversight of this program that's publicly funded, but with a private entity. So your taxpayers aren't going, like, it's not something that's going to be governed by a local school board or have input through their representative. It really takes this about as far away from the public as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Siller, for taking my question. Our last education tax scholarships went 85% to religious schools, and I was wondering if you had an idea of what percentage of the Arizona voucher system the monies went to religious schools.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I honestly don't have information about how much money has gone to private schools from our program because, as I had briefly mentioned a moment ago, these programs are designed intentionally to be opaque, and so it is very difficult to get data on them. But one thing we have seen, and it is interesting, I heard a point made to the contrary before, but looking at all of these programs across the country, it's almost universally wealthier families who utilize them because unless a program has a strict income cap in place, which this does not, wealthy families are the ones that can afford to pay the gap between the vouchers and the expense of the tuition or whatever education service they're utilizing. But even more critically than that, they usually have the time and luxury and resources to search out for programs like this and for the educational options that are before them. If you have a family where both parents are working 2 jobs, they don't have a lot of time to look into different public programs. They don't have a lot of time to explore what schools may be around and whether or not those schools provide the services that would best suit their kid, or even look at other options as well beyond that. So we see about 75% of the usage in Arizona is higher income families using the program. And that's pretty consistent with ESA and voucher programs that would mirror what you have here in HB 20. So I would expect to see something similar in your state.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much, Mr. Seiler, for joining us this afternoon. In the fiscal note that came over this morning on House Bill 20, the legislative budget assistant estimates there's approximately 16,000 New Hampshire students attending private schools. So would seeing that these students, according to Representative Cordelli, are eligible for this program, would I guess you expect there to be a fairly high take-up rate from these families?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I imagine that you would see an almost immediate rush of families to utilize this program who are already either homeschooling or in a private school situation, as it is, subsidizing their education by a few $1,000s means they get to keep a few $1,000s more. And while there may be a few families, a handful of families in New Hampshire where a couple $1,000s is absolutely meaningless to them, I am quite confident that that would be a very small percentage. We see in every situation that we've encountered where a voucher program or an ESA program has the opportunity for a family to utilize a subsidy, they do. In Arizona, we don't have that because we have a requirement that students have to have attended public school beforehand, and a number of other of these ESA programs have a provision that's similar written into their bills as well.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you very much, Charles, and have a good day out there in Arizona.
Thank you so much. Have a great one.
No snow, huh?
No, we had some.
Okay, great. Have a good one. Representative Hobson, next person.
I'm muted. Next person on the list is Jason Bedrick. Oh, sorry, my computer froze. Okay, go ahead, please. Are you there, Jason?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Jason.
Thank you. It's good to be back, sort of, in New Hampshire. I was actually just there last week visiting my father for his 70th birthday. I'm Jason Bedrick, Director of Policy at EdChoice. We are a national nonprofit organization that works to advance educational choice all across the country. I got my start on this issue actually back in the New Hampshire House. I served in 2007 and 2008. And now I live in Arizona. So we have a trifecta of Arizona residents today. I submitted testimony that I emailed to the committee. So I'm not just gonna read it word for word. You have all that. What I would like to do is actually address some of the questions that were raised before and some of the issues that were raised by the previous gentleman. One of the questions that was raised before was about what if a student were to enroll in the ESA or EFA program, as you call it, in Arizona, starting in New Hampshire, if they were to take an Education Freedom account and then they were to leave it and return to their public school. So the EFA accounts, the treasurer makes deposits on a quarterly basis. And the online version I have doesn't have page numbers, but there is a section that says that The EFA shall remain in force, and any unused funds roll over from quarter to quarter and from year to year until the parent withdraws the EFA student from the EFA program, or until the EFA student graduates from high school, unless the EFA is closed because of a substantial misuse of funds. And then here's the key part: any unused funds shall revert to the state treasury and be allocated to fund other EFAs. So if a student were to leave the program, those funds do end up reverting back to the state. Now I want to address it. There were a number of issues that were raised by the previous gentleman who did not actually identify himself as a lobbyist for a union-funded anti-school choice group out here in Arizona called Save Our Schools. And, you know, he was talking about local control. The most local form of control is actually the family. And what this bill recognizes is that there is no one school that best meets the needs of every single child who just happens to live nearby. And it is properly moving the locus of control from the state or from other elected officials to families to customize their child's education based on their intimate personal knowledge of their child's specific educational needs and interests and aptitude. Now he talked about the Auditor General's report. Of course, yes, he says, you know, there were jet skis and all sorts of things. The Auditor General's report, which I included a link to it in my testimony, found that 99% of the funds were spent for appropriate eligible uses. About 1% of the funds in Arizona were spent for inappropriate uses. How did that happen? Well, what they have in Arizona is they were using debit cards. Now, if the program had been large enough, they could have used product codes, but because it wasn't, they were using vendor codes. With the vendor codes, you know, you can't take it and run off to Disney World or Caesar's Palace. You can only use the card at a vendor that sells approved products and services. And then you have to submit your quarterly receipts. You cannot get your next quarter's allocation of funding until you have submitted your receipts. The vast majority of the misspending was actually just families who were new to the program that were a little bit confused, that purchased things like pens, paper, consumable, educational products that the department then had to tell them, no, that's not an eligible expense. They then had to refund that money back into the account, and they couldn't get their next disbursement until they did that. There were, however, some cases, that's where you get the jet ski stories, where a card had been lost or stolen or otherwise compromised. In some cases from hackers that break into the card readers. And in those cases, there were people who were able to purchase inappropriate items. In many of those cases, they were able to track those people down, and they were accused of theft and fraud, as is appropriate. But again, that's fewer than 1%. Far actually fewer than 1% were the cases of actual outright fraud. Compare this, by the way, to other government programs that, according to the U.S. General Accountability Office, there's about a 5% rate of misspending across government programs. And some of the most beloved programs, like the school lunch and school breakfast program, have fraud and misspending rates, that are about 16 and 23% respectively. Arizona, though, has also learned from their experience with the cards. They are now moving to a system called ClassWallet, which is an online portal. And the only way that you can make purchases is through the online portal. The only vendors that are in the online portal are vendors that are selling approved goods and services, and that's all you can purchase through the online portal. So this new ClassWallet system, which is very similar to things like Benefit Wallet and whatnot that you might use for your health savings account, this should be taking fraud basically down to zero. So this is actually a far more accountable program. And when we're talking about accountability, really the best form of accountability is directly to the people who bear the consequences of your performance. So when it comes to, we can break down accountability into two parts: financial accountability and academic accountability. Financial accountability, that's where the state has to ensure that these funds are used for the purpose for which they were allocated. The online portal system accomplishes that goal. Secondly, the academic accountability is appropriately to the parents. And this is something I think we've lost sight of, which is that in many cases, the local district school is really not directly accountable to parents. It's accountable to elected officials, it's accountable to unelected bureaucrats, but not directly to the parents. And we do this as a sort of second best form of accountability because, especially for low income areas where they can't afford to move to a better district or to pay for private school tuition, they're not directly accountable to the parents. Over time, we have come to confuse these sorts of government regulations with accountability. But the real accountability is when you have a family with multiple options and they are empowered with the ability to choose among those options. So if something is not working for their child, they can leave. Now, yes, New Hampshire does have some great schools, the product of both New Hampshire's public school system. I spent 8 years in a public school that I loved, and I'm glad that my parents were able to afford to live in Windham. We didn't have a high school, and I'm glad that they were able to afford to send me to Bishop Girton Catholic High School, which, by the way, I'm a Jewish student, I am Jewish, and I was a student at a Catholic high school. Some of my friends were gay. There was a teacher there that I had who everybody knew was gay. They were very warm and welcoming to all people. So on this question of discrimination, yes, there will be some schools that are going to say, we are open only to members of our particular faith community, and you have to adhere to our particular ideas and beliefs. But there are also schools that are open to everyone. There's also a case, I can send the committee a recent story that came out of Florida, where there was a gay student who was horrifically bullied in his public school, which failed to adequately protect him. He was then able to take a scholarship through the state's tax credit scholarship program, similar to what you have in New Hampshire, and find a private school where he is thriving. There's no system that's going to open every single option up to everybody, but what this bill does is it opens so many doors for so many children. The idea is you want to maximize the ability of families to have as many options as they possibly can. One last note, this idea of wealthy families, it's simply inaccurate. There is no data in Arizona. They are not collecting income data, but what we can say is that when you look at the districts that they're coming from, the participants in the ESA program are coming from higher and lower poverty districts, areas in similar proportion to the public school students. And actually the 10 districts that have the highest concentrations of ESA students actually also have some of the highest child poverty rates in the state. And I was a part of a group that did a survey of the program in its first year. The students that entered the program, when they were asked about their previous public school, fewer than half said that they were satisfied with the education they received at the previous public school. And it was the lowest income quintile that expressed the most dissatisfaction. However, when we asked them about the education they were able to acquire for their child through the ESA program, there was actually universal support, satisfaction, and it was the lowest income quintile that said that they were the most likely to say that they were very satisfied. 9 out of 10 said that they were very satisfied. So it was the lowest income families, in other words, those that are the most choice deprived, that had the most to gain from access to expanded choice. I thank the committee for your time.
Thank you very much, Jason. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Tanner. Are you on mute?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bedrick. I have a question. Do you work through the Children's Scholarship Fund?
No, I do not. I work for a group called Ed Choice. We're a nonprofit based in Indiana.
I'm sorry, not you personally, but the Arizona scholarship. Is that through the Children's Scholarship Fund out of New York City?
No, it is not. In Arizona, the program is run out of the Department of Education. In some other states, the ESA program is run out of the Treasurer's Office or Department of Revenue. And then in Florida, which right now has the largest education savings account program, and they're actually in the process of converting their tax credit scholarship into an ESA, that is run out of a scholarship organization called Step Up for Students, similar to Children's Scholarship Fund here in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bedrick. Further questions? Representative Ellison? No? Yes?
No, I'm fine. Thank you. I'm
Okay.
fine.
Thank you. Welcome. Representative Luna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Mr. Bedrick, for joining us this afternoon. Could you tell us a little bit about the provisions in the Arizona law that are so, you know, strong at uncovering, I guess, misuse of these voucher funds?
Yeah, the ESA funds in Arizona have to be audited on a regular basis, and they are audited by the department and also by the Auditor General's office, who audits not only the department itself, not only the accounts, but the department itself and how it is managing the program.
Okay, so that's in statute.
That is in statute.
Okay, do you see it? Is there anything like that in House Bill 20?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here, Mr. Bedrick. Question for you. New Hampshire ranks in the top 3, top 5 in student achievement in the nation. Are you aware of Arizona's rank?
I don't have Arizona's ranking. Arizona is a middling state right now, although I would say over the last 2 decades, Arizona has had the greatest leaps in terms of growth. So in both the 2015 and 2017 NAEP, that's the National Assessment of Educational Progress, Arizona had the most gains. Arizona also, if you look at just Arizona's charter school sector, Arizona's charter school sector is #1 in the country compared to any other state. So what we have found in Arizona is that Arizona went from near the bottom to middle, and that we think is to a great extent because of the variety of educational options that you have here in Arizona.
The last I saw on U.S. News and World Report is that Arizona ranked 40th in the nation. Thank you very much.
Not on the NAEP. And part of what Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report does is that they look at a lot of inputs as well and not just outputs. And so I think it's more important both to look at outputs and also to look at trajectory, because a part of the idea of educational choice is that over time, you are going to have improvements. That is certainly what we've seen with, there's been about 30 studies by top universities in the country that have looked at the effect of educational choice programs on the performance of public school students. In other words, the students who remain in the public school system, all but one of them found neutral to positive effects. Actually, the vast majority found small but statistically significant positive effects. There were few that did not find any effect, and only one that found a negative effect. And that was in Florida, but there were several other studies in Florida that had detected positive effects. So what we do see is that over time, the availability of multiple choices for families actually creates an incentive for the entire system to improve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bedrick. Are there further questions? If not, Sandy, thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much for your time.
The next individual, Representative Hobson.
Megan Tuttle from the NEA.
Thank you.
You should be on, Megan.
I'm sorry, I apologize for that. My computer just cut out for a moment.
No
Sorry
problem.
about that. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle. I'm president of NEA New Hampshire, representing approximately 17,000 educators across the state. I do have testimony that was submitted, and because of the number of people who have signed up for this, I'm just going to go over the last part of it with you, if that's okay. We are in complete opposition to House Bill 20. Public school funding is open and transparent. Voucher spending is private. It's shrouded in secrecy. Public schools are owned, operated, and managed by the public, while the private scholarship companies are designed to make a profit. No laws or limit, there aren't any right now, that prevent parents from choosing to send their children to a private religious school or to homeschool them. Every family is free to make that choice. That choice should never diminish another child's education or obligate any other family to help pay for their tuition. House Bill 20 is an intrusion into the futures of public school children and the imposition of a financial burden on taxpayers across the state. This bill has no place in the Granite State. 3 years ago, this committee sent a similar bill onto the Finance Committee that contained so many issues, the Finance Committee simply could not fix them. I urge the members of this committee not to do the same thing again, and respectfully ask that you find House Bill 20 an expedient to legislate. And if you, I know I submitted some testimony, but I just want to make sure it got there.
Representative Ladd, you're muted.
I am muted, aren't I? I'm eating a sweet roll. My wife's cooking bread in the kitchen. I'll tell you, y'all ought to come over. Thank you very much, Megan. I appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Tuttle? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next person.
Representative Heath has her hand up in the participant line. Can you not see that?
Yeah, I see that. We've been trying to bounce back and forth between one and the other, so.
Okay.
I
just know you did reps, so.
Yeah. Who's the next one up? And then we'll do Representative Heath.
The next one up is Shalimar. Oops, I'm sorry, I just lost. Is Shalimar Encarnacion in? Yes, thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my testimony today. I'm glad we're doing Zoom. It would have been difficult out there in all the snow. My name is Shalimar Encarnacion, and I'm a mom from Manchester, and I'm in support of Bill HB 20. I am the co-chair of the Manchester NAACP Education Committee, but I am here representing myself. As a Hispanic leader of color in my community, I've seen firsthand how many of our communities don't have equal access to educational resources. This is about leveling the playing field and making the best education accessible to everyone. In this day and age, we talk a lot about diversity, equity and inclusion, and those need to be the goals in our educational system as well. It's clear to me that education freedom accounts are a huge step forward that would help achieve these goals. This is about removing barriers to help our kids reach their potential. This is about individual New Hampshire students to succeed academically by allowing resources to help meet their individual learning. My path for parent advocacy in this area started when my children were having difficulty in school. Though all three of my children have had childhood illnesses, such as multiple sclerosis and cancer, I want to talk about my youngest. His name is Angel, who incidentally just happens to also have dark skin. Angel was always struggling. He's very high functioning on the autism spectrum, which went undiagnosed until 9 years of age. He's also ADHD as well, and he's prone to severe migraines. He started with an individualized education plan in 3rd grade and was later downgraded to a 504 plan in high school. In 6th grade, he was having lots of difficulty at our local public school. When he started at the middle school, we did tell him about the situation and ask him if they could accommodate him, but they said no to a lot of our requests, and they refused many of the ideas that would align with his IEP repeatedly. He would always end up having problems with the teachers and the environment, and stress would trigger his migraines and cause him lots of anxiety, and would have him just acting out of sorts, to which the school's repeated response was to put him to in-house suspensions. So we pulled him from that school, and we were able to put him at St. Casimir's thanks to the scholarship from the Children's Scholarship Fund. He was there all of 8th grade, and he did amazing. It was to the point where the teachers were just saying they didn't even see what was it that was in his file that had come over from the school he was at. It was basically night and day for him. He begged us to never send them back to the public school. But after his father took on a new job with a higher income, we no longer qualified for the amount of scholarship monies to make it possible to move him into the private high school. If the Education Freedom Account were around then, we would have been able to use these funds to make up the difference to send them to a high school that would meet his needs. Today, Angel is back in the public school system, and he's repeating his senior year, and he's still struggling. I like saying that these things don't have to be looked at as an either or. We should look for the solutions from a both and perspective. Public schools don't work for everyone, the same way private schools don't work for everyone. We do have to look at it as from a both and perspective. Everywhere you turn, there's so many choices, yet K through 12 education isn't one of them. We should make it possible for the parents to choose what works best for their child. After all, don't the parents know their children's need more than anyone else? I've spoken with multiple families who say that Education Freedom Accounts would help them a lot. I know families that are paying for school out of pocket who don't qualify for scholarships. In many instances, any bit helps, and Education Freedom Accounts go a long way. I did hear earlier that somebody mentioned, well, if a family's earning $300,000, then would they still be able to apply? Well, yes, they would. But really, how many families do you know earn $300,000? I don't. So basically, this is mostly the parents that probably earn in the low hundreds or higher double digits. This is for the children that, and we have to remember that this is for the individual child. Don't be mistaken. This is about equity and inclusion for all, especially for students from communities of color. And that lens should be used as well when determining the outcome for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elmer. I think I met Angel one day up in the governor's office with you.
Yeah, you did. So you met him.
Well, are there any questions for Shalimar? Thank you very much for taking the time this afternoon. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can we please have the next person to testify?
Yep, the next person is Representative Mary Heath. And Representative Heath, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. I was looking for people with the rep in front of their name. So if you're in, go ahead and speak.
I am in, and I thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for recognizing me. And thank you, Representative Cornell, for pointing me out in the list. I'm, for the record, my name is Mary Sullivan Heath, and I represent District 14 in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm speaking against House Bill 20. I believe it undermines our public school system. I also am deeply troubled by the fact that it takes money from our public schools. Now, we already have a source of revenue for children who are seeking scholarship programs. Let's look at how we can shore that up, but don't take money from our public school system. Our dollars are so scarce as it is. Just on the simple calculations that I've done, just sitting here and listening, homeschoolers are eligible for this program. Private school students are eligible. So we have 6,000 homeschoolers, and that's a low number, 16,000 private school students. That's a potential of 22,000 students. So that's about $77 million that would be new dollars added to our tax burden for the state. But I want to go to my city of Manchester. So my city of Manchester, if we take 100 students away from our public schools, that will be about $550,000. Now, we already have seen a huge drop in enrollment due to COVID. Plus, we have a number of charter schools in our city. So our numbers have dwindled by 1,000, plus the costs that go along with services for students with disabilities within those charter schools. That's probably about another $1 million. So those are the major financial concerns I have. And I just briefly want to talk to the financial note, the fiscal note rather. Now, when I looked at the fiscal note, the dollars were looked at by the total amount per student. And then the adequacy amount was subtracted, and the leftover was considered that would benefit the local taxpayers, when in fact, that really isn't the way it works. And I just, with all due respect to the commissioner, I think his thinking is a little bit flawed on this. And I have to say, I am so disappointed that in fact, we would take the number of dollars away from our public schools that would be considered coming out of this bill. Especially, I was a member of the school finance funding committee from this summer that we worked on. We saw the inequities across our state that our school districts are faced with the effects of COVID, with the effects of what we're seeing with inequities. Adding the burden of HB 20 to our taxpayers' base is just unconscionable. And I would ask from the bottom of my heart that you please ITL this seriously, seriously flawed bill. I thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much, Representative Heath. Are there questions for the representative? Thank you. Next, wait a minute. Representative Leon, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a question for you, Representative Heath. I know that you spoke to the challenges that Manchester is facing right now with the declining enrollments. Is there an issue about not being able to address the fixed costs? Because it seems that the declining student enrollment is an ongoing issue that the taxpayers are going to need to face.
I would agree.
And is the, I guess as we look to the analysis, I actually looked at the Department of Education white paper that they had provided and gone through. Have you looked at it and seen that if the schools take 3 years in order to decrease the amount of spending that they have per student, I apologize for my helper. If they spend 3 years to decrease the amount of time that they have the amount they're spending per student, that this actually will save taxpayers over 10 years, local taxpayers approximately $274 million?
It is my belief that it will seriously undermine public education further in the city of Manchester. I am sorry, but I don't agree with your analysis.
I'm looking for equity for these children, and I appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Representative Hobson, next individual to speak.
Next individual is Erica Smith from the Institute of Justice.
Thank you. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for having me. My name is Erica Smith, and I'm a senior attorney at the Institute for Justice. We are a national nonprofit organization, and one of my areas of expertise is the constitutionality of school choice programs. I was also one of the lead attorneys on the U.S. Supreme Court case that was mentioned earlier, Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue, and I could talk about that. Today, I could testify that there are no constitutional issues with HB 20, either under the federal constitution or the state constitution. And this is especially true after the Espinoza decision. In previous sessions, there has been some concern that Article 83 in the New Hampshire Constitution would operate as a bar to a publicly funded school choice program. What Article 83 pretty much says is that public funds can't go to religious schools. Now, we would argue that there are no public funds going to religious schools under this program. Instead, all the public funds are going to is to parents, and not a drop of money winds up at any religious school, absent the free and independent choice of families. But in case there is any doubt about Article 83, that doubt has now been resolved with the Espinoza decision. And what Espinoza says is that you cannot interpret a state constitutional provision, including the Blaine Amendment, like in New Hampshire's constitution, to exclude religious schools in a school choice program. Now, if some of you here are a little familiar with that decision, I can just go into a little more detail on that. So Espinoza all started with one woman, and that was a mom named Kendra Espinoza. She's one of the strongest women that I know. A few years ago, she was homeschooling her 2 daughters in rural Montana. Everything was going fine until her life was turned upside down when her husband unexpectedly left her and her daughters. She lost her house, she lost everything. She had to move into town. She put her daughters into public school, and things were not going good. Her oldest daughter was getting bullied in school. Her youngest daughter was falling behind. She wasn't able to pay attention in her classes. But Kendra was barely able to make ends meet. She was cleaning houses just to make her pay her bills. And she had no idea how she could possibly afford anything besides the public school. But one day, just on a whim, she decided to take a tour of Stillwater Christian. It was a private school near her home, and she fell in love with the school. And she desperately wanted her children to be able to attend. She tried to think of whatever she could to make extra money to pay the tuition. She took on I apologize about my phone. She took on extra jobs, trying to clean houses. Her daughters were chipping in, mowing lawns, shoveling snow. She even had a fundraiser with handmade quilts to raise the tuition money. And finally, after all of this, she was able to raise just enough to make up half of the tuition. Fortunately, the school was able to pay for the rest, and she was able to put her children into the school. But as Kendra was going to sleep that night, thinking, how am I going to be able to afford this every single semester? This is crazy. What if my car breaks down? And that's when Montana passed their first school choice program. And this program was going to be the lifesaver for Kendra and so many other families across the state that didn't have the money to pay for the private school that they so desperately wanted to go to. This program was designed to help exactly those families. But politics got in the way, and the agency that was in charge of administrating the program decided to exclude religious schools from the program. And they justified that on Montana's Blaine Amendment, which is very similar to New Hampshire's. So we challenged this in court. It went all the way up to the US Supreme Court. And the court ruled unequivocally that you cannot interpret Blaine amendments, whether you're talking about the one in Montana or in New Hampshire or anywhere else, to exclude religious schools from a program. To do that would violate the free exercise rights of families and schools. It violates the free exercise rights of families because you're putting parents in a position to choose between following the religious beliefs on one hand and choosing to obtain a government benefit. And you can't make parents choose between their beliefs and a benefit. So that's unconstitutional. And it's also would discriminate against religious schools because you are excluding them from participating in a program based solely on their religious status. So after Espinoza, New Hampshire's Blaine Amendment can no longer be interpreted to bar religious schools from participating in this program. I encourage you to pass this bill. I think it's an excellent bill and it would help thousands of kids across the state. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Are there any questions? Yes.
We have one
Representative
from
Moffett.
yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Smith, for your testimony. If you don't mind, I might ask you a legal question. It sounds like you have some background in that area. Whether or not some version of this eventually moves forward or not, say something did move forward, I think most of us understand that Espinoza, that precedent, is going to eventually negate the Article 83 issue in New Hampshire. But that said, say something passed at some point along these lines, that would not preclude a lawsuit citing Article 83 in challenging this measure. Is that fair to say that even though Espinoza has happened, there could very well still be a suit against this in New Hampshire citing Article 83, correct?
It's certainly possible, but that lawsuit would be frivolous. And if that lawsuit were to occur, my law firm would step up to help defend the program. We operate free of charge. We actually helped protect New Hampshire's tax credit program back in 2014 when that program was challenged. So we would be there to help defend this program.
And one follow-up?
Yes, you may.
So let me ask you this, because you know much more than most of us. If there was a lawsuit, could there be some sort of an injunction that would stall the program while the suit was being heard?
I think that would be extremely unlikely because for a court to impose an injunction, the court would have to be going against Supreme Court precedent. And I don't think any trial court is going to want to do that. If in the unlikely event that were to happen, we would immediately appeal and the injunction would be very short-lived.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me get this.
Erica Smith.
No, I know my computer was messing me up. Erica, appreciate it.
Thank
Are
you,
there further
Erica.
questions?
Oh,
yep, Representative Likas.
Yes. Am I to understand that if this bill were to be amended such that we disqualified religious schools from it, that it would be unconstitutional at that point?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Smith. Usually when a lobbyist comes before us, we get a little bit of a rundown on the background of their particular lobbying group. So I was wondering if you could give us just, you said you were nonprofit. Are you also nonpartisan? How are you, what is your group?
Sure, and I have this in my written testimony. We are nonprofit. We are nonpartisan. We are funded entirely by the generosity of our donors. We've been around for 30 years, and we are a constitutional law firm, and what we do is we protect individuals' rights from government abuse and government violation.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much for being with us today. We'd like to move to the next person to offer testimony.
next we'll invite Representative Southworth. Representative Southworth, you're muted. Okay.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yep,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee for taking my testimony. I'm Representative Tom Southworth, in my fourth term representing the city of Dover. I'll be speaking in opposition to HB 20. I have many issues with the bill, but for personal knowledge, I want to speak about the discrimination issue. In 2017, a transgender student was expelled from a local religious school. The student had attended the school since kindergarten and was on track to graduate as valedictorian of his class. When he talked to the headmaster about some of his issues, he was immediately banned from campus and thrown out. Fortunately, he was able to go to a public high school and graduate and go on to college. This was very upsetting to me and my constituents, and so I followed up. I contacted the commissioner's office, I contacted the DRA and so on. And the response was there was nothing that could be done, that there was no jurisdiction over these schools and that they could receive public funds. Since 2017, this local religious school has gotten scholarships every year. So I'm very concerned that schools that get state aid do not have to follow any anti-discrimination laws. I know that not all of the private religious schools will discriminate. There are many great schools in both categories, but I just don't see how we can pass a bill that allows schools to discriminate and give them funds. Previous people have already mentioned some of the sections in the bill that seem to protect religious schools. And I think it was that line 27 on page 8, a couple of them. But I know time is brief, so I'll end with that particular piece.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions of Tom Southworth? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. I believe we have Representative Tim Baxter in queue also.
Mr. Chair, there's also the Honorable Peter Burling is waiting as well. So
good. We'll try to alternate here. That's what I'm doing right now. So is Representative Baxter available?
Yes, he is. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Representative Hobson, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak on behalf of my constituents. I represent Seabrook and Hampton Falls, and I want to speak in support of HB 20. I've heard universal support, and it's one of, if not the issue I've heard the most feedback from so far, and from all kinds of different families, from families that homeschool to public school to private school. And really what I'm hearing is this is about the individual child. This isn't about the institution. It isn't about the system of public versus private, but families just want the best education for their child. And in particular, Seabrook, New Hampshire, which makes up the brunt of my district, is a disproportionately low-income community where really HB 20, what it's designed to do is to provide equality, to provide inclusion, to give these families and ultimately these kids more options to pick whatever school choice, whatever system is best for them, whether it is homeschooling, private, public, it doesn't matter. It's about giving them more options that low-income students don't always have in Seabrook, New Hampshire. So that's what I've heard from my community, and I just wanted to speak up on behalf of my constituents. And I'm happy to answer any questions from any representative.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions for Representative Baxter? Not seeing your hands. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I also see that Representative Tim Horrigan is in the queue.
That's your choice. Representative Ladd, would you like to add him?
Meeting here, which we're doing.
Okay. Okay, Representative Horrigan, you've been promoted. Welcome to the Education Committee. Are you there? You're muted. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Hobson. I'm not sure what office you're actually holding in the committee today, but just the clerk, whatever. Anyway, so I saw some of this on YouTube, and then I hopped on the Zoom right after my own committee, Judiciary, finished its hearing. So I wish to testify against HB 20. And I know I'm kind of jumping the for against, some kind of jumping out of the for against pattern. So this is a repeat, as you probably heard from many people, of SB 193, which we dealt with back in 2007 and 2018, even though they changed a lot of it. It's the same basic idea. It's the same basic bad idea. And I should take a second to say there's actually a good idea hidden in this, which it might not be a terrible, might not be a terrible idea to give every family that's in public or private school like a small amount of money they can use for additional educational expenses. Because even if you're in a public school, there's things parents have to pay for which aren't paid for by the taxpayer. But that would be really expensive. Like, even if you gave everybody like $1,000 every kid, just $500 a year, that's like $87.5 million. That's obviously a terribly huge amount of money. We'd probably even end up with a broad-based income tax. We tried to do it, but actually to get back to this idea, that's pretty much the same thing we're doing here. We're taking all this money away from the public school districts. So this one of the biggest problems this program is that it's what I'm picking on is, and I apologize if I'm repeating, it's these two scholarship organizations as approved under RSA 77G. RSA 77G is a somewhat simpler, much different program than what this HB 20 envisions, and HB 77G already offers very little oversight of these scholarship organizations. I don't think they are even covered by the usual boilerplate language about giving the Joint Legislative Committee on Rules jurisdiction over the rules for it. So these organizations are pretty much operating totally on their own, which is it's bad enough just with the existing tax credit program, but that's a very tiny program, which, by the way, goes almost entirely towards religious schools, which I still think is unconstitutional. So those organizations in their current form are really not equipped to run a very complicated program, which it might serve tens of thousands of families. I believe there's 175,000 kids in school. I think possibly a very large percentage of the families might be interested in that, which of course that sounds like to name, to name just one. In many complications, the proposal in HB 20 would require someone, and it's not exactly clear who, to issue EBT cards or the equivalent to every participating family. And that would be very similar to existing cash benefits and SNAP program, better known as food stamps, which is something that we occasionally often becomes a subject of controversy here in Concord, or right now, virtual Concord. They're overseen by a whole, at least I assume these people are working remotely, but normally there's an entire floor at the DHS headquarters full of state public servants who administer that program. There's a whole nother floor full a few blocks away, a very nice office, which is a contractor which helps administer the program. And then there's federal employees. There's there's probably dozens, perhaps hundreds of people who administer the program. So last time around, as far as I could tell, and I listened to lots of testimony, because the House Finance Committee had many hearings about it, which I sat on some of. They were apparently planning to handle their accounts payable and receivable functions by using Intern with a spreadsheet. So if you have a meaningful program like this, that's going to take a very large, it's going to take a very large institution to oversee it. That's a very complex process, dealing with all deciding what's a valid educational expenditure. I mean, it is true that the way this is written, just about any parent could spend this money on just about anything that's like even remotely an educational expense. So that's just reminding what I said before, if we gave just every child, that would be a very expensive and huge program. And I think for this to work, it would have to be a very expensive and huge program. And that would be one thing. If there was if it was a good idea, basic idea was a good behind it, but the basic idea behind this plan is just, it's not a bad idea. It's a bad implementation of a bad idea. I think it's totally unsalvageable. So I would urge the committee to find this bill ITL as soon as possible. And then, when we meet together, the rumors are it's in February sometime, late February. Let's kill it. Let's put this idea let's put it aside for now. I'm sure it's one of those things that just keeps coming back every year. So I'm sure somebody will come up with another form, but this is just not worth working. I think it's not worth the Education Committee's time working on. It certainly isn't worth the second committee, which would be finance. So I just think it's a bad idea. It's unsalvageable, and it would be extremely expensive if you tried to implement it. So I'm going to join in many of those say, please find this inexpedient to legislate. Thanks. I'd answer any questions, although you probably you've probably got a long list of people ahead of you, and I thank the chair for letting me jump ahead in the queue.
I think you're muted, Mr. Chairman.
You're muted, Mr. Chair.
You're muted, Rick.
Yeah. I know it's getting long. Thank you very much, Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Are there any questions for Representative Horrigan? Thank you very much.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
could I ask Rep Tanner what representative she said was waiting to speak? I can't find a rep.
She was saying,
Peter Burling, a former rep.
Okay, Burling.
Yeah.
Burling, yes.
Okay. I don't see him on the list, but I'll keep looking. Okay.
I would also like to start getting some of those folks which have been waiting patiently on the lists that have submitted their, we have representatives, I can look at some on the list right there with hands up. But I'd like to, offer members of the public the opportunity as well.
Okay. So would you like to speak? Next we had Allison Muller. Would you like me to go to the list for the public?
That's fine. Whomever we have there on that list, we have so many. It's just, let's start wading through it.
Okay. Okay, how about David Doherty?
Dave's only spoken on one bill today. He's welcome. That's Honorable Doherty. He was a representative in our Education Committee last year.
Okay, would you like me to choose him, unmute him,
Well,
or someone else?
fine. Go ahead and get Dave Doherty.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Doherty, Honorable Doherty.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. I will try to be brief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, honorable members of the committee, thank you for taking my testimony. I think I'll be first say that I'll agree with my friend and former colleague, Representative Heath, and everything she said, and she's much more eloquent than I am. So take that as part of my testimony. I'm a former school board member in Pembroke, and I am currently on the budget committee. So I have a little experience in the area, but I'm speaking as an individual. And I just want to take my town as a good example. We are struggling to keep schools solvent. We cannot afford to lose more money. We are losing about $800,000 in state revenue over 21-22. We are looking at a tax increase of right now a little over 8%, which is going to hurt an awful lot of people in this town. And that only came about because our schools cut $700,000 out of their proposed budget. We need to focus on better funding public schools, and we can't afford to be giving money away to private schools. I have nothing against private schools. I'm a product of private school. My children are graduates of a private high school. I have all due respect for private schools, but I see no need for this state to be spending money to support them. We are in trouble in this state. I would much rather see this committee, see our Commissioner of Education, and see our governor doing something to better fund our severely underfunded public schools than taking confidence away from our citizens in what the public schools are doing and promoting private education. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I thank you for your time. I hope you're able to reach the end of this meeting in a timely manner. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, our Honorable Doherty. Yeah. Any questions for Dave Doherty? Not seeing any hands. Let's go to the next individual, Representative Hobson.
I'm sorry. Next, we have Allison Muller. I'm going to allow you to speak, Allison. Do you need, unless you need to present?
Once again, we'd like to have folks, just as Representative Doherty did just now, he explained his name, where he lives, and what he does, school board, etc., budget committee. We'd like to have all future members doing the same. If you're a parent, that's wonderful, and just identify your town as well, and we'd appreciate it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Allison.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you to the House Education Committee. I don't know if you can see me, but that's okay. Hearing me is the most important thing. I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to speak today. As representatives have mentioned, my name is Allison Mueller, and I am testifying on behalf of the Diocese of Manchester Catholic Schools in support of House Bill 20. My role in the diocese is that I serve as the Director of Marketing, Enrollment, and Development in the Office of Catholic Schools. There are over 5,000 students currently enrolled in Catholic schools throughout New Hampshire. Diocesan Catholic schools, for which I am representing, enroll over 3,400, which makes us one of the larger school systems in the state. We currently operate 18 diocesan schools from Hillsborough to Coos County, and our mission is to make Catholic education accessible, available, and affordable to any family that desires it. Our schools are culturally and ethnically diverse, and in many cases at a higher percentage than the public school systems in our state. 35% of our students are non-Catholic. 14% of our students are identified as, quote, non-traditional learners and those with special needs, end quote. System-wide, as Catholic schools, we awarded families over $3.4 million in financial aid this year alone. And 10% of our students are currently on scholarship from the Children's Scholarship Fund. I share this information with you because Catholic schools are and have always been open to all and serve a critical need in partnership with parents and guardians. This critical need seems to be more prevalent than ever before, and our schools are filled with stories of children who need to be in our seats. If any of you know someone who has attended or is currently attending a Catholic school, you may know that attending one of our schools can be a life-changing experience, especially for the underprivileged, underserved, and under-resourced. In case after case, we are changing the learning environment for children of poverty. Many times when children and families come to us, they are desperate. You see, we do serve kids that otherwise would have been at risk of being thrown out of school, forgotten, unchallenged, or even held back. We have a child in an intercity Catholic school right now who was placed by DCYF with their grandparents. And the grandparents enrolled them in this Catholic school saying that, quote, "it was just the kind of school that my grandchild needs to come and heal," end quote. This student now receives special services from school's in-house therapist and contracted special education professional services. This is, as you might know, not a standalone story. There are many more like it in our urban Catholic schools in suburban areas, and in our rural Catholic schools. The environment that our Catholic schools provide make a difference in the lives of children and their families. The Education Freedom Account would provide children with equitable access to educational advantages that they might not otherwise be able to receive, such as enrollment in Catholic or private schools, tutoring services, or even enrollment in a public school in another district. The Education Freedom Account would empower children and their families to seek and achieve life-changing educational outcomes. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Allison. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll go on to the next individual.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we're going to unmute Deborah Nelson for testimony. Can you identify your association, please?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak. I've been waiting almost 4 hours. I am not a lobbyist. I have no agenda. I am a citizen of New Hampshire, and I am a parent, but my children are in their 30s. They've gone through public school in Hanover, where I live. And I thank you for allowing me this time to speak in opposition to HB 20. I appreciate that some are eager to recognize the late speaker, Dick Hinch, but I do not think this is an appropriate way to do so. And I also think it was disingenuous of the commissioner to suggest that criticizing this bill is to criticize public education in New Hampshire. I thought that was unfortunate. I think we can all agree to the importance of careful financial scrutiny over the dollars we spend, and yet this bill provides absolutely no oversight or accountability, as has been repeatedly said. I hope we can all agree that a proud moment in our history was the establishment of public schools to educate our nation's children so that they would be informed citizens. And yet this bill most certainly dismantles public education in New Hampshire, and I fear it opens us to national ridicule. We can all agree that parents absolutely have the right to put their children into private and religious schools, but that should not be paid for with taxpayer dollars, nor should it increase the cost of public education for local communities. Because of these significant problems, I urge you to vote against this bill, which I think is better named the Public Education Dismantling Account or the Private School Account. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Deborah Nelson. Are you willing to take any questions?
Absolutely.
Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much. Okay. Okay, next we're going to call Alicia Houston. Go ahead, Alicia. Is she there?
Alicia, have you unmuted yourself or there?
Ms. Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yes, we do. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm so sorry. So hello and good afternoon. I also do not have an agenda. I am actually calling, my name is Alicia Houston, and I am a parent in the Nashua School District here in New Hampshire. So I want to start by saying I appreciate this opportunity to provide my testimony in support of the educational freedom accounts as outlined in House Bill 20. I have to be honest that I have learned so much because of this pandemic, but most importantly, from the handling of this pandemic by our administration here in Nashua, our Board of Education, and our Department of Public Health. You see, the Nashua School District is one of the only school districts in New Hampshire in which we have not returned to any in-person learning capacity since March of 2020. Many of our children, teachers, administrators, and much of our community overall have been paused, while many other cities, towns, and states around us created plans for implementation to get the children who needed in-person back into schools. Our children here in Nashua are at a significant disadvantage and are now set apart from their peers as a result of the public education system. Now, I have to be honest, I am in full support of the public education system. But because of the handling of this pandemic, the refusal to reopen the Nashua School District, and those who are not doing well in remote learning, it has given me, a taxpayer, the utmost buyer's remorse. What exactly did our tax dollars go to this year in Nashua? After almost a full calendar year of plans, negotiations, changes to plans, horrific Board of Education meetings that I could not even explain to you if I tried, no resolutions, and an incredibly difficult time with obtaining a buy-in from our now former superintendent, among so many other issues within our public school education system. We have yet to make forward progress, and our district is failing our children. Yet for months, I have not seen a pathway that leads my personal family to hope. Here in Nashua, much of our community has positioned itself to value the preservation of the institution's reputation and become less focused on the children. Yet, I have to be honest with you all, as I sit in front of you today, we have not had a choice. I know that I personally have not had a choice for my children. I have heard so many people mention accountability and spending. And I have also heard how this hurts the public school system. And in not many of these statements have I heard how this entire process and the lack of choices due to families' concerns or inabilities to financially make these decisions for their children. This is hurting many of our children. As a mother of school-age children, both of which within the special education sector, the remote learning only model, at least here in Nashua, has forced my family and my children into simply a failed attempt at a one-size-fits-all model. But it is also a far cry from one size fits most. As I stand, well, Zoom, before you today, I hope that my testimony will help for some of you to understand that our world is evolving. Our children right now, at least here in Nashua, that I can speak to directly, many are losing a battle in many places and in many grades in which we are fighting for their comprehension, knowledge, and an overall suitable education. Yet, it is fiercely inaccurate to simply expect that there will be only one plausible and financial option available to our children. At least I feel this way about my own children. I need to clarify, I've heard multiple times today references to RSA 193.3. Although manifest educational hardship is a pathway that my family personally entertained, there was a systemic refusal to approve most by our former superintendent. So again, where were our educational choices for our children? We have never had a choice here, at least in Nashua, not for my family, that did not financially implicate my family, other families, and many more. I have spoken with and have shared that choosing an alternative learning environment would not be fiscally realistic for myself or for many others. Where is our choice for other learning models? For March to now, we have not had one here in Nashua. In fact, at a pupil cost in a public education at or about $20,000 per pupil, the city of Nashua lost 860 students. That is an estimated $17.2 million in loss, which could have potentially been reallocated to follow the student so that their educational needs were met. As a parent who is aware that it is my responsibility to research information, assess and review options for my children's learning, will there be schools that do or do not accept students? Yes, of course. However, the structure of this bill, I would challenge you to view no differently than we would if this were higher education at the collegiate level. Admissions requirements, academic requirements, assessment requirements, and all of those things are all part of the selection process and choice options. This only gives our opportunity to use the same model in our primary education system. I need to caution those in this meeting that even at the middle school level here in Nashua, I would like to put you into my shoes. On a rotating block schedule, our hours here in Nashua are 9 o'clock a.m. to 1:30 p.m., Monday through Thursday. Now, block scheduling is an alternating schedule, and Fridays are used for extra help and office hours. So in reality, our only choice here in Nashua within our public school system is 2 days of instruction consistently for a subject and the loss of Fridays, as although they're counted towards instructional hours. You see, our district and many like it have opted to spend money that was previously allocated to our children within the district that is the same means in which our children are failing. Our taxes increased this year here in Nashua due to education, yet I must remind you or share with you that our schools remained closed since March of 2020. We still pay tax amounts for the utilities, janitorial services, and other miscellaneous expenses, yet our schools remain closed. Do we not deserve to take the money allocated to our children out of district, a district that has proven to fail them? Well, at least my children. I would be happy to do the research and choose an alternative model. However, we don't have that choice right now, not financially and not for my family. The money is lost and simply reallocated to an alternative learning choice would give me an option to help my children. I want to conclude my testimony by challenging those in this hearing to think about the number of times you or someone that you know has had to maneuver around red tape for information from a district. The number of times that you have had to modify a lesson so your child could comprehend the information, or the heartbreakingly evident reality of having to console a crying child while managing their declining mental health, pushing a child to remain engaged while they're staring at a computer screen for over 3 hours per day. I know for me personally, this pandemic and the lack of choices has shown me that many educational models lack transparency. Why are you teaching this information? Or why is this part of the curriculum? There have been so many unanswered questions, and I also feel that our public education system should be you get what you pay for. And right now, I have to be honest that I feel like our educational tax purchase for the future of my children may have been better spent elsewhere. And I would love the choice to be able to determine that. The Education Freedom Accounts in House Bill 20 would enable me to seek alternative pathways, among many others, to use children's funds from our generous state government. And I beg you to please approve this bill. I challenge anyone in this hearing to truly approach this with an open mind, a level-headed understanding of how the deficits in the public education system have been showcased, specifically as we continue here in COVID-19. And just as a viewpoint from a family to regain their right to choose the best educational model that suits their children, a decision that truthfully only a parent or guardian or those responsible for their children should be able to make. This bill does not force those who wish to remain in public school. This does not promote a solitary private school system. This is merely an alternative, a choice to those families in which the traditional educational model does not work. It gives the parents back the choice for their child or their children's educational model. Thank you so much for your time. Stay safe, stay warm, and please take a moment to evaluate, put yourself into the shoes of the parents as we are navigating this educational system right now. And I beg you, please give us our choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Houston? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. And thank you very much, Ms. Houston, for joining us this afternoon, for your patience. My question just really is, what is in the voucher program, what is your expectation as far as special education services go?
So I have to be honest with you. Thank you for your question. That's actually a very good question, Representative Luno. The public school system, in the way that it's formatted right now with the special education needs, there's a large deficit, at least here in Nashua, with the availability of means to provide the accommodations and the amount of red tape that you have to encounter in order to have the schools and the educational system follow those. From what I've seen within COVID-19, it has been my responsibility as the parent to take the lesson plans within the remote model and reconform them to a way in which my children will comprehend them. So my expectation would be that it would be my responsibility to continue, should I make the choice to pursue other opportunities, to educate myself on the special education process if need be, and to seek out alternative services. There's lots of services that are available for free. United Way has really great services, but that would be on me as the parent while I'm making this choice on where the tax dollars are being spent in order to make that decision and do the research.
So just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to make sure I understand this, and it sounds like you do too, that the Nashua School District, should you enter a EFA voucher program with a different school, the Nashua School District would no longer have any responsibility for special education services.
I'm not quite sure on that answer. That's a really great question. I would assume if I can get your email, I can actually find out that information and then I can respond to you if that would be okay.
No, that'd be fine. My email's you can look me up on the General Court website.
Perfect.
But the bill, I think, says it that that the parent basically has selected to choose to well, notice under 20 USC section 1412.
Is that the IDEA, the
Yes.
Individuals with Disabilities Education Act? So I think that part of what this choice would do is, as communities, it would be kind of our responsibility as those within the local levels that we would have to then educate the community on what is this House bill and is it something that would fit for you? I don't think that this bill is meant as a one size fits all. I know that for me personally, the accommodations that I've found under IDEA within the public school system and under the ADA for a 504 plan, they have not been sufficient and I've had to rework the models. So maybe I would probably be not a good person to ask that, Representative Luneau, because I have already made the determination that I'm going to need to rework the model for the educational system in which my children learn. So my expectation would be, as a home educator, if that were the pathway that I decided to go, I would be able to then designate my own learning opportunities and cater those to my children's learning styles.
Great. Thanks
Thank you very much. And Representative Luneau, I think that section you referred to, part of it addressed specifically a parental placement in a private school.
Right, that's correct.
Yeah. I see our chairman is back. Maybe Representative Hobson can bring up the next speaker.
Well, before we bring up the next speaker, I'd like to speak to the whole committee and let them know where we are. I do not know where we are in terms of all the people on the list, but I can look at all the hands up in the air on the right-hand side of the attendees. I see that. I also see all that have requested to speak on the remote testifying sheet that was handed us today. If I look at the total number of people that responded to this bill, both supporting and opposing, we're up above 3,000 people. That's more than we've experienced in bills, I think, at any time I've been in the House. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go through to 5 o'clock today, and we're going to reconvene this meeting, recess this meeting till Thursday of next week, and start at 9 o'clock in the morning on Thursday of next week with HB 20 and take the entire day. We will be limiting time, and I'm going to start limiting time right now to several minutes a person. And if it's need be, based upon what we got left, it could be even a shorter period of time. That's the only way we're going to get through this. And we're also going to have to be cognizant of the fact that some folks now are repeating. And I think that's, you know, they're telling stories which are very personal to them and very meaningful. However, at this point in time, as a committee that's got a task to get something out by the 18th of this month, we're going to have to really start moving here. So that is the plan of action we're going to take. And from this point forward today, we're limiting no more than 2 minutes per person. I just had a call with the clerk of the House and several others, and that was the advice I was given by the clerk, who represents both parties, Democrat and Republican. So that's our direction. Are there any comments from the committee regarding this?
Next Thursday, the 11th, is it?
Is that well?
Whatever. Yes.
It's that the 9th, or I don't know. I'd have to let me look.
It'll be the 11th.
That's the 11th.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, because the 18th is the day that all early bills have to be reported. That's a week later. That's correct. So it would be the 11th at 9 o'clock. We're also meeting next Tuesday to do other early bills. But somewhere along the way here, we're going to have to do some execing, and I'll probably end up hearing these bills and then have then we'll just list, like we have traditionally done, exec sessions, and list all those bills and just start going through them as a body for discussion and taking motions. If there's no objections to that, that will be our plan. I think that's the only way we're going to make this work and still be, supportive of our public and giving them the opportunity. Okay, let's Representative Hobson, let's move on with it. And what we're going to do now is 2 minutes a person and try not to repeat. I will explain that each time somebody comes on.
Okay, Representative Ladd, we have Monica Henson, and I'm going to give her the ability to speak.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Are you there, Monica?
Yes.
Okay.
It just took
Monica,
a second to
Monica,
unmute.
welcome to our Education Committee. Due to some time constraints here, we're limiting the time available to a speaker from this point on, 2 minutes for all. So I try not to repeat if you've been listening, something that's been previously said. Thank you.
I have. Thank you so much. And I appreciate everything that the committee members do for children of New Hampshire. I live in Barnstead, and I'm currently the interim superintendent of schools at SAU 44, which are the districts of Northwood, Nottingham, and Stratford. But I speak today as a professional educator and not as a representative of my school boards. I am a longtime district public school administrator. I have also served as a local and state charter public school administrator in Massachusetts, Connecticut, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. My objections to House Bill 20, because I speak in opposition, stem in large part to the lack of accountability, which has been well documented by the speakers that preceded me. I also have a significant concern about the impact on social and economic stratification of children by subsidizing affluent families who are already able to afford private education. The best comparison I can make is a similar situation that occasionally plays out with some charter public schools. When a charter public school doesn't provide transportation, doesn't offer school meals, schedules a slightly later than normal start time, these are situations that exclude families who don't have the luxury of a stay-at-home parent or being able to set their own work hours. But the school claims to be open to all, and that's not a choice, it's a barrier. The situation with ESAs is that they are not going to increase school choice for low-income families who arguably need it the most. Families with limited financial resources are still not going to be able to afford private schooling. And the truth is that these accounts are a subsidy to affluent families. And in Nevada, an analysis of zip code shows that students who live in households with incomes above $100,000 are much more likely to be enrolled in an ESA program in that state than children who come in families with incomes below $25,000. And that is not an opportunity, it's a windfall.
Monica, you're getting close to the end of the
An
time.
opportunity, ESAs actually are a windfall for families of means. Thank you all so much. I would be happy to take questions should the chair permit.
Yes, are there any questions of Monica? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Right.
Okay, next, Mr. Chair, we have Mikkel Robinson.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello, Mikhail. Hello.
So my name is Mikkel Robertson. I'm 14.
Welcome, Mikhail, and welcome to the legislature.
Thank you.
We are at the point in our hearings where we're allowing people several minutes, and because we have so many people wanting to testify. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've struggled with mental health my whole life. My school situation didn't help. I've had multiple mental breakdowns about school. The reasons vary, mainly being about the piles of schoolwork, the challenge of living up to society's and my own expectations, and complicated relationships with friends as we try to find ourselves. I'm relatively smart, but I really wasn't doing a whole lot. I never studied because I wasn't interested in the materials provided. I was depressed. I realized that continuing to stay in the public school system would be detrimental to my mental health, As early as 7th grade, I started having thoughts about ending my life. By the beginning of 9th grade, my depression got worse, so I started talking to my mom and therapist, coming to the conclusion that I needed a change. My situation became dire. Despite the school's best efforts, the student population was toxic. We have a lot of people in our town who really struggle to get by. A lot of students in my school have really hard lives, making connection with them difficult. If I wanted to thrive, I needed to leave the school. I'm lucky enough that my parents can afford to pay for me to have resources and guidance outside of school, but it really was a stretch for us. HB20 would help our family a lot. I've just begun my self-directed journey, and already I'm feeling a change. In the past few months, I've made more friends than I've made in years, and I've had more fun too. I'm finally starting to see a future for myself. Thank you for listening to my story. I hope you will support HB20. We need more youth empowerment, especially considering the current state of the world. HB20 will give that to us.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. I appreciate your coming and testifying today. Would you like to take any questions if we have them?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Mikhail.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mikhail. Next, we go to Michelle St. John. Are you prepared to testify?
Yes, I'm ready to speak. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. It's good to see all of you here again as former state rep. I promise to be really brief. You've received my written testimony already. And I just wanted to reiterate a point that I have not heard in today's testimony, which is we are looking to solve a public education problem with a voucher program that could potentially be solved with looking at the research that's been done on ACEs and early childhood education and the value of universal pre-K and differentiated learning. I hear a lot of people talking today, struggling with special education needs, with the ability to thrive in an environment. And I believe that we are looking at the wrong solution. And I implore the committee to not pass this bill, to dive deeper into looking at other solutions that will address all of our students. My other point is I am very much concerned about the level of financial impact to towns. I represented Hollis, New Hampshire in Hillsborough County, District 27, but there are countless districts across our state that would having that state adequacy funding plus the differentiation depending on what learner that is removed from those budgets have to be made up because there are fixed costs. I'm also greatly concerned about local citizen petitions that would cap and restrict the overall tax rate and contributions to education, which would lead to other people, dismantling the public education system as we know it. So please don't pass this bill. Take a look at what really needs to be done and take a look at the universal pre-K early education. That's where the impact will make a difference for those children. We have ESL learners. We have
Michelle, we're at the end of the time limit.
Yep, but thank you so much, Chairman Ladd, and I'm really asking you to not pass this bill. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Ladd. Next, we have Jody Carnes.
Okay, Ben. Jesus, I had to wait 3 hours.
Okay. Jody, are you available? Okay, next. I can't tell. Jody, are you available to speak or no? Okay, next. We will go to Beth Scare. I think that's how you say your name. Go ahead, please, Beth.
Hi, yep, it's Beth Scare. Thanks for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 20. My name, and my name is Beth Scare. I live in Nashua. I'm a mother of 2 daughters who were fortunately both very high academic achievers, but one daughter has ADHD. And when she attended our local public schools, Elm Street Middle School and Nashua High South, we ended up dealing with some very difficult administrators. And in fact, at Nashua High South, the administration just ended up eventually just refusing to communicate with us when we tried to advocate for our daughter. And the guidance counselor wouldn't help her switch classes when she had teachers who mistreated her because of her disability. And some of the teachers at Nashua South were outright emotionally abusive, and it was a rough situation for all of us. And now, as Alicia Houston told you, the kids going to Nashua schools haven't had any in-person schooling since March. The neediest kids in Nashua are being supervised at the Boys and Girls Club, but they can only accommodate so many kids, especially with the pandemic and the spacing issues. Many of our neediest kids in Nashua are going to lose more than a year of instruction. And kids only have one chance at an education. There are no do-overs. As a mom, I want all kids in New Hampshire to get the best and most suitable education they can possibly get. If they flourish at a public school, that is fantastic. However, if they're struggling academically or socially, like this young woman that just called in a few minutes ago, and the parents don't have options for them, education freedom accounts could be a lifeline out of a school where the child is flailing into a school or educational opportunity where the child will flourish. We all want what's best for these kids. Let's give them the best chance at a good life. Let's short circuit the school to prison pipeline and put these kids on a path to a successful life. Please vote OTP on HB 20. You hold the future of New Hampshire's kids in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beth. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions for Beth? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay. Maybe we could unmute Representative James Spillane. Go ahead, James.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, James. Can you hear us? No.
Okay. Neil Sanford has his hand raised. I'm sorry, Neil. If you want to explain where you're from, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Sure. I'm a private citizen that lives in Dublin, New Hampshire. And despite the fact that you might think Dublin's a rich community, our family is a low-income family. And so some of these arguments that, well, it's only for the rich, just really goes out the window. We home educated our 5 children. We spent 20 years. My wife invested a lot of time in them. They've been very successful. We're very proud of them. And I think, but I also teach. I teach in a traditional classroom, and so I know there are advantages and disadvantages to every form of education. And this is just another opportunity, as Commissioner Edelblut said, to add one more option, which I think is a huge positive for children in our state. I also see it as a huge positive because the key to education is a motivated student. And studies have shown, and our experience certainly shows, that the more the parents are involved, the more motivation there is. Our oldest son teaches history at Manchester Central, and he's repeated how when it comes to parents' night, the AP students, all of the parents show up because they're involved. And in the lower classes, hardly any of the parents show up. So something that involves parents is a huge plus for the education of those students. I'd also like to point out that there are a lot of families in this state, unlike our family. We're low income, but we had the opportunities for my wife to work full-time. My schedule was such that we could do a lot that other families couldn't do. She didn't have to work outside the home. And so we would like to see families across this state have the opportunity to be more involved and to have other choices in their children's education.
Thank you very much, Neil. Your time is up, unfortunately, so, but we appreciate your testimony.
So please approve this bill as the first step.
Thank you. Any questions for Neil Sanford? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Cindy Walter. Cindy, I'm going to unmute you if you'd like to talk. Let's see. Go ahead, please.
Unmute, great. Yes, hello. I'm speaking from 35 years of experience teaching teachers and working collaboratively with teachers from public and private parochial schools. I am very touched by all the stories of children and parents with special needs, mental health issues, and I realize very much the importance of parental involvement, like we just heard. However, nothing in this bill addresses those problems. In fact, it exacerbates them. And as a researcher who's worked with these and many other more highly qualified educational researchers, I just took a quick look at the research literature, and it's very clear from many cities across the United States, several states, significant studies have been done on children in voucher systems who have declined under the voucher systems. A previous speaker talked a little bit about some educational research by university people, and all he said was that the public school kids don't get harmed. Well, no, I'm saying the voucher kids get harmed. Parents are not the best judge in all cases of whether a kid is succeeding or meeting all adequate education needs. I know this. I'm a teacher and I don't know everything my kids are learning in school. So it's very hard for parents to judge what's really best. We have to improve our public schools, especially for those special cases that I just cited. It's a serious and sad situation, but this bill does not address that. Please let this bill go, put it into that category of redos, serious redos, and instead spend your time addressing those needs which you heard plaintively in all those cases which were for this bill. Rewrite those cases and turn them into new bills that address those situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Are there any questions for Cynthia Walter? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
I unmuted myself. Next we have Jody Langelotti. Jody, are you available to speak?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for the time. I will be brief. I did email some comments. So I'm Jody Langelotti. I am speaking to you today representing myself. I am a mom. I'm a mental health advocate and educator. I'm also an ACEs certified master trainer. And again, I am speaking for myself with no agenda. I just want to quickly touch on ACEs, and those are adverse childhood experiences. We know through the study that was conducted in the 90s that over 80% of our most common problems are attributable to high ACE scores. And we know that high ACE scores are a common indicator for poverty and homelessness, and that about 78% of drug addiction and misuse is stemming from ACEs. We know that ACE scores, high ACE scores, are not a determinant or they're not a a prescription for failure, but that they increase the risk of people struggling and then moving into poverty and having issues. And we know that protective factors and positive childhood experiences can counteract the effects of ACEs. ACEs do modify the brain, trauma modifies the brain, but positive adult experiences, protective factors can help to modify this. Our public schools serve as the first line of defense against ACEs and in helping identify children who are facing adversity in the home, whether it be abuse, neglect, or other factors. And then also helping to compensate. And those positive role models can have a huge impact on those children being successful. I don't believe that HB 20 as it stands now is setting these children up for the opportunity to be able to take advantage of these vouchers, and that we're going to be creating a further gap in education for these children and not being able to help them overcome the adversity that they're seeing. If we reduce ACEs, we're going to be reducing our homelessness problem, our drug addiction problem, and many other health and social problems. And so I believe that we should be focusing on how we can create educational changes that are going to help to reduce ACEs to overall boost our educational system and the health and well-being of our community and our citizens. So I'm imploring you to please to not vote for HB 20 as it stands right now. We do need a change, absolutely. And we do need to support individuals who their children don't do well in public school. But I don't believe that defunding our public schools is the option. These schools struggle to fund as well. And some of the problems we've heard today about programs not being successful or even schools remaining virtual are directly related to the fact that these schools lack adequate funding to provide for their students as it is. And we have homeowners and property owners who struggle to pay their taxes. And so an increase in taxes is not going to help as well. So I'll end my comments there because this has been a very long meeting and I know more people want to speak. But if you have any questions about ACEs, I am happy to answer them by any means.
Thank you very much, Jody. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you as well.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we're going to unmute Sonia Prince. Sonia, I know you've been here all day. Thank you for waiting.
It stopped.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
Hello,
please.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm Sonia Prince from Nashua, New Hampshire. I have 3 kids, 2 kids in college and 1 kid in high school. They all went to public schools, super successful. We're very fortunate. You know, there's been ups and downs, but as a school teacher, I can tell you that it doesn't matter what school you go to. If there's bullying or social issues, it can happen anywhere. I have an African-American son who's now 21. And it didn't matter if we were on vacation in public at a school, he got bullied. It is what it is. It doesn't matter if I put him in a private school or a public school, he would have got bullied wherever he went. It is what it is. There are social issues that happen, but we dealt with them. We, you know, took care of the problem and moved on. And my kid is very resilient and he spoke at graduation. So he's doing really well at Seton Hall University. Also, I am kind of upset. I feel like this is like a gold card package tax grab to give to public, to give to private institutions to make money. I mean, that 10% bothered me for whoever the scholarship organization takes care of, so they get paid. Also, I didn't like that there's no accountability on the spending, so that money can go anywhere. And again, teachers at private schools or public schools, they all have teaching degrees. You may get better teaching at a high school than you will at a private school. You just never know. So I don't feel like that's a comparison that they're going to get better service wherever they go because it's a private versus public. I am disappointed, for instance, in Nashua years ago, when we had Mayor Lozo, they cut our gifted program and our after school program the same year they opened 2 charter schools. So that was very disturbing to me because that attracted all our top students to go there. And then it lowered the test scores for our public schools. So it made it appear like our public schools weren't doing so well and the charter schools were doing great. So I feel like the money's being pushed around just to get into private hands and not being accountable. It's just another way to help people not pay for private school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia, for your presentation. Are there any questions for Sonia from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Sonia, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sonia. Next, we have Victoria Sullivan, the Honorable previous representative, sorry. Go ahead, Victoria.
That's okay. It's been a very long day for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As stated, I'm Victoria Sullivan. I'm a former state representative. I had the honor of serving on this committee representing the city of Manchester. There's been a lot of discussion in this hearing about discrimination. To that point, T. Willard Fair is the president and chief executive officer of the Urban League of Greater Miami. He is a civil rights leader who advocates for school choice. He wrote a column for USA Today, which reads in part, "We know that far too many Black children are sitting in classrooms where they are not learning. We know their schools have fewer resources. We know expectations for these children are set lower than the expectations for students in more affluent suburban schools." He goes on to say, "Once we were told where we could live and work, play and pray, eat and gather. I find it no more acceptable that today we are told where our children can go to school." If we are going to have a sincere discussion about equity in education, it begins with education freedom. Education opportunity is so much more than a K-12 education. Receiving the right education opens the doors to opportunity for all children across all walks of life. Education choice can lift children out of poverty and set them on the path for success that would otherwise be out of reach. As I stated, I live in Manchester, which is a very diverse community. Some of our state representatives have taken to social media to discuss this bill. They have boasted about their own private education and have had the audacity to state that only children that come from families that can afford a private education should have that privilege. These same people are offended by the fact that parents would choose a school other than a traditional public school and deny that district the state adequacy funds attributed to that child. However, they ignore the fact that their own families made the same choice. They believe our poorer families, our refugee families, and our most vulnerable students should not have the same opportunities that they themselves have had. I could not disagree more. In fact, it is those children who deserve a hand up. All children deserve the opportunity to pursue the right education for them. If a child is being challenged and is supported in their traditional school, that's wonderful. Many families benefit from our traditional public schools and will continue to do so. But some children do better in less traditional settings, like charter schools, Montessori schools, private schools, or homeschool. School choice is about each family finding the right fit where their children will grow to be the person God intended them to be.
Victoria, time's up.
Am I up?
Yep, it's up.
Okay, all right. I just want to thank you all, and I hope that you vote ought to pass on this very important piece of legislation.
Thank you so much and have a great evening.
You too. It's good to see you.
Right, bye-bye.
Thank you, Victoria. Do we have time for more? We're going to go
Yeah,
one to
we
five?
have a little bit of time left here.
Okay, let's see, Lisa Witt or White, are you available to speak?
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Okay,
thank
good.
you for coming.
Yep,
And waiting.
and thank you for this opportunity. I'm here. I'm opposed to House Bill 20. I did submit written testimony. I won't read that for you. I'll be brief. I just have a couple of points. I agree with Representative Myler. House Bill 20 describes a voucher program, plain and simple. I also echo Representative Mary Heath's concerns regarding the fiscal note that was provided. And I'll give you a quick example. Say you have 20 students that take advantage of a voucher or, the ESA as it's called here. That's about, comes out to just right around $100,000. But those 20 students, just because there's 20 students, that doesn't mean that there's a reduction in staff. It's, the argument has been made, for example, when we were talking about SB 193, that 20 students is a classroom. So you should be able to reduce a teacher. But that's not the case. I'm the superintendent of schools in the Monadnock Regional School District. And it's entirely possible that 20 students could represent 2 students from one grade, 2 from another, 2 from another. And there would not be a correlating reduction in staff. I don't understand the math that was presented in the fiscal note that on average across the state, we spend $20,000 per student. You subtract out the 4,603 noted in the fiscal note per student that would go to the ESA, and that results in a $15,000 savings for taxpayers. If we're not reducing employees, we're not reducing bus runs, I'm not sure how we add that up to a $15,000 savings to taxpayers. I'd have to go back and take another look. First blush, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I do want to comment also on students with disabilities and discrimination. Private schools do not have to follow anti-discrimination laws or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Other speakers have indicated some schools do, and perhaps many do, but the fact remains they don't have to, and they can pick and choose who they choose to accept. And
Lisa,
there's nothing.
You're out of time, Lisa.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you
Thank
very
you for
much
your time.
testimony. Any
Thank
questions,
you.
Lisa? Not seeing hands. We have time for one more speaker today.
Okay, Representative Spillane is anxious to get on. He texted me and is back. So can we let him speak?
Yes, we can.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Spillane.
Thank you so much for my ability to speak today. I thank the chair and the committee. I am one of those people who lived through this. We have been going through this in New Hampshire since 1980, at least. My parents had to go into debt to put me in a private school because there was no facility to take and put me into a different school from the school that I was in. And I will tell you straight out, I was headed on a wrong path. I was headed into a path of degeneracy and whatnot on the public school end of things. When I got into private school, because my parents were able to pay for it, that I was totally turned around. And I think that you need to look at the fact that any argument that this is defunding the public schools is absolutely ridiculous. What we're doing is taking students who are no longer in those public schools and putting their money forward. So they have no more interest in those students. Those students now are in a different school. Why should they continue getting funding for the students that are no longer attending their school? I have been fighting this fight since I was in high school, and I have persevered only because my parents were willing to go into debt to put me through private school on their own. And this is a problem with New Hampshire that has been longstanding since the 80s, where we have not allowed for students who do not fit a particular curriculum to go to a different school. In my case, it was because I was advanced from the current curriculum, and they said the only option they had was to put me in the regressive curriculum of the special needs students in order to give me special one-on-one attention.
James, we're now at the end of your time.
Other than that, they told me sit in the back of the classroom and read books and don't do anything.
Yeah.
And I will tell you straight out, we need to allow students to find the ability to get the best education that those students need. Not everyone fits the same model, and we need to give people the ability to find their model that fits their education and give them the best ability to grow within their education ability. And we need to do that, and this bill allows us to do that.
Thank you very much for your testimony, James. Appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee for Representative Spillane? No question. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, for the committee, that's the end of the testimony for today. We will be back Tuesday at 9 o'clock in the morning, not for this, but for bills which we will put in the calendar. Those bills have not yet been selected. That will have to be done prior to Wednesday noon by myself. And so we will convey this particular meeting today will be recessed. This HB 20 hearing is going to be recessed until Thursday morning of next week. That's the 11th of February at 9 o'clock in the morning. And we will continue with the same rules we have in place right now. Okay, folks.
Hey, Rick,
Yes.
got quick question.
Yeah.
What are we looking at right now as far as blue sheets and the pink car in the pink slip in the?
You know, Dave, I really don't have a hot clue. I'm saying that honestly. Deb Hobson can give us that information, or even Jennifer Four, but we have a whole slug of people to come. And you know, the conversation I had with Paul Smith was, Rick, just recess it, convene it on another day, and go for it then.
No, I think that's a good plan. But
I think it is. Yeah.
So far,
You know, many of these people have already submitted written testimony, because I've been going through the list, and almost every single person that spoke has already submitted written testimony. I think that they should all be told to just either submit written testimony or sign up to speak, one or the other. I don't see why that's a problem.
Well, the state of New Hampshire believes in having a House of Representatives allows everybody the opportunity to come forward and say their 2 cents worth. And we always ask if they have written testimony to leave that at your doorstep there, Barbara. So, I think
I gave up.
I know it's our tradition though, and we can't give up on what New Hampshire is. So
what was Deb going to say?
I was just going to tell you, I'm not sure what time this report was given to us. It was given to us in the afternoon at some point, but we had supporting 600, opposing 3,198, neutral 5, total testifying 131. Can I also say that it's been very difficult to look at the hands that are raised to speak from the attendee list and find them on maybe this list, get text messages. This list that I have of speakers is not alphabetical. So I appreciate your patience today.
You've done a great job.
And
Deborah, you've done a good job. Could you give us those numbers again, please?
Yeah, support 600, oppose 3198, neutral 5, and total testifying 131.
Do we have a count for the number that testified today?
Oh, you would, I'm sorry, I don't. I would have to get back to you.
30.
Sorry?
I have 30.
God bless you, Barbara. Representative Shaw.
I just say that I think that Deborah, you've done a terrific job.
You did. Yeah.
Rick,
Thank you.
you've done a good job in trying to manage this thing. This is not an easy process we're into. And we just have got to be patient. Thank you very much.
Representative Ladd, can I ask for on the 11th, if we finished, would you plan on execing bills? Because my vaccine appointment is for 5 o'clock and I wouldn't want to miss that. But if you're going to exec bills, I'll have them get a sub for me because I'm going for my vaccine.
Let me get back to that on
Okay.
Patricia. I honestly don't know at this point in time.
Okay.
I got to do a little of this modern math with these bills and find out if we go 2 minutes apiece, how many minutes are we going to need?
As long as I know in time to get a sub if I have to.
Yes, I will definitely communicate that. And Patricia, I'll work directly with Mel Myler, your ranking rep, and he can disseminate that information amongst you all.
Thank you, Rick. Yep.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Jim.
to clear up confusion in my brain at this point. Last week, I believe you said to us that we would be meeting Tuesdays and Thursdays for the foreseeable. But now we're talking about next Tuesday and next Thursday. Are we not meeting 2 days hence?
No, we're meeting this
Well,
Thursday.
let me tell you what's going on here. Of course, we have to get those early bills out and report them on the 18th at the latest, So we had for this last week this week and the next week, we have Tuesdays and Thursdays. For the week of let's see, that'll be the week of the 16th, I believe, or the 15th, 16th, 17th, the 15th. We will get 2 days in that week. We're going to have them. In fact, when I spoke with the chief of staff this afternoon, they said, yes, this education committee, because we have a whole slug of bills, we need that time. So I don't know the specific days, whether it's the 16th, 17th, or 15th, 16th, 17th, or 18th. We will probably have the 16th, which is well, I'm not going to say which of the two, but we're going to have 2 days that last week. So that means we're going to have to set up a day in which we do the execing. And if we have some time at the end, we'll try to exec bills that we don't have amending language for, or that we feel we can get through without, having to get into the great debate and understanding that the folks don't always see it the same way. Yes, but when we get to issues like HB 20, or maybe like Thursday, we're going to be talking about school building aid, Dave, and we have two bills there. One bill is exactly the same as the second bill, but the second bill goes farther with looking at the formula and the payment period and all that. So that will be some discussion there. But at the end, we might be able to come up with, a solution of either amending or getting those things through. That's not going to be as hotly debated, I don't think, as what we've been just going through today. So time-wise, I hope to use our time efficiently, get some exec sessions in the way. We'll get some of them done. Perhaps if we have like a whole of a half hour, 45 minutes along the way between bills, if we have that. But looking at our history we had so far this session, we have not had a lot of holes. So it looks like it's going to be days just set up for exec alone. And we'll try and get all the amendments to people prior to the exec sessions. And that's why I asked a question earlier today, is Legislative Services sending them out as well to committee members as to the research people upstairs, where they used to run them off for us and we picked them up. Glenn, you had your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up with Representative Allard's comment, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we are meeting on Thursday as scheduled in the calendar.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Okay, folks, that's it. And I'll be in touch with Mel.
We have one more comment, Representative
Just a
Loud.
clarification.
Yes.
Renee, on Thursday, the 11th, are you allowing new testimony or only those that are already on your listing today?
Oh, it's only those which have, identified as of today. We don't want to go in.
No, I just didn't know. I didn't know what the process was.
I think you concur, right?
Just asking.
Rick, I'm not sure. I think last year the clerk gave us advice to the contrary.
No.
Isn't that right, Mel?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I hate to say this, but my understanding, you might want to check with Paul, Rick, but when I checked with him, he said, no, if you have a public meeting, you've got to allow other people in and
to testify.
And I'm not that I want to be a soothsayer of more time, but I think just check with Paul and he'll see what he says.
Wouldn't be any different than today. People checking in later on in the day, you adjourn the meeting, so they're still checking in.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I'll talk with Paul.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Maybe there's a good basketball game on tonight.
Mr. Chair, I actually wanted to mention the state offices are closed on the 15th for President's Day. So
Yeah,
that
so
shortens our time even
we'll have
more.
2 days in that
That's
week.
a Monday, though.
It'll be
Yes.
16th and the 18th, but we'll see.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
All right.
Okay, thank you.